what's the word I'm looking for? I cursed him out. I bawled him out. I scolded BB. See, I'm not marching to BB's tone. That's what I think. I think probably Trump.
So you think that was leaked by the White House purposely in order to appease the conservatives?
Absolutely.
That's an interesting observation. By the way, thank you for that, Norm. I will say this since Norm brings up Tucker Carlson. It gives me an opportunity to say that YouGov, is that what it is? No, it's not .gov. YouGov, isn't that the name of the organization? They did a poll released today of populist people and their influence and their the perception people have with them. The person most trusted on their list was the Pope. The person least trusted on their list was Tucker Carlson. So I think that's an indication that things may be moving in the correct direction. Howard, followed by Dr.
Hey, Gary, everyone. Go to Dr. Gary. I've got a couple things going on right now, so I'll continue to listen.
Okay, Doctor, followed by David. Doctor, Miss MD, or Mr. MD, can you tell me what's ailing me? David, followed by Merrill.
Hey, Gary. An interesting segue on the, sexual proclivities of the president. Recall in the 60s, it was John F. Kennedy who was apparently a Lothario of sorts.
Yeah, John F. Kennedy. He couldn't lead. He was screwing a movie star, and she wasn't a porn star, but come on, let's face it, Marilyn Monroe. Ooh, whoopie-doo. What talent did she really have other than her boobs? Come on.
Well, I mean, but this is a guy who faced down the Soviets in Cuba.
Impossible. He was having a relationship with Marilyn Monroe. How could that be?
Anyway, I'm
not condoning it either, but to presume that a person, if they are attracted to a sexually expressive individual, has bad judgment, maybe that is bad judgment, but other people might think it was really good judgment depending on their perspective. So it has nothing to do with your ability to lead or not, in my opinion, but there are probably those who agree with the caller who says that there's some kind of cause and effect between the president's inability to lead in the manner in which she wishes that he would and the fact that he has a high libido. Probably she feels that, and other people probably agree. I recognize other people would agree with her comment.
Yeah, and the press sort of gave presidents back then a kind of a professional courtesy with regard to their personal lives. You mentioned the way the press wouldn't disclose FDR's, polio or his disability, not being able to walk or stand.
Nobody talked about Babe Ruth and his proclivities because, and not just when it came to females, but when it came to drinking, they protected the Babe because he was kind of an icon. And by the way, he was still the Babe when he got up to the plate, and that's all anybody cared about. They didn't care that he was, and Joe Namath, Broadway Joe Namath.
Yeah.
For God's sakes, I'll bring him on here someday because I have a source I could bring him on, and he'll tell you to our face how he was, running through every woman he could get his hands on when the Jets were flying high. And so that didn't stop him. Of course, he wasn't a leader of the free world, but it didn't stop him from making important judgment decisions on a split second on the football field. For gosh sakes. I'm not saying that it was behavior that one should be proud of. I'm just saying, what does one have to do with the other? I don't get the argument.
Well, yeah, it's how one treats the fair opposite sex. It's more important than what she does for a living or whatever. But that aside, I think definitely that the midnight tweets, Trump's really becoming unhinged. Whether or not Norm's comments are speak to a pandering to the right, that I've got this BB guy under control, that I'm going to take him down. And I think ultimately he's got to be frustrated and angry, Gary, because he's not a strategist. He's not an operative. He's not. I had this debate with Marshall on the stage about his lack of militarism and his understanding of that, and he's really counting on. And this kind of pokes to this mythology that the IDF and with our intelligence and Israel's intelligence that we can best any foe on the planet. I think some of that was bought hook, line, and sinker in the war room, in the situation room when he's talking to Bibi. And I think Trump really thought that, I'm getting sound advice, and I'm going to be the big victor. I'm going to be the big, celebrity here when I bring the IRGC to heel. And that hasn't happened. In fact, we've seen just the exact opposite of that. So, it's fodder for the right. It's fodder for the MAGA folks. It's fodder for, and the right wing's very important here, Gary, because, Israel is counting on our legislature. They tilted more rightward versus leftward because of, some of the things we've talked about in the room. They're counting on the right for continued support of Israel. But if that fever breaks and these talk show guys start winning the arguments, and then the politicians have to somehow say to Trump, "Listen, Trump, I got to win next year, and midterms are coming up." Somebody has to fall on the sword, Gary. Is Bibi going to fall on the sword over this, or is Trump going to fall on the sword? And I don't think Trump has the ego to say, "Hey, I made a big mistake here. This is your fault, Bibi. You talked me into this." And whether or not that gets aired out in a way that is, private or, more behind the scenes, or if it needs to be public because of the voices are starting to grow louder and louder in this country, it's kind of a no-win situation. And I think the apex of our relationship is really front and center with regard to how we get out of this mess with Iran now. And can we do it gracefully? And can we get more wins out of the situation? They're talking about Bibi playing spoiler here with regard to Lebanon. That while we're trying to promote peace, he's bombing the shit out of Lebanon and going after his enemies there, which is an anthem to what we're trying to achieve with Iran, because they have a big investment over there. So it's not a united front on some level, Gary. I think we got to get that situated somehow. So, to be honest, Gary, Trump's the crazy one here. It's not Bibi. Bibi's saying, "Hey, I got a crazy guy here. How do I control him?" And I think at the end of the day, that's the problem here, is that we're dealing with a guy that's, again, unhinged. Look at the tweets. He's out of control. He's probably saying, "I'm not cutting the deals that I thought I was going to be able to cut." He cut deals before this incursion with the Gulf states. You got a $400 million airplane. You got a $1 trillion investment by the Saudis. You're seeing a lot of that money dry up. You're seeing the Saudis back away from some investments and ventures that they were behind, like the Live Golf organization. They pulled out of that. And so there's been a shuffling of the deck. UAE falling out of OPEC. So that's my analysis, and MAGA's going to have to do something to figure out who they have here, because the midterms are coming up very fast. The oil prices are continuing to rise, and nobody believes that there are peace talks. And I'll end there.
I don't know that nobody believes that there are peace talks. I think there are indications that they've even used the term texting. So maybe there are peace texts that's going on right now. I don't know. But what do you think? And I don't know that you were in the room when I quoted a retired Israeli military intelligence officer who's an American and who is a huge Trump supporter, has been. and who is MAGA all the way, and who now says he's angry as could be with the president for not finishing the job in Iran, and that, basically he's saying what Bolton and General Kane are saying and what Bibi Netanyahu is saying is the proper way to go, and he doesn't have the fortitude because he's listening to too many people and he's concerned about the midterms so much that he's backing off, and this guy is really angry with the president. What do you think of that analysis?
Well, that's a person who has absolute confidence. If President Trump was decisive to take boots to the ground, he's a guy that's absolutely confident we could finish the job. Is that American hubris talking? Is that a guy that understands how strong our military is? I mean, we've had to draw down on assets. I mean, from Korea, South Korea, we've had to draw down assets elsewhere. We've burned through quite a bit of military firepower doing what we've done so far. Supposedly we're out of the Patriot missiles. We need to rearm that up. So I don't know. I don't know what this guy's privy to, Gary, in terms of intel. Like I said, we had a family friend who was in the CIA, and he never really got out of it. And anytime there was a situation, I think we had a family friend who had a missing persons issue, and he was able to make phone calls and do some help there. So, maybe we could have finished the job, but the appetite, when the first 500 to 1,000 deaths come home or more, depending on how much we lose in that first round of boots, I mean, who's going to pay for that? Who's going to pay for that politically? So I think at the end of the day, he promised, and he campaigned, and he got those votes from those core supporters, no more foreign wars. And I think Bibi's miscalculated on how strong and how Israel supportive we are at the expense of that. And I don't think at the end of the day, they calculated that pushback as severely as they did. And the big losers, Gary, is Allen's people and the people in Iran that are suffering under the weight of all this, and the ones that are in prison sitting out these bogus trials and bullshit kangaroo courts, and their economy is constantly continuing to suffer. So, they're the biggest losers in all this. And, I don't think we put together the coalition as strongly as we could have. I mean, arguably the Kurds were supposed to also come in and start fighting on our behalf. That didn't happen. And so, it was a rush. It was a miscalculation. They thought it was going to be Venezuela 2.0, and we haven't been able to pull it off. So under that scenario. So, but Gary, I don't know, man. Somebody's telling him don't go put boots on the ground, and it's those MAGA influencers that are probably in his ear, and they're probably going to wait till after the midterms, if anything. I don't know. It's a good question.
Thank you, David. By the way, in my conversations with these people, there's been no discussion of boots on the ground. I just want to point that out. Meryl, followed by Beth.
Porn star first, or is that just guy talk?
What's that?
Should I talk about the porn star first?
Hey, it was brought up by a female, not by a male. I just responded to what she had to say. So it's an equal opportunity discussion for all genders.
You just compare Joe Namath to Trump. Okay. No, you don't call. He was reelected, so. But it is not smart. When you are a leader, it is not smart. It's not smart to have affairs, period. Even though we know that goes against the nature of men. We know all about that stuff.
I didn't say it was smart. I just said to presume that if a guy has a relationship with a porn star, that he doesn't have the skills to make proper decisions and therefore is disqualified from being president of the United States. And I acknowledge that there's some people who would agree with that position, but to me it seems pretty absurd. I don't see a cause and effect. But maybe you.
I see the idea that a person can be blackmailed. I see there's different things that could happen. I see the idea that if he's married, that becomes an issue. Things like that. That's all.
Well, so does that disqualify a gay guy from running for office because maybe he might get blackmailed? I mean, people get blackmailed for all kinds of reasons.
I don't think. See, now I think that's a bad issue to bring up because I don't think that we're not going to have a gay president because we're not nice enough. We're not decent enough.
Yeah, but that's not the question. That's not the question. That's not the question. People do things that they can be blackmailed for all the time. It's not just because. And if they're open about the fact that they're having a relationship with somebody who happens to be the star of the big screen.
We're talking about the president. We're talking about leaders. We're not talking about private people. We're talking about leaders. It's not a good idea.
Sure. So fine, I agree with that. And maybe based on morality and ethics, one would say this is a reason not to vote for a person. But to suggest because a person had an affair with a stripper makes him disqualified for being president of the United States, I will guarantee you he's not the only one. I knew a woman who was a former high-class hooker in Washington, D.C., and I wanted to write a book with her, and she was afraid to do it. All the powerful men who crossed her threshold, many powerful men, both Republican and Democrat. So maybe all of them are disqualified from their position because they were visiting this hooker. I don't know.
No one's saying that. I'm speaking specifically about the president. I thought that's what she meant. That it's not smart. It's not smart politically. It's not smart. It's just not. Period. It's might be fun and it might be natural, but that does. And I'm not going to say a porn star is not smart because Stormy Daniels was damn smart. She's damn smart. She's put together quite a career for herself. She's a business person, so I wouldn't say that about that.
The president thought she was put together pretty good.
Yeah, but she also, now see, here you get something though. She also revealed something about him that is like.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that. We're not going to talk about his anatomy. Thank you.
Okay, there you go. That's just another reason why it wasn't smart. Okay, now on the phone conversation, my first reaction truly was, bearing in mind that we have been told that one of the problems that Trump has had is that he's being blamed. They're saying that Israel talked him into this. Bibi talked him into doing this. And Bibi is got some people who are saying you're doing what America tells you to do. You're doing what Trump tells you to do. I don't know how bad that seems for Bibi, but it is not boded well for Trump. Because, and we see there's a lot of people, unfortunately, that are anti-Israel right now. And that troubles me a lot. But it's true. And Trump cares very much about what people say. And for whatever reason, his poll numbers are going down. And it would not surprise me if the White House, it wouldn't have surprised me if the whole thing was even made up. It wouldn't have surprised me if the White House made up a story and leaked it and said that Trump had this conversation with him to make it look like that Bibi's doing something that Trump doesn't approve of. And Trump's not going along with it. That was my first reaction, is I wonder if this is true, and I wonder if this was a made-up story by Trump. And if not, then it would be then only, I wouldn't find it logical that Bibi would do something unless he and Trump are at odds about things. If they've had some conversations and it's not boding well between them, the two of them, they're, one is one over, here's Trump saying, I need this peace plan. I need it now. And you got to stop doing what you're doing. That might be an issue between them. And Bibi might just be saying, the heck with this, I have to do what's good for his country. And Trump is being Trump. So the the only way I would find it, if Trump called him up and was swearing at him, it's got to be because the two of them are at odds about something. It's not about him. It's not about Israel and Lebanon. It's about Israel and Lebanon now. Can't you wait? Can't you wait till I get my peace deal? I don't know. But my first reaction was I thought it was a made-up story. But I thought it was made up by the White House, by Trump, that he wanted it leaked so that he could say, I don't do what Bibi tells me to do. He does what, that he was angry about it. That's what I was thinking.
What I'm thinking is that there's great hope for a peace in the Middle East. And the reason I say that is you just articulated what Norm said. And if Norm and Meryl can agree on something, anything is possible.
Wait. Back that up. Did I agree with him? Really?
Yeah, he just goes on the stage and said,
I got to change my mind. I got to change my mind, please.
By the way, you said that the president said, or were you trying to say, you may have misspoke, that people are claiming that the president is being controlled by Bibi. You actually, the words you used were that Trump has said that Bibi talked him into it. Is that what you meant to say?
No. The original story was that Bibi came in and made his presentation. Then Trump met with General Keane and met with Marco Rubio, that people said why they thought that it would not be over in 4 weeks, that they gave him advice and he chose not to follow it. I don't know that he followed the advice of Bibi, that he did it because it was Bibi or because it's Trump. And I personally blame Trump, that it's Trump who listens to this and listens to that and then says, no, my gut decision is this. And then he just does. And I'm not saying.
I just wanted to clear that record because I thought you had misspoke yourself. So the president actually posted to Truth Social when this issue was raised. Israel never talked me into the war with Iran. The results of October 7th added to my lifelong opinion that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Did. And maybe grammatically a little off base. But maybe Stormy Daniels helped him write it, and that's why it's off base a little bit.
No, but Trump has taken. But unfortunately, there are people that are so anti-Israel right now, and Trump hears that, and people are ringing that in his ear also.
Yeah, but as I pointed out here, I actually quoted him. I went back and I researched, and I quoted him all the times that he went as a private citizen, long before he announced any candidacy for office. And he went on national television at least 3 or 4 times that I cited, including with Barbara Walters and I can't remember who the other people he was on with right at the moment. And he said that Iran cannot be given have a nuclear weapon. That has consistently been his position. So if anybody has been listening to him for all these years, they would know that that is absolutely true, that has been long before any association he had with Bibi Netanyahu. That has been Donald Trump's position, and he is consistent about that.
Well, one thing I would say, though, is that the problem he has now, I think you can say that Iran's not going to can't have a nuclear weapon. I feel sorry for the next person who's going to be president, because I don't see Trump being able to get a deal that will prevent them from having a nuclear weapon in 5 years.
See, here's the thing. A lot of people would say nobody can make a deal with Iran to eliminate its nuclear weapons. The President Obama tried with the JCPOA, but it was not a guarantee. It kicked the can down a little bit, and it did retard their weapons program. But a lot of people believe that it's meaningless to negotiate with these guys, because sooner or later, no matter what they agree to do, they're going to build a nuclear weapon. So the argument that is made, and I think Alan has made this often, and Alan, if I'm misrepresenting you, please correct me, and that is now finally there was an opportunity to maybe make it possible that the issue could be forced, and then the president backed off for whatever reason and went back to negotiations, which on the face of it we all want. We don't want war. We don't want people dying. But if negotiations cannot affect the necessary removal of nuclear weapons from Iran, then it has to be done with the fist, not with the texting. And so that's the part of the equation that we have to think about. Whether you agree with it or not, there are people who believe that, including folks who are in a position of knowing what's going on in Iran with that regime and what effect the war has had on that regime, which I don't pretend to know, but they do. And they believe that Iran was on the ropes. And if they just kept the pressure up, you heard it from John Bolton. You may not like it because it's coming from John Bolton. You heard it from General Kane. And, now you're hearing it from a couple of my sources who I'm not going to name, but I'm their proxy. And that's what they believe. And it's something to consider.
I listened to retired generals, people that were involved in intelligence, and they know Iran, and they are all saying the same thing. They are saying there's no way you can do it without boots on the ground. They're saying you've already tactically won this war. You've done, you can bomb and bomb and bomb and bomb and bomb. That's not going to get you what you want, and it does involve boots on the ground. And I think Trump was told that. I think he made a decision and then got scared about that decision.
Well, let me jump ahead and skip over Ben and go to Amir. Amir, I want to ask you specifically, please, sir. What if the Israeli program of whack-a-mole had continued? In other words, every time a new leader pops up, they get him. Another leader pops up, they get him. Another leader pops up, they get him. Would that not destabilize the regime to the point where they would acquiesce to the demand that the nuclear weapons be turned over, or not, Amir?
Gary and everyone else. I think that is the strategy that will be pursued. I actually have quite a bit to say when it comes to my turn. But specifically to this question, I think it is going to be layer by layer until you get a layer that is going to agree to the demands of Donald Trump. And those demands are very clear. He calls it, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. But what he actually means is that he wants all the enriched uraniums, the 60% plus, which is now actually not just 60%, it's 50%, 40%. They're talking about 10,000 kilos, 10 ton of this stuff they're talking about. Okay? He wants all the enrichment facilities completely demolished. He wants the missiles range to be reined in, and he wants the proxies not to be supported. Now, that kind of thing only requires a layer of government within Iran that is going to change the complete strategy of the country, and 180 degrees. That's your specific. That's a specific answer to your question, Gary.
And I think the people I talked to today are frustrated that remember, it was the Israelis that was going after the leaderships. It was the Israelis that had Mossad in country, and they were killing people in their apartments, and there was no collateral damage, as they say. I hate that term, but innocent civilians were not killed in the process. They were very specific, very smart, specific attacks that were occurring. And then when the joint operation started, it was the Israelis going after the heads of state and their and the folks around them. The same way they went after Hamas and Hezbollah. And that's the Israeli way of doing things. And the guys that I talk to, and I realize they're saying it from an Israeli perspective, they're frustrated that the president put the reins in on their program. They believe, and look, the Israelis have the folks on the ground right now in Iran. We all know this. I'm not saying anything that has not already been revealed. They know what's going on, in all likelihood, in the inner circle of the Iranian regime are Mossad spies. And the Iranians know that. They don't even know who to trust. That's why when they send messages to the new supreme leader, Baby Khamenei, they do it through courier and they switch them up. It's not just one, take a message, Garcia. It's a bunch of runners that they run it through so that it can't be traced back to where he is in hiding, because they're afraid he's going to be the next one to be eliminated. I think that if Bibi had his way, this would have been over by now without putting boots on the ground. Now, I could be wrong. I'm not a
No, you're not wrong. Don't say that, Gary. You're not wrong. You're absolutely right. As Mr. Amir says, this operation had to be layer by layer by layer. The 12 days hit by Israel, it was so significant. This regime didn't lose his head from his ass. And we didn't need any boots on the ground. You had 80 million people. There was 1 million people that were dancing on the street of Tehran the day Khamenei got hit. Come on. There was no place in the history this thing happened. We didn't need any food. Iranian, they would do the job. But right in the middle of the most sensitive time, all of a sudden you hear ceasefire. What did it get us? The Strait of Hormuz got shut down. Kuwait got hit. Qatar got hit. And the rest is all history. You all know. Why? The same thing you're saying, Gary. 80 million Iranian, they were thinking and was saying, what happened? We were just doing it. Because the Basij, they were lost. We don't have enough, we don't have an army. It's all bullshit when they said army, we have 2 million people army. No, they don't have it. And then all of a sudden everything is stopped and regroup. And now we're all talking about peace talk. There is no peace in here. It's all blood. Every single hour. And you said it the other day. How come in the part of peace, it's not any restriction to Iranian regime to stop killing the innocent people? How come that's not part of the whole equation? It's all about money. Amir hit it right and hit the nail on the coffin, and also you did.
So, if one were to take that position, that what you just said is accurate, then I would suggest that perhaps it would have been better if Iran, if the president did listen to PP. Then no, it might have been a different outcome. I don't know that it would be a different outcome. By the way, I have no way of knowing, but I'm just saying this is what these guys are telling me. And this seems to be what Alan and Amir are suggesting. Well, Amir, do you have anything else? Because I'm going to let Amir get the last word in here, it looks like.
Yes, to say.
What's that? I think she's...
No, I said I'm fine. I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Okay, good. Yeah, you were not coming through there for a second. You're fine now. Amir, it's all yours.
I just have to say that there was certainly an element of surprise in the initial attack. They did think that this could be finished very quickly, and it does take quite a. Basically what Iran proved is that they have this matrix management or mosaic type of management in the military, and they call it Atash be Ikhtiyar. And basically what that means is that every group can have their own little organization, and they can fire at will, and that is going to make it very difficult to sort of to assume that you can hit the layer at the top and everything will fall. So that is where I think Trump disagreed with. That was the reason that he disagreed with Netanyahu, and he said, "Let's pull it back because this is not working," and he started negotiations. Now, I think probably Netanyahu is going to carry on doing that without Trump involvement directly. So I'd like to just make a couple of comments, if I may, on the discussions.
Sure, of course.
That's great. I appreciate it. Thank you, Gary. First comment is regarding the politicians' relationship, with a woman or a man for that matter, of a sexual nature. I think it really is only related to his sexual tendencies, and has absolutely nothing to do with his or her ability to be a president or a prime minister. I mean, we have a saying that what goes on between the sheets really does not matter one iota in terms of what they do in running of the country. The only time that it becomes a problem is that if the wife or the husband finds out, and then there is actually a conflict internally, and that could then potentially affect it. But the actual act of sexual activity with another person shouldn't really matter. That's my view. That aside, the answer to your question, to your specific question, Gary, is I think yes, he did probably say that to Netanyahu, but I think he said it tongue in cheek. He said it like the way I say it to my friends. You're fucking crazy. I mean, that's the kind of thing that I would imagine that he would say. It's not going to be in a serious stance. I don't believe. Now, the question of finishing the job, really, with regards to Iran, I think there is, as I said, there was obviously miscalculation on behalf of Netanyahu and Trump, thinking that they would just be over within a few days, and that didn't happen. And basically, my question, I guess my question is to you, Gary. Do you think seriously that Iran is going to part with their 60% enriched uranium? And
not unless it's at the point of a gun.
Fine. It has cost them over $1 trillion to get here. Okay, so that's very important to understand, that these guys are not going to part with that. They're just not. I mean, negotiations in total is a red herring. The negotiation that one side says, give me everything that's cost you $1 trillion and I give you 18 billion back, is a ridiculous stance. It's just a non-starter. Negotiate with something like that. I mean, this is the whole thing. I think the whole thing is the negotiation and reining in Netanyahu and all the rest of it is a red herring. It's a clear red herring. Neither side are going to. I mean, Iran has been saying for 3 days now that we are not negotiating. Trump is talking bullshit, basically. We are not negotiating. I don't know who he's negotiating with. So what's actually going on here? I think it's basically the only solution, I think, is exactly what Trump is pursuing. He's tightening the blockade and at the same time, he's on this premise of negotiations, he's tightening the blockade and he's keeping that. And that is the story that's staring us in the face. And what he's hoping for, that Iran eventually will go to the war by itself, and then the people will take care of the government. That is what he's hedging his bet on. And I bet you it's not going to be just till the 19th of July. It's going to be till the 3rd of November. If he can keep the price of oil to where it is roughly around about $90, and he carry on the status quo until Iran will sort itself out, I think he's going to be a happy man, and I think he's going to go down in history as one that stood on the right side. And thank you for the time. Sorry.
No, thank you, Amir. As we close, I want to report to you that my hands have been properly slapped by somebody in the main chat. I always say that if I'm wrong about something, I want to be corrected, and I'm going to stand up for that. I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to read this admonishment from Ronit, and I'm going to read it verbatim. Marilyn Monroe was actually highly intelligent. She was typecast by Hollywood studios as a dumb blonde, but she was actually a voracious reader and shrewd businesswoman who actively fought for better roles and control over her career. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday at 5 o'clock New York time, so until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Yeah, I used to think.
You know how, like earlier I was saying, I'm not the biggest fan of the word manifestation because of just the dubious nature of it and how it kind of causes confusion. I've been trying to find ways, find something else that kind of had the same effect, and I came to the realization.
I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. A rectangular grid with Enochian letters. The center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagon and the original illustration. small devices. 5 squares and 2 circles, symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale.
Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. Stone, a crystal which he alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, viewing.
fourth dimensional universe, in two dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the four great watchtowers, which are attributed to the elements. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate V. Plate V gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called linea patris. The seventh file is called linea filii. The seventh line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into four lesser tablets. The left-hand top corner being air of air. The right-hand top corner, water of air. The left-hand bottom corner, earth of air. The remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mount Emma, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosecreeks of Heaven, the Order of the Holy Royal Archers, the Ancient and Tennessee Rites of Priesthood.
is the government instead of be whoever is still going to be a designer. It's very much different from
People who were like, it was like the dude like made a virus to cure his dog's cancer.
Fucking Wuhan or Mohan?
But no gain of function stuff. But you saw the paper that came out of that guy where.
sorry, bro.
What else?
May I break in with breaking news?
Yeah.
I don't really know much.
Go for it.
Give me 1 sec, Rob.
Please do,
I'm not in rooms with him. Okay, and then I'll shut up. Yeah, get the illegals out. So the U.S. has attacked Pesham Island, Iran, and Iran is attacking Gulf neighbors right now. I mean, they're going into shelters.
Amazing.
Who are they bombing, Norm?
So far, I have Kuwait and Bahrain, but I think it's wider.
Okay, so yesterday,
Quiet for a second.
Nobody cares.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Norm, did they hit the UAE? Or is it
Exactly.
Bahrain?
I haven't worked for them yet. I've only heard Kuwait and Bahrain.
I don't doubt you.
Right.
I don't doubt you, Norm, but what are your sources? I'm just curious.
Okay, the Kuwait source comes from Kuwait. I get news there. And the Bahrain source, I get like a signal on my phone when there's a sound and everybody has to go.
Okay, so pause. No, Normo. All I'm trying to say is I put this in the chat yesterday in the same room, Serendipity's room, and they pointed their weapons at U.S. troops in Kuwait, and that
also, well, they don't only hit the U.S. troops though; they hit civilian targets. Also, I think
In Spain, you have
also
like this
Erbil,
accent.
Iraq.
Again, Norman, I did. Sorry,
Kuwait, Bahrain, Erbil, Iraq, and according to this, we've just attacked Qeshm Island, Qeshm.
So where were they pointing the weapons at the U.S.?
at Kuwait. The U.S. troops were in Kuwait, and then Iran. They pointed their weapons at them, and then that's what triggered the response.
Well, they also hit. I'm sorry, but they hit civilian targets, including their oil assets as well. And this is true also in Bahrain and Erbil. Iraq, which I assume is under U.S. control, which is why they're hitting it. Possibly Kurdish as well, I'm not sure. So I'm just letting you know. I don't, not even sure I know what Qeshm is, but
I know where it is. It's
where is it at?
It's off of obviously of Iran in the Gulf.
Is that the resort island where like people can go?
I think so. It's not. I think it's a resort. I think it's not the. Is it a strategic?
Like a duty-free zone, kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I canceled that trip. I'm supposed to go. The 10th. I'm not going to that region.
You could get stuck there because they're going to stop all the commercial air traffic.
That's what I'm thinking.
Unless this is over, unless this is just one exchange and done. It looks like the IRGC wants to restart a regional war. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, it didn't.
It's really hurting. It's hurting the UAE business-wise.
Didn't Iran just make a deal with Trump over the oil, like just over the weekend? Isn't there a deal? Some deal made, and now they're. I don't know. It's weird.
With the UAE.
No, I thought Iran.
Remember meeting Netanyahu said fuck that deal and then he attacked Lebanon again?
No, wait. Lebanon doesn't have any oil.
He said fuck the deal and then attacked Lebanon.
What?
Oh, how about Lebanon attacking Israel, Bozo? How about northern Israel getting rained on
We've been
by
with Hezbollah.
how many rockets?
I don't know, countless.
Okay, but when
Tens of
you
thousands.
hold on, when you talk about the constraints of Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yeah.
And then who actually controls that? Nobody. But they actually are right now effectively.
We blockaded their blockade.
Exactly. Blockade.
Why are you guys saying we? Are you guys both U.S. Dual citizens?
No, I'm a citizen, and we means the United States of America.
Well, what was we? How was the United States of America directly threatened? Again, Israel destroyed the.
What is your question? We're talking about war, right?
You're not addressing what they said, Florida. You misheard.
Keep up.
I don't think you're understanding
that Trump
what's going on.
negotiated last
So
week.
we, the United States,
Netanyahu said,
slow down, Cowboy.
Hey, asshole, how about that they got shot at? Would you shoot back if you got shot at?
That was my question.
Yes. So tell me, what would you do if someone shot at you?
No,
Do you shoot back? You just like kind of let them keep shooting.
The question was,
Clarify. You get shot at. Answer. You shoot back.
Thank you for clarifying.
You're
my
welcome.
question was going to be, why did you say we got shot at?
Well, I didn't. You're not following the conversation. I said we have attacked Keshem Island, we the United States of America, and that the IRGC is attacking Bahrain and Erbil. That's my update.
What's going on here, right?
That's my breaking news. No, tell us what's going on. Over one. My military genius colleague in this room.
Bro,
what is going on?
It's everyone knows that we're friends with Kuwait, we're friends with Bahrain.
Yes.
Like, we're talking about the
UAE.
Okay.
Bahrain is a city.
UAE. Okay,
No,
Bahrain is not a fucking city. Go there. It is not a city. It is a country. Jesus Christ, dumbass.
By the time we're done with it, it's going to be a state.
It's a beautiful place, by the way. I recommend the Four Seasons if you go there.
Oh, okay.
I've been there. They got American Alley down there. Right?
It's really nice. Yeah, the old Bahrain, the old area is really
Somebody tells me right now that they have some freaking princess ship that has made it through there, then I don't want to listen to you.
I don't get it. Why do you want a princess?
Because there's a blockade.
And?
Yeah.
Yes, it's a tool of war.
Yeah, it's war.
Yeah, so what's the new? I don't get it. Why
would
it
be bad
if they end up basically making it so that nobody can cross through the Strait of Hormuz unless they want them to? Well, why would you let the people they want to cross the Strait of Hormuz?
Then the entire world will make war on them because the entire world will be hurt by their trying to take control of the Strait of Hormuz. Even China's on our side with this one.
I'm telling you from the people that I know that I just went to a wedding at a chapel. Just leave it at that. It's
what
not
do you know?
happening. There's
Going to the chapel and
Wait, what do you know?
Classic, Abby. Classic. So, Abby, I thought you were talking about the NBA.
I was thinking that was you, Abby, but I didn't see it.
No, the NHL.
The NHL. Sorry, I'm calling you that, but Boston's first.
The IRGC is bombing Mandel?
Excuse me, Brian.
Brian.
Is somebody saying something?
Yes, I am. Dumpster.
Yeah, it was.
So do you follow PBR?
No, not very closely.
I was going to say, hopefully Krimbler maintains number one. The Australians fielder, he's number two. So this year we're going to see if we're going to maintain dominance on the PBR.
Dumpster, which broke back.
Yeah, it'll be interesting too.
Hey, don't.
It'll be interesting to see the next $1 million man.
In a second.
Yes, sir.
Rob, mute when you're not talking because you're have your mic open so you can talk when people are talking and that's not cool. Don't do it.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who shows up for the new World final series this year, and I just hope that there's less controversy and stuff that happens this year in the rodeo world, because they lost a lot of good horses last year, and they had a lot of issues with some of the riders and stuff getting hurt and being out for a while. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out this year. I don't follow it very close, but I also don't follow many sports either.
But how expensive that ticket is, Brian, to the finals? It's like one of our most expensive tickets in our city.
I don't know.
So it's a big deal to go to.
That's when you know a stockyard. That's when you know a stockyard manager. He can hook you up with some nosebleeds. Let's just put it that way.
Hey, Abby, are you guys hosting World Cup games?
No World Cup in Vegas. World Cup in Philly, but not in Vegas.
Not in Vegas.
And by the way,
Why the fuck would anybody pick
World
the guy?
Series
I feel like if you want to think Americans are assholes, you'd go to Philadelphia and invite the.
Who's going to go to the world? Like, it's just funny that it's there. They're going to be people from other places, but I can't imagine.
What do you mean that it's there? It's in multiple places.
and by the way, clear, if some people keep their mic open because they're driving, that's cool. It's just the people so they can interrupt people. I want you to do that. That was if you can manage yourself. I don't care if you keep. I don't want people to think I can.
I mean, if I kept my mic open, you might hear me swear out of cap.
That's all right.
So.
I'm cool with that, Brian. Everyone shut the fuck up. Hey,
What happened?
I saw some people might mute up. I'm like, I wasn't telling that the whole group.
Well, Brian, I'm more like an bar guy because I got a lot of buddies of mine. They make a little bit of pocket change because they got some good bucking bulls and good bucking horses as well. I know, like up by Columbus, bar comes through. They'll reach out to some stockyard. They'll come out to the countryside and grab a load raking bucking steer.
I mean, I think it'd be cool if they went to like Salt Lake City or some shit, like had like this World Cup there, because like everybody's I don't know, it's like the wholesome, at least for a city, it's like it'd be a good image for America.
Well, so there was a big issue. They were supposed to go to they were supposed to have a World Cup match between Iran and I forgot who the other country was. It was supposed to be held in Seattle. Somebody can fact check me because it might have been Portland, Oregon. This is a story that came out a few months ago. They wanted to have it during a Pride celebration, and a couple of the teams were like, I think it was Morocco. It was another Muslim-dominant country.
Yeah,
I think both countries or both teams were like, "Hey, we're actually not okay with what you guys have."
I agree, and I think like I don't know, just as a regular like American citizen, the World Cup coming to America, like I don't know how to embrace that. Like there's a large amount, like people care about this shit, and we call it soccer. Y'all call it football, you know. Like, but now we have to be the host.
Well, yeah, I mean, I follow club soccer, and club soccer is getting increasingly more popular in the United States. Like teams are, MLS is not a bad product anymore. Like. There's a lot of teams out there, a lot of smaller teams joining. Like there's professional soccer popping up all around. Like I said, I follow Liverpool. Like I'm a big Liverpool fan, so I like European soccer as well. So
what was a big tournament we had in Vegas? I don't know, 2 years ago maybe. It was like the Latin American finals.
Oh, like CONCACAF or something.
Something like that. And it sold out. It's hard tickets to get.
Are you going to any games then?
Am I going to any games?
World Cup.
No, I'm not. Because I can't afford.
Yeah, I looked at the prices.
Like Foxborough, and I don't think
what are the prices for
many thousands of dollars? Yeah.
What just to get into any of the seats?
Just to get into any, particularly because there's one in Foxborough. They're not calling it Gillette Stadium because they don't allow corporate advertising, so they're calling it either Boston Stadium or Foxborough Stadium because it's not really Boston, so I think they're calling it Foxborough Stadium. And then I forgot it's two teams that like even if it was the United States, if there were USA games, like it would be crazy expensive. But just to go watch two random countries play doesn't really excite me at all.
Yeah, I was looking at I think US and Australia are playing up in Seattle, maybe. It was like not worth the money.
Yeah.
Like a Super Bowl prices, Beaver? Where do the prices?
Probably in par with Super Bowl prices. Like, what's the cheapest to get into a Super Bowl? Like, well, let me see. Was it 3 or 4 grand?
Yeah, pretty much.
Upper, like to go to the upper bowl. I mean, face on them is 3 for the upper.
Yeah, I mean, like World Cup.
So
comparatively.
Sorry. So this is for Gillette Stadium. The games
What's
at Gillette Stadium are Haiti versus Scotland, Iraq versus Norway, Scotland versus Morocco, England versus Ghana, which, to be fair, would be interesting. Norway versus France, the round of 32, and the quarterfinals. It's like none of those games I have really any interest in going to see.
Oh,
unless the U.S. makes it.
That's rough.
And can you see what they're playing in Philly? Do you know just what game that?
I can look it up.
The UFC fight's going to be a very hard one to get tickets. It's mostly military that's going.
There's 6 games in Philadelphia.
That's a lot.
Yeah, Ecuador versus Ivory Coast, Brazil versus Haiti, France versus Iraq, Curacao versus Ivory Coast, and Croatia versus Ghana. I love the World Cup because you get so many random matchups.
Abby, would you go if it was a match?
It's not random, it's rigged. Stop it, man.
Does not intrigue me.
No, I would go and tell you to one of the. It didn't sound that interesting. I mean,
it's such a random
like once the Croatia.
If Brazil was playing Iran, you should go and watch them beat the hell out of Iran, like 10-0.
It would be fun. I'd be a little afraid.
Brazil versus Haiti, I don't exactly think a lot of people are putting their money on Haiti on that one, to be totally fair.
So would it be okay to bet against it? Like a few contracts valued at 94 cents a piece, 92 cents, 98 cents?
I mean, I'm sure lots of people are betting on the World Cup.
Yeah, I'll be betting on it.
World Cup. So this is from SeatGeek, Abby, for Philly. SeatGeek, Ecuador, Ivory Coast from 7:31. Brazil, Haiti from 8:34. This is their lowest ticket prices. France versus Iraq is from 473. The cheapest one on here is Curacao versus the Ivory Coast from 198, and Croatia versus Ghana for 514, and then the round of 16 from 1,000.
Ben, I have a question for you. Like the competition is set in place, correct?
What do you mean? The group stages are
against who?
I'm sorry?
Who's competing against who? Like the tournament is set?
Yes.
All the games are already matched up, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
For the group stage. Correct. For the group stage, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so then that's where you make your money. You're right.
I guess so. I mean,
so my question to you would be, like, what do you know that I don't know? Like, I don't know shit about soccer.
The final's gonna be Portugal versus.
I'm not gonna tell you how to bet on. I'm not gonna advise you betting on.
All right, soccer.
The reason being is, like, most of the time when I predict things in sports, I get it wrong, and so therefore I do not bet on true sports.
Hey, let's hear a song, Greg. 100% guaranteed or your money back.
I'm sorry?
Wait, let's hear a song, Greg. Go ahead, song,
The finals will be Portugal versus Mexico. Cristiano Ronaldo.
The final, no, first round. I just want to know a first round.
Well, I told you the two that are getting to the final, so bet on them all the way up.
Like, I'm trying to load up on the front end. Yeah, man. Like, you're...
Brock, you gave me the 2 teams to bet on every bracket.
The final 4, Brazil, Mexico, Portugal, possibly Germany.
I don't even know how the groups sort out to say who could possibly make it to any of that stuff. So
there's more teams this year. There's like
I don't know, but we're gonna need the National Guard in our city. Please send the National Guard now.
It used to be knockout round with 16 teams. Now it's gonna be
32, I believe.
Yeah, there's more games.
All right. So according to Kalshi, right now they have Oh, that just changed today. Oh, wow. Okay. They currently have Spain in the lead at 16.7%, France at 16.3%, England at 11.2%, followed by Portugal, Argentina, Brazil, Germany, Netherlands, and Norway are the only ones with significant amounts of money behind them.
So didn't you say there was a Norway-France game?
I'm sorry?
Did you say there was a Norway-France game?
I thought I may have said that.
My money's on Argentina.
France
Like, if they play a hell of a lot.
France versus Iran.
Hey, what if Messi takes it again?
You're talking about the ones in Syria?
I'm trying.
What if Messi takes it again?
I think Argentina's got a fair chance at it. So this is kind of the general rule with the World Cup is the best players oftentimes don't do that great because of the fact that like you're playing for your home country as opposed to you can't stack a team like Real Madrid does or PSG like Paris Saint-Germain does.
Well, if you look at European football,
you have to play with the cards that are dealt to you in the terms of who you have on your team. So like Mo Salah is like one of the best, or historically one of the best players in soccer, but he plays for Egypt and there's nobody else on that team, right? So like you may be from a country like Zlatan Ibrahimovic was one of the most incredible players to ever play the game, but he played for Sweden and there's nobody else from that country that was really good at soccer.
What about Ronaldinho, Maradona?
Right, but they played for Brazil. So, like again, if you're looking at or Benny's Maradona's, but not Brazil, but
what about Rooney?
No. You're no. Go.
No, it's just it's kind of interesting. Like you can't stack a team like Manchester City does this in England. Like they're stacking a team. So,
bro, yeah, no, you're speaking truths, and I don't even know.
That's why it's amazing that Messi won a World Cup because he's arguably the best player of all time.
Which is like,
and he actually won a World Cup, which is crazy.
You see, and also you see the numbers, like when it comes to football, like soccer or whatever. But then you relate that back to like American sports, like dude, like look at freaking NBA, like what a fucking joke, bro. Like it's not the same.
The closest comparable thing that Americans have to soccer and the way that soccer is in Europe is college football. And that's the obvious comparison.
Exactly.
Hey, but you know what's the best memes? Cristiano Ronaldo, by far, the best meme.
Like,
I would say SEC football it's touching to hold a candle to soccer.
It's similar to soccer. I would say that it does in a regional sense of like if you go to the SEC and you're like it's like
the drama. That drama is amazing.
They kill people over there. Like they kill the referees. They kill all their team members, don't they?
Well, the drama is amazing.
South America, but not so much in Europe is crazy, but there's fights and stuff. But again, you find that in the SEC.
Well, exactly.
Like the Ireland.
You said it right there.
No, but they segregate the fans.
Like teams like Georgia and Alabama.
Well, it's like
their fan base is like some type of way. Yeah, motherfucker.
Well, the Iron Bowl.
It's called the South.
So,
let's look at the Iron Bowl as an example. Like the Iron Bowl is a crazy, most historical rivalries in sports in general is Alabama Auburn, right? Like that's a huge rivalry.
Yeah, but they will separate the fans though in the stadium. Like in these soccer games, they have to separate sections, and they have to leave like before the other team can be dismissed. Right? It's crazy.
Well, I did what football did for you. It gets a little crazy. The field drama, like Massey's really good for. He's over dramatic. That's my opinion. Yeah, he's really dramatic.
Messi's never been known for being dramatic.
Messi
was of the Messi versus Ronaldo. Ronaldo has always been the more flamboyant of the two. It's not particularly close. Messi's always been the more conceited, like the more quiet, close to the chest kind of a player.
Yeah, Ronaldo cried. He started crying like a little baby.
Ronaldo is always the one with the slick hair and the hot girlfriends and the this and that. And like Messi's kind of like the quiet Argentinian guy who doesn't really speak English.
That's why I like it. Guys, this just in. Crypto stocks crashing. Major sell-off. We're fucked. Okay, but when it comes to like I say Argentina. The reason why is they play a whole different style, dude. Like if you look at
But bro, are the English not good at soccer this year?
That's why they go to South English. Europe goes to South America for a lot of their players.
But here's the deal with England. England, historically speaking, has stacked teams on paper, and they suck in the World Cup. That has historically been the case with England. Like, and again, I'm not saying that to talk crap about England. That's just the reality. England has.
Can I jump in, Ben? Can I jump in, my guy? You've been going for like 20 minutes. You've been going for like 20 minutes.
No, it's good.
Really disappointing as Americans to see
I'm trying to think of when the last time England won a World Cup. It's like
support
or something like that.
for the Zionist cause and the Zionist Christians and evangelicals. They're a huge part of this problem. And at some point, when this side of Israel and America, the Zionists, start to recognize just how devastating this is for their friends and allies and their paymasters in the Middle East, will they be a force for peace or time rapidly?
Just some more breaking news. Explosions in apparently on the base in explosion on the U.S. base in the UAE as well. Game of Thrones, jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to follow up, Doc, good to hear from you, sir. And, we grew up in a time, honestly, that if you didn't learn from the Vietnam War, Korea was a little early. I was born in 55. But Vietnam should have been a wake-up call to everyone from our generation as to the heinous bullshit of funding both sides of any war, all of the crap we've endured as Americans, the higher taxation, the higher property taxes, all of this bullshit. And, the longer I live, the more I realize and appreciate the fact that we're doing this to appease a bunch of Ashkenazi, excuse me for the language, but it's gotten my gut. I can't take this shit anymore. I cannot, okay? I went when I was 14 years old in 1969. I remember floating in the Dead Sea as the missiles were going over to the Golan Heights. Okay? I went over there with my family. I was a kid. I was 14 years old. All right? To go back now would be like suicide. But I'm one of these boomer generation Christians who grew up thinking that Israel was Israel. You can't talk about Israel. You can't this. You can't that. Even my dad was caught up in this shit. All right? I lost my dad. He died of cancer. He was a survivor of World War II. I lost my dad in 1987. It was 83. Shit. I was 26 years old, almost 27. If you don't learn from this kind of crap.
Breaking news. Okay, we've got lots. Explosions shake the bases of the Americans in the UAE. Kuwait and Bahrain's airspace is closed. 3 U.S. Air Force refueling aircraft are operating above Saudi Arabian airspace at the moment as well.
Since there's so much stuff going
Joe,
on.
can you just confirm you're okay? Because everybody was worried about you.
Yeah, I'm not in that area. So
are you okay though? Are you fine though?
I'm fine, but the Suleiman, look what got hit. Has anything been hit but an energy depot in Iran by America?
In which country?
In Iran.
Sorry?
In Iran.
It was at Keshem Island. I don't know what was actually hit.
Yeah, Keshem Island, it's all energy infrastructure. The whole island is.
And radars too.
Yeah, well, it's energy, oil, it's LNG, oil, and radars. That's all the island is.
Yeah, but they've been true. But I mean, that's what all those islands are across the Strait of Hormuz. So anytime you hit anywhere in the Strait of Hormuz, that's going to be the.
Yeah, but what I say, if we do hit, it's going to be limited and it's going to be energy infrastructure. Watch. That's what I've been saying since day one. What happened?
Okay, bro.
I'm telling you, it's energy.
Yeah, of course. So 1 second. So when they hit the telecommunications a couple of days ago, was that energy as well?
No, you have military, like if they shoot where missiles or drones are being fired from, that wouldn't surprise me. But I just think it's going to be very limited. It's not going to, I think Iran is going to do much more damage this round than America does. And it's going to feel strange that, American, which is the shock and awe strategy, is not going to do that here. And I think that's going to be a telltale sign of exactly what's happening. But we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see.
Okay. Let me see 1 second. I don't know what this is. Okay, sorry. I'm just looking at the news at the same time. Okay, cool. Yeah. Cool. Guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live. This is huge. We're not going to be ending the space, obviously, as you know, sometimes we do, but we're not going to be ending the space. We need to continue running the space, but I will be going live on YouTube as well at the same time, so I'll be giving news on both. And yeah, that's the latest. Sorry, was somebody speaking when I interrupted? I can't remember now.
It's okay. I was almost done. That's fine, Sully. Carry on.
Appreciate it. I'm sorry because I'm trying to organize the interviews as well. I was trying to get someone in earlier, but unfortunately I couldn't. But yeah, we'll be back in the normal time. Okay, let's go to Matrix Resist.
Hi. Can we emphasize on something? I think there are going to be two reasons, or probably more, why Iran is now retaliating throughout the region. One thing could be Iran emphasized that the armed forces of Iran, their patience is running out because the U.S. has violated many times the ceasefire in all fronts, or what happened after Ali Larijani's death, that Iran said basically, if any assassination happens, we go after throughout the whole region, and I'm worrying that maybe one person got assassinated. That's my take. Why they should vote? I mean, maybe that's because their patience is running out. That could be too, or we lost someone great, and I hope we didn't. Sorry, Andrew. The reason, because you're a former Navy veteran, the reason why the U.S. is attacking Iran islands, instead they could just if they go tit for tat, they can just attack some of Iran entrances of their missile cities, so they remain trapped, and the next day also remain trapped, so Iran does not have hundreds of tunnels entrances open when a greater war restarts again. Why do they not do that and just focus on maybe radar installations at the islands? Is this maybe assuming for a ground invasion? Because why would they just attack Iran's islands? It makes no sense, because attacking Iran's islands and giving Iran reason to retaliate to your bases throughout the whole region is and expanding your missile interceptors and still Iran hitting. Yeah. It's way better deal for Iran. This exchange of fire.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't make sense, does it? Because the United States they cannot do anything more than just some I'll say periphery strikes like that, standoff strikes. Because if the United States went in full blast, I'm talking shock and awe stuff, the United States is going to take heavy casualties. Yep, we saw it happen. We have all the evidence, hours of preponderance of evidence with military experts. Yep.
But we can't get inside
and given intelligence.
Yeah, we can't do anything.
We can't get, if we actually go inside there, I'm talking because we only have 3 weeks left of standoff weapons, 3 weeks, and in 3 weeks max. So now we got to go in with dumb bombs closer in, and they say, oh, they'll fly higher. Doesn't matter. They can bomb and bomb and bomb with the dumb munitions, but they're not going to at all have any effect on the underground bunker complex systems, complexes.
Do we know if they were dumb bombs, or if they were rockets?
Oh, that one's right. Don't know. It's probably standoff. I don't have anything, Joe, on anything substantial on how they did it. Probably my assumption probably be Tomahawks or something like that.
And Andrew, given the U.S. intelligence assessments themselves, they reported like Iran has 70% of their launches left and 80 or 90% of their missile cities remain functional. And now Iran has cleared out all entrances. So when a full war restarts, we could expect another time 300, 400 missiles in just 24 hours, just like the first day, if you remember. But the first day, the U.S. was way more prepared. The U.S. fired 700-800 Patriots in just 2-3 days, but this time they cannot just fire the 500-600 Patriots because that's what they problem the whole region in total. So I mean,
you're already asking a rhetorical question.
Every missile would seem like a double tap because you're expanding your last interceptors and more are getting through. 30 to even 60-70% of missiles getting through, and it means massive casualty event after another.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. You're speaking as in you're surprised. I think we all are of how stupid, incredibly insane this is in the United States. This is why I don't have any reason, no expert can give you any reason. There's no strategic victory here or even end game here for any military strategic end game. It's insane beyond unreason, beyond, I have no words. It's beyond insane, stupid, crazy. I don't have words. I really don't. So let's go in with this further. So if it's insane, why is the United States doing it? I have no justifiable reason other than we have a madman at the helm.
Because if there would be a plan, so at least one great analyst would explain what the U.S. strategy is.
They can.
It cannot be Trump is playing 7D chess or something.
No, they can't. You bring in a lot more intelligent than I am, okay? And I'm an average guy in there. I can hang in there, okay? But you get people a lot more intelligent than I am, and Soleiman himself included. And they've analyzed this. They brought in expert after expert. I've been listening for 95 days, spending hours and hours and hours going into these spaces and listening in the archives, and everyone has come to the same end game. There is no winnable doctrine here for the United States. There isn't. Zero. So what's the end game? Iran is in the driver's seat. Iran will establish itself as a global dominance in that region. And now the only thing we have left to say is, well, maybe the United States wants the straits closed. Maybe the United States wants to have an energy shortage so we can play the fuel game, the energy game with liquid LPG, with the natural gas Joe was talking about. But the end game really is we have to look at this, as Suleiman brought up, the Pax Judaica. And Iran is the only thing standing between the free world and Pax Judaica. And I believe that with all my heart. Now, I understand what Joe is saying about the United States and the energy game, but that's the bottom line. Iran is in the driver's seat, thank God.
Andrew, quick question, if you don't mind me asking. There clearly is no plan. Is he willing to sacrifice all the U.S. bases within the GCC? Because I don't look at them as
done.
I look at them as military occupation.
Yeah, they're done. Game, it's finished. I hope we're all using the proper English grammar here. We have to use the present perfect tense. Let's study that super quick, super fast grammar lesson. Present perfect tense is that which is ongoing has already happened. It's already done. The United States of America has lost the war in Iran. Iran won the battle. We have no more military presence because if you don't have a naval force, you have no naval forward presence. All Navy doctrine is based on any global presence. If the strongest country in the world has to have the number one Navy in the world, do the math. I was trained in that. I know Alfred T. Mahan's law of the sea, how that works. Naval power projected. We do not have any forward naval projection power in the Middle East. That's gone, and it has been established over 90 days now. And there will be no more reestablishment of that. And someone says, oh, it'll come back, make America great again. Okay, well, go keep drinking the Kool-Aid. We're now in a new multipolar world. That is past tense. As Simon Dixon has said, so we've all said this, we're seeing Suez Canal.
Breaking news. Let's not mention people who are not in space. U.S. forces successfully defeat multiple Iranian ballistic missiles and drones, conduct self-defense strikes on Qasem Island in response to attempted attacks by Iran across the Middle East on June the 2nd. Iran launched several ballistic missiles towards regional neighbors. However, all failed to hit the intended targets. 2 Iranian missiles fired at Kuwait fell short or broke apart en route. 3 missiles launched at Bahrain were immediately intercepted. Moments earlier, CENTCOM forces shot down 3 one-way drones launched by Iran towards civilian mariners that were transiting. No U.S. personnel were harmed. Well, that's just fake news, isn't it? No one believes that. What else have we got? News related to activity of the skies of Saudi Arabia have been denied. Military vessels of the coast of the UAE have been fired at as well. So lots of news coming through there as well. Let me see the last thing I posted.
Did you see the air sorties, by the way? So I'm not between the border of Iraq and Iraq.
Say that again, sorry?
Multiple reports of air sorties between Iraq and Iran on the border. Don't know what side it's on.
Okay.
I would assume
seems like once again the US are trying to play this down, so it looks like they don't wanna go further. They just want to take the hit.
It's about a $6 fluctuation in oil price for the day.
Has it gone up? I thought the market's closed though, isn't it? Is it not?
Well, it seems like they knew something was coming. It probably went up like right before the strikes happened. But yeah.
The whole market predicted a conflict based on what the market did today.
Say it again, sorry?
I said the whole market predicted something was going to happen because all major assets tanked and stuff like oil.
Yeah, I saw like Bitcoin crash. I saw the market drop a bit. So and I was thinking, why did that happen?
Yeah, it's because it seemed that these tensions were something was going to happen. I assumed, because there's nothing else in the market that would suggest why this would happen. Why the market would react today.
Yeah. Exactly.
But it goes to show oligarchs know, right? The Epstein class knows, and they move their money before it happens.
That's
but we don't get the memo. We don't get the memo.
It's because Satan called off the ceasefire. So to the market, that was like, okay, like the ceasefire is over.
Oh, you think that's the reason for the drop?
It's definitely the reason. The market's not stupid, like they know when things are going on. They know as soon as Netanyahu came out with that statement, that's when the whole thing reversed. And I was like, all right, like this idiot's like gonna like obviously ruin the ceasefire again.
Okay, guys, listen. Also, if you're on the second channel, we're going to be moving to the first channel. Guys, if you're on the space, if there's any huge breaking news, then do open your mic and speak, but be very clear. Tell me what it is in case I missed it, because it's very important, and tell me where the news is from as well, because when I do the interview, I'll have to do the interview and double check at the same time. So, of course, we continue on with the breaking news, but if there's any breaking news from any of you guys that you see and you want to relay, you need to just unmute your mic and then just let me know that way. So that's kind of the way we'll do it. Iran is reporting multiple attacks. Sorry, one second. Iran, no, that's wrong. 1 second. Okay, that's not, ignore that, I misread that. So yeah, that's that. So that's the way we're going to do it. So just so everyone's aware. On the YouTube, guys, if you're on the second channel, we're going to be moving to the first channel now. So just watch out for that. I'm just going to do all the things. If there's any breaking news, guys.
Announcement, Simon.
Sorry?
The latest IRGC announcement, you probably want to read that out.
Yeah, do you want to read it? I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I can read it. It says the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has announced that its aerospace force has struck the U.S. Navy Fifth Fleet headquarters with missiles and drones. The statement said the attack was in response to a series of U.S. aggressions near the Strait of Hormuz. According to the IRGC, a U.S. aircraft hit an Iranian tanker near the strait, causing engine room damage. Iran then targeted a U.S.-Israeli vessel named Panaya.
Causing what? You said that injury and death?
Causing engine room damage.
Oh, engines, okay.
Oh, yeah. Iran then targeted a U.S.-Israeli vessel called Panaya. The U.S. subsequently struck the IRGC telecommunication tower in South Kashem Island. In retaliation, Iran attacked the U.S. air and helicopter base in a regional country and the Fifth Fleet headquarters. And then it has a statement. We have warned any aggression would be met with a different and heavier response, and we acted accordingly, the IRGC says. Disrupting the security of the Strait of Hormuz will have heavy price for the aggression of the U.S. military.
Joe, can you send me that, please?
Yeah, it's on one of the TG channels that I know you go to. Have you go to?
Just send me it.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Thank you. Okay, so that's how we're going to do it, guys. So that's on. Okay, if you're on the second channel, I have pinned the moral resistance channel. You need to come across there. Come across to the moral resistance channel. The tweet is pinned. Come across there. We're going to be on there. We're going to be giving the latest news there. So if you can do that for me, that would be awesome. What's happened here? Okay, no, what's that? Okay, cool. Yeah, it's called Come Across There. I think I've started that. Okay. And yeah, we'll give you the latest news. Cool. On that regard. Yeah. Matrix, you want to add something while I'm switching over?
Oh, yes. Given that the islands of Iran are pretty small, I mean, they're not the smallest, but I mean, they're not very big, and there's still telecommunication and other radar equipment that is still being there, and the US had 5 weeks of time to target all those targets, and it didn't achieve their objectives, or Iran was hiding them. Iran has maybe a lot of deep underground tunnel networks there. I think maybe there is another reason why the US is still trying to attack those. Maybe it's trying to weaken Iran's eyes over the Persian Gulf. So maybe in the future, the US has more freedom of operations, even with their drones or everything. Because otherwise, yeah, why would you just attack radar installations of a island you're not going to invade, right? And it's like kind of an early warning radar, because Iran doesn't have like the early warning radars of US that see from 5,000 kilometers. Probably it's more like 300 kilometers, like 200 miles. And Iran coasts are like risky, right? So
okay,
Iran cannot put.
Sorry, just apologies. I'm not even trying to be rude. I'm just going to move everyone across now. If you're on the second channel, I'm about to end it. Everyone come across to the first channel. We're about to go live on there. So everyone do come across. Click on the tweet that is pinned. Everyone come across. Like I said, guys, if there's any breaking news, then do give me that breaking news, and we'll take it from there. And yeah, if you could do that for me, that would be awesome. Testing. Yeah, okay, cool. That is sorted. And yeah, lots to speak about and lots to get through. So I'm about to end the stream now, so come across. So then we're going live now. Okay, guys, let me know if the audio is working on the YouTube. Huge breaking news. We have information now, confirmation that Iran has fired a number of missiles towards a large number of countries in the Middle East. Kuwait has been hit. At least 10 missiles were fired towards Kuwait. Two of the possible targets that we're hearing is the US base Ali Al Air Base in Kuwait, and the other one was the Arijan Air Base in Kuwait as well. The US 5th Fleet in Bahrain was also targeted and hit. We had multiple explosions. We also had reports that there were explosions in Dubai as well. We're going to be giving you the breaking news throughout this conversation. We're going to be obviously having on ex-CIA Larry Johnson come on the show as well. So do me a favor, like this video. Let's try and get as many people in here as possible. Very important news. And we're going to be giving it to you throughout the night. We have ex-CIA Larry Johnson, then we have ex-CIA Ray McGovern, and then we have Lieutenant Anthony Aguilar, and possibly more guests. We're also live on other platforms as well, and so people may interrupt to give us some breaking news as well. For example, right now we've heard Iran has continuously and in a sustained manner attacked Iranian Kurdish opposition groups in Iraqi Kurdistan for the last 30 minutes. We also see US bases are on fire. I see here now US base in Kuwait is on fire. A US base in Kuwait is on fire. Guys, if you're on the YouTube, I do need you to do me a favor, and that favor is to like this video and get as many people in here as possible. And as I'm looking down, whenever I look down, it is because I'm looking for some breaking news, and this is breaking explosion.
It's a good day, right, Suleiman?
In just only interrupt, guys, if you could do me a favor when there's some breaking news. Thank you. To the people on the panel, if you can, because normally I mute when I'm on YouTube, but if you can just mute, if you can just open your mic when there's some breaking news, that would be marvelous, just to keep the stream clear and going. So breaking news, explosions in Bahrain. There is confirmation, CENTCOM are claiming that there was no strikes, but there was indeed some strikes. We have got a statement from the IRGC, and the statement from the IRGC is as follows. And let me get that for you. And actually, let me see if this works. And guys, like I said, like the video, share the video, and let everybody know that we're on this channel. Many people may not know that we're on this channel. We have ex-CIA Larry Johnson coming on, and as we normally do, it's something we've always been known for, is to provide the breaking news as and when we receive it. So let's look. So yeah. So there was explosions in Bahrain, Kuwait. We've had some that there's explosions in Dubai, and also alerts in Saudi Arabia too. Now, there also was a report that airspace in Bahrain and Kuwait has been closed. So we're going to be talking about that as well. I'm just putting this tweet out. It's a flop. Just 1 second. And then we're going to be good to go. And as I said, do let everyone know about it. Like this video. We've got Larry coming on in the next minute or two. So Larry coming on is going to be brilliant, very important. This guy is very knowledgeable, and to give the breaking news with him is going to be amazing. We're going to continue on with the space in case anybody thinks that we're not. We are going to. So if there's any breaking news, we'll continue to give you it on the space. If anybody wants the link to the YouTube, I'm going to put it in the nest at the moment. And let's get into it. There's going to be a lot of news to speak about, a lot of news to get through. We're not going to end the space. We're going to continue on with the YouTube. Let me just... okay, cool. So we're just waiting for Larry. But in the meantime, let me just give some more news. Let me try this 1 second. Okay, so I need, here we go. And yeah, guys, retweet the space. I'm just going to give some update on the news to the YouTube people, just in case any news they missed out on, and then we'll take it from there. So here you should be able to see the news, and let me spotlight it for you. So we've seen explosions in Bahrain, and we have this statement from the IRGC, which says, in response to the flagrant aggression committed by U.S. terrorist forces against the national sovereignty of the Islamic Republic of Iran on Qasem Island, the IRGC Aerospace Force struck U.S. military occupation bases in Kuwait with precise and intensive missile strikes, successfully destroying their targets and setting the aggressors' fortification ablaze. The IRGC issues this as an initial response that delivers a severe warning to the U.S. administration and any parties permitting their territory or airspace to be used as a launch pad for aggression against Iran. Any acts of aggression or any move against a single inch of our borders and sovereignty will be met with seismic crushing and decisive response that goes beyond existing boundaries. Our forces will not hesitate to turn all enemy positions and interests in the region to ash. The era of hit and run is over. So that was the statement by Iran. Obviously, we'll continue to give you the news as and when we receive it. And then, yeah, we'll continue to give you the news as and when we receive it. That's brilliant. That's in the right angles for when I want to give the news there. Okay, awesome. So lots of news, lots to speak about, lots to get through. Let me just give you some more news. Obviously, some of the news we've been tweeting out, but that statement talked about explosions in specifically Kuwait. But we know there's been explosions confirmed in Bahrain. We know there's reports of explosions in Dubai. We know that there's alerts in Saudi Arabia. So this is a significant, and also Iraq. Iraq has been dealing with explosion after explosion after explosion. So major explosions happening throughout. And yeah, let me just have this ready for more news as well. Okay. And yeah, what I'm seeing here is Channel 14 News is saying if the Iranian regime fires even a single shot at Israel tonight, all the gates of hell will be opened against it. Cabinet of Kuwait said, we demand Iran to stop attacking Kuwait and we condemn it. So obviously we're going to continue giving you the news as and when we receive it. The news is coming out. Let me just make sure. And yeah, we're just waiting for Larry. He could be a couple of minutes off. Obviously, there's a lot of news, so it's maybe held up in previous broadcast. But in the meantime, retweet and like this video, guys, and let's try and get as many people in the YouTube as possible. Lots to get through and lots to break down. We will be having former CIA Larry Johnson. He's coming in a second. He just messaged me. Brilliant. So this is huge. This is major breaking news. And we're seeing a lot of evidence. It says escalating attacks from Iran in response to ceasefire violations by the United States of America. The U.S. attacked Qasem Island with an at least 3 projectiles and at least 1 impact. Iran hit Ali al-Salim Air Base in Kuwait. They hit Arif Jan military U.S. base in Kuwait. They hit U.S. Navy 5th Fleet base in Bahrain. Targets within the UAE, apparently an American base in UAE. Possible sirens in Saudi Arabia. There was sirens in Saudi Arabia, but we don't know about if there was any strikes. And also, Separatist HQ in Erbil in Iraq were hit as well. Multiple strikes and multiple hits. That's the latest news. Obviously, we're going to continue to give you the news, and actually, let me catch up the YouTube for any of the news that they missed. Although I did a kind of overview, give it, but we've seen multiple hits. CENTCOM are denying that any of these visuals were hit, but they've done that in the past. They've done that in the past where they deny strikes, and then we find out that strikes did indeed hit. We're going to have Larry Johnston coming on. He's going to break all of this news down with us as it's coming through live. The only thing I ask of the YouTube audience is if you can like the video. Do it brilliant. Everyone's hitting the emojis on there as well. Appreciate that. On the X, if you can retweet the space as well. We're going to be continuing to give you the news throughout the night. We've got so many great guests coming on to break the news down. Larry, thanks for joining us.
Can I ask for a 2-minute delay? Because I've been sitting here back to back since 6 o'clock.
Of course, Larry. Never mind 2 minutes, Larry. Take 3 minutes.
Okay.
I was going to say take the number of minutes as missile struck, but then there'll be too many missiles. There'll be too many minutes.
I'll be right back. I got to turn the lights on anyway. It's starting to get dark.
Appreciate it. So Larry will be coming on in a couple of minutes. Don't worry about it. I was going to say to Larry, take as many minutes as the number of missiles that Iran just struck today. But then I realized there's so many. I don't want to be waiting so many minutes. So I changed my mind and I didn't say that to him. But let me continue to give you the news as this is happening. In the meantime, like I said, you guys, I'm not going to repeat it, but you guys know what you need to do. Kuwait did receive a large number of hits too. And this is ongoing. So obviously, as the news comes in, we'll continue to give you the news as and when we receive it. Okay, so the IRGC says the U.S. struck, and this was mentioned earlier in the space as well, but the IRGC said the U.S. struck an Iranian oil tanker near the Strait of Hormuz, damaging its engine room and IRGC telecommunication mast south of Keshem Island. In response, the IRGC says it targeted a vessel named Panaya with anti-ship missiles. Apparently that vessel is an American-Israeli vessel, or an American vessel at least. A U.S. air and helicopter base in a regional country, they targeted those. U.S. HQ of the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet with missiles and drones. And I mentioned all of the U.S. air bases where these strikes were carried out. So we have a huge amount of breaking news coming through. Obviously, we'll continue to give you it as and when we receive it. Okay, the IRGC, just some more information. I just mentioned this, but the IRGC confirmed it struck a vessel called Panaya in the Strait of Hormuz in response to alleged U.S. attacks. We also have the U.S. officials who made a statement. They said, we remain committed to the ceasefire with Iran. The ceasefire remains in place. The ceasefire still stands. What that tells you is the United States of America are not going to be responding to these attacks. Quite clearly, this is a major escalation and major aggression by Iran in response to multiple strikes on their locations. Guys, make sure you subscribe to this channel as well and put your notifications on. As you know, for many years, we've been the #1 place on X for breaking news, and now we're doing the exact same thing on YouTube. We have a huge number of people on X, and we've got a huge number of people on YouTube as well. So let me just see what else we've got here. Iran is hitting Kuwait very hard with major bombardment. The fact that the United States of America are saying that they're not going to respond, that the ceasefire remains in place, is interesting to say the least. Okay, and I've got another. Okay, brilliant. And we've got another statement. Hi, Larry. How you doing? Thanks for coming. There's been a huge amount of news, Larry. I know you're aware of it. You've been on a number of podcasts. What's your thoughts about what's happening?
Well, this is. Let's go back to the news that Pepe asked about how it broke yesterday. We received intelligence last Thursday, and so when we're getting it like Thursday, I'm getting it midday Thursday. It's already Thursday night, and maybe it was early Friday morning in Iran. But the Iranian Supreme National Security Council had met, and they met in response to the attacks that had been taking place on Keshem Island and Bandar Abbas, and the attack on two Iranian naval speedboats. And so the message, they made a decision and then directed President Pezeshkian to contact Foreign Minister Sharif of Pakistan. And Pezeshkian delivered the following message to Sharif. Now remember, this was last Thursday. Said, one, we're going to withdraw. We're breaking off the negotiations. The United States is violating it. They've attacked us. They blockaded us. And the Israelis are attacking Lebanon and are attacking Beirut. That is a complete violation of the ceasefire. We're pulling out. Second, we're going to withdraw from the non-proliferation treaty. And third, we will then, at some point after that, as a demonstration to show that we do have a nuclear device, we will detonate a nuclear device in Iranian territory in order to say, okay, this is now, Iran has upped the pressure. And what happened? Then Sharif turned around to his foreign minister and said, okay, get on the phone or get with Marco Rubio as fast as possible, let him know this. So the United States was informed of that. I think it'd be natural to say, well, okay, that's what they're saying, but they don't really mean it. And then 10 o'clock Eastern time yesterday, 10 a.m. Eastern, Iran announced, we're done. The negotiations are over. The United States basically is not trustworthy. Now, it's within that, it's conditional. That if the United States turned around and began complying with the agreement, doing what they had said they'd do, then Iran, I think, would reconsider. But until the United States does that, they're not going back. And the point you're making that the United States is saying, oh, the ceasefire is still in place. That tells me that part about the nuke, that's also true. Because they don't want to go there. The United States does not want that to happen. The minute Iran detonates a nuclear device, shows that it has one, that Donald Trump is going to be proven the ultimate buffoon. That it was under his watch that this whole thing fell apart. So that's where we're at. And I think right now what Iran is doing what it said it would do is targeting these attacks that have taken place on Iranian territory, came out of Kuwait. So they're hitting Kuwait. They're not hitting Saudi Arabia. They're not hitting Qatar. The next one, they're reportedly also hitting Bahrain. And they will probably hit the UAE if the UAE continues to provide support to U.S. military operations. So yeah, this is escalating. How far it will go, we'll have to wait and see.
So Larry, just on that, by the way, guys, we are going to give you the breaking news as and when we receive it as well. Because I know a lot of people here for the breaking news. I guess the question is, who or how did Iran get the nuclear bomb? Was it something they produced themselves? Was it a third-party country country that gave it to them? What's the information on this?
You remember Ringo Starr's song, I Get By with a Little Help from My Friends? I think this was a Ringo Starr moment. And without identifying the country, let me just point out that Iran has very good relations with Russia, China, with North Korea, and with Pakistan. What those four countries all share in common is they all have functional nuclear weapons. And Iran is aligned with them, not to use nuclear weapons as in an offensive manner. And I think, if Iran ever decided to use a nuke, they would use it against Israeli military bases, Israeli military facilities. They're not going to use it against civilians. That's still, they walk that fine line within Shia theology, and I'm sure it's shared within Sunni theology too. Just not among the Wahhabis, the Deobandis, and the Salafists. But for the vast majority of Sunni Muslims, the idea of killing the non-combatant is sin, is haram. So the Iranians, they don't pay lip service to that. They believe that. In fact, you notice that how many civilians in Israel were not killed, and in Saudi Arabia, and in Qatar, and in Bahrain, and in Kuwait, and in UAE during the first 5 weeks of this war. Iran actually went to great lengths to not inflict civilian casualties. They made sure they were hitting strategic economic targets and military targets. Now, did they kill military personnel? Oh, absolutely. Well, that's fair. That's not dishonorable. Killing civilians is dishonorable. And I'll add a note to that we had to listen to the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations Security Council yesterday complaining about Hezbollah attacks in Israel. And I just wish somebody at the council would have said, excuse me, how many civilians has Hezbollah killed in Israel in the last 4 weeks? And I think Danny would have had to say none or a few. And then somebody say, well, Mr. Ambassador, how many civilians has your government killed in Lebanon and in Gaza in the last 4 weeks? That answer is thousands. Women, children, men who are not military, elderly men, thousands. So you tell me, who's the threat?
No doubt. I totally agree with you. Like, I only believe in defensive law as well. I think that's very much clear in Sunni and Shia theology. Now, Larry, you mentioned 4 countries that possibly could have given Iran a nuclear bomb. Which country was it?
Yeah, I'm not going to say.
I tried it. I tried it. When I was asked the question, I thought, should I have a smile or not? I thought, let's have a serious face.
Iran has the engineering capability to build a device on its own. So it's not really one that has to go begging for this. But to be put into a position where they can now say with a credible threat that don't tread on me. That's why I think based upon how Trump and his team have been reacting since yesterday, it's sort of anti-Trumpian, if you will. Because normally Trump's out calling people names and insulting them and calling them losers and threatening we're going to end your civilization. I haven't heard any of that yet. I don't think you will. But I think one of the major reasons is Iran has now said, okay, we're not playing around with this anymore, and we're not going to be your punching bag. We have laid out very clearly that, so the next step, if these attacks don't stop, I think the next step, Iran will announce we are withdrawing from the non-proliferation treaty. We're not going to be the only ones following the rule of law while Israel and the United States ignore the rule of law.
Just another question on that, Larry. You mentioned something about that they plan a test as well? Is there going to be a test for the nuclear bomb as well to just exhibit to the public?
The specific language that was published last night on sonar21.com. I said, is Iran going to get the new question mark? And I said the answer is yes. And within that, they made it very, very clear that they're not using this as an offensive weapon to attack someone. They're going to do it as a demonstration. In other words, to have a detonation, probably underground, because I don't think they're going to do an above-ground detonation that would risk contamination with radioactive material. But they're going to do it in such a way that there will be no doubt, at least among Western analysts, that they've now joined the nuclear club.
Okay, and in terms of this possible nuclear demonstration they're going to do, is this, I'm presuming, based on the information that you've given, this was after the assassination of Sayyid Ali al-Khamenei, and what? Okay. And then the second question is, what is the timeline of when this happened?
Well, the time, you mean the timeline of this decision making?
The timeline of the decision and the procurement of the nuclear bomb.
Yeah, I don't have any information on that. But it's something that's been done, and I would suspect that the Ayatollah had directed people prepare. If I was him, I'd prepare at least 3 devices, because you don't want to just prepare one. That's all you got. To have a credible threat, you got to have more than one. And but to have it, in their back pocket, would Iran return to the table and say, okay, let's negotiate that we don't have a nuclear weapon? Yes, I believe they would, because they want to live in a situation where they're not under nuclear threat from Israel, and that they're not under threat of being attacked at whatever moment by the United States or by Israel. Because the history, despite all the Western propaganda, the history of Iran for the last 47 years, is they've not been out attacking their neighbors. They haven't rallied armies to attack Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, UAE, Qatar. No, they stayed at home. The only time that they went outside was to Syria, where they were asked for help by Bashar al-Assad, who was under a concerted attack by the West, by U.S. intelligence, by British intelligence, by Israeli intelligence, who were aiding and abetting the radical Islamists, the Salafists, the Deobandis, the Wahhabis, that, and they're under their, I'll call it the un-Islamic version of Islam. They would kill other Muslims simply because they took it upon themselves to judge who was a Muslim and who wasn't, which is, again, I think, anathema to mainstream Muslim thought.
Totally agree. And we've got some more breaking news. This is a statement. We did get a few statements, and we'll just give the news as well as we're having this interview, the breaking news. This was a statement by the IRGC. The earlier statements allegedly weren't accurate. This is an accurate rendition of the statement. It says, quote, late last night, the invading U.S. military targeted an Iranian oil tanker near the Strait of Hormuz with a Hellfire missile, damaging the engine room. In response to this aggression and violation of the regulations of the Strait of Hormuz, the IRGC targeted an enemy Zionist American ship, the Panaya, with missiles. In renewed aggression, the American enemy also targeted an IRGC communication center on Keshem Island. In response to this aggression, its airbase and its helicopter base stationed in one of the countries in the region, Kuwait, as well as the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, was subjected to an attack by missiles and drones of the IRGC Aerospace Force. We warned previously that in the event of an aggression, the response would be different and harsher, and we have acted accordingly. These responses should serve as a lesson. We reaffirm that undermining the security of the Strait of Hormuz will cost the invading U.S. military a heavy price. We also have another piece of breaking news has been set up over Erbil in northern Iraq, covering 13 nautical mile radius and up 6,000 feet, officially for a military exercise running from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So major escalation, and also obviously the airport in Bahrain has also been closed, and Kuwait. Larry, major attacks by Iran, specifically Bahrain and Kuwait. We had alerts. We had also possible reports that there was explosions in the UAE, although that one needs to be verified. The UAE just keep things under wraps. And we did hear alerts in Saudi, although they were not verified either. What's your thoughts about these specific attacks?
Well, again, they are measured responses. And the key is they are responses to U.S. attacks. These have not been initiated by Iran. And that's been, that's been the track record throughout this war. So, Iran is, I'll say, maintaining its integrity. That they're not going to play into the hands of the West. The West has created a narrative that they're this crazed Islamic fanatics who want to destroy Christians. No, Iran is defending itself and is specifically targeting Kuwait. Because the Hellfire missile, I suspect that was fired by a drone, not by a pilot. And those drones apparently are coming out of Kuwait. And so that's why they're hitting both the air base and the Army base in Kuwait, the U.S. Army facility. So, the U.S. is going to have to make a decision. Are they going to escalate? And if they escalate, then that's the end of the ceasefire. And putting Donald Trump in a real pickle. I heard, I haven't verified it independently, but I was told on an earlier broadcast with Peter Kerson that the Trump's popularity is now below 30%. And I find that quite believable. We're also seeing that, with the past manipulation of oil prices, that the price is now inflating. And I think the oil market's waking up and realizing that this whole thing about an imminent peace agreement was complete fraud.
Yeah. And guys, make sure you like this video and get as many people in here as possible. Very important breaking news happening. Larry, the Americans the Americans are denying that these missiles struck their targets. They're saying that Iran is lying. What's your thoughts on that? This is directly from CENTCOM.
Yeah, America's lying. I'm telling the truth on this. Iran's not looking for a pretext. Iran is content to let things run. It's the United States attacking. I mean, who can give the United States any benefit of the doubt, since they're the ones that in the midst of peace negotiations or negotiations to secure and ensure that Iran did not have a nuclear weapon, the United States betrayed those negotiations and used that as a pretext to launch that attack on the 28th of February. Even though the mediator from, I think he's the foreign minister of Oman, he was very, very upbeat on the 26th of February. He said, oh boy, we got, things are looking really good. I think we're making some real progress. And that got blown to hell on the morning of the 28th of February.
Okay, we've got some more breaking news. Bahrain has closed its entire airspace until 4 p.m. All flights grounded amid fresh regional security alerts and Gulf air defense activity. That's the latest news on that. We did hear earlier on today that Bahrain had cancelled their flights to Iran and Iraq. Could that be in relation to this? Did they kind of smell something was coming?
Yeah, I'd say so. But I don't believe in coincidence. So if it's in fact, if that is true, then yeah, that would show that they knew this was coming. They knew the United States was going to go after this Iranian tanker.
So the U.S., Larry, is saying that they don't want to escalate. They're trying to, again, play this down. The countries that were hit, the smaller Gulf countries like Kuwait, like Bahrain, do you think this does escalate, or do you think that Trump as you mentioned, because of the fear of the nuclear bomb, because of the fear of various other things, Trump wants to play all of this down.
Yeah, well, I think he's trying to play it down right now because of that message that was delivered to Marco Rubio, pointing out that this could advance to a demonstration that Iran has a nuke. And I think Trump and company want to avoid that embarrassment. I mean, that would be a complete, completely. The questions that would be coming up at the press conference was, wait, you said you obliterated their capability. Yeah. Of course, they turn around and say, see, we told you all along Iran was going to do this. But it is the fact that Trump has avoided getting into the name calling and doing that kind of thing that he normally does tells me that he recognizes that this is quite serious, and that they're trying to keep this from getting out of hand.
But in order to stop it from getting out of hand, the one thing you've got to do is to make sure that you don't cause the initial confrontation that will cause this to get out of hand. And if you look at each one of these incidences, every single one of these days have been initiated by the United States of America. So why prod and cause such a response? Why attack and cause such a response when you know you don't have the ability, the capability to respond?
I think there's a continued test. They're not certain that Iran means what it says, and that's why Iran's responding as it is. Yeah, we absolutely need it. Trust us. And, we're not going to talk. We're going to do our talking with business. We're not going to do our talking with words.
So we have got some visuals. Actually, it's not plugged in. Guys, by the way, guys, when I'm looking down, it's because we're looking for news. We're looking for new information and clips. But this visual should hopefully show. And let me. Here it is. Let me show that angle. Here we go. Okay, so you can see here, hopefully, you can see this American air defense failing in Kuwait after failing to destroy Iranian missiles. So you can see the Iranian missile does end up striking. So this kind of debunks the claim, Larry, about them stopping the missile.
Are you suggesting that the United States is lying? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, you are, and they are. Okay.
Yeah, this is.
We intercepted everything. Yeah, sure. Tell that to the people on the ground.
Yeah.
I don't rule out the possibility that Iran, in its missile response, is using what I'll call lower grade, lower capable missiles. That they're using. That these are more just as a reminder that, okay, we're not hitting you with our full weight. We're hitting you enough that you know we're serious about this. But if you keep fucking around, you're going to find out.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's happening. Larry, just on this, actually, let me get up the targets that were struck in these different locations. So it was Ali Al Salim U.S. Air Base in Kuwait. It was Arif Jan military U.S. base in Kuwait. There was the U.S. Navy 5th Fleet in Bahrain. There were also allegedly targets in the UAE. We did hear there were sirens in the UAE. We also had the possibility that there were sirens in Saudi Arabia. And then we also heard that the separatists HQ, which some call Mossad HQ, in Erbil also received consistent attacks as well. What's your thoughts about those locations and why those specific locations were targeted?
I don't see Iran doing anything against the Saudis unless the Saudis allow their airspace to be used for attacks, and I don't think the Saudis are. But that, I don't, Qatar as well. They're not. They've got the major air base in the area, Al Udeid, but apparently that air base is not being used for any kind of offensive operations against Iran. As far as Bahrain, there is no 5th Fleet there anymore. Where the 5th Fleet used to be located, where the 5th Fleet headquarters used to be, basically empty. So the United States is not in a position to really do much damage to those.
So if the fleets are empty and non-operational, why would Iran waste the time attacking it?
Well, again, it's the West claiming that it's attacking it, not Iran. I didn't see the ROGCs that were hitting targets about Bahrain.
Well, this one claims this, unless this is a fake one, but I'm being told this is a legitimate IRGC statement. The one I read, you know the one I read, Larry. It says, in response to this aggression, its air-based and its helicopter-based stationed in one of the countries in the region, Kuwait, as well as the headquarters of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain, was subjected to an attack by missiles and drones of the IRGC aerospace force.
Well, they're attacking an empty shell because the Fifth Fleet Command is not back in Bahrain. It'd be insane to be back there. They don't have any protection.
So do you think that this attack then, this specific attack on that specific base was more of a kind of, not an action?
A reminder. The reason they may have targeted that was because of the Panium or Panaya that Iran hit. It's sort of the tit for tat. You hit our ship, we'll hit your ship.
Yeah. Now, we also saw that the another telecommunication radar was hit in Kashim Island. I brought this up to you the other day, Larry. They are starting to consistently hit a number of telecommunication radars on the Strait of Hormuz. As someone who is intelligence, how important is that? Like, if they take enough out, what would that do?
Well, it depends. So I start with the assumption that Iran is not dependent upon one type of communication system. They have both visible systems that are above ground, but I think they also have other systems, some below ground. And you can't rule out that they've also created decoys. They've created, if you will, a target that looks like a communications node. Turns out that it isn't. But if the United States plan is to gradually try to wipe out the ability to communicate between these units, then that could be a prelude to another attack. Maybe try to insert ground forces. But I don't think the U.S. is there yet, because I'm not hearing the chatter that you normally would hear, that if that kind of major operation was planned, then there would be activities undergirding it that would be underway right now. And I'm not seeing or hearing that.
Well, that's interesting, because we've got some news that suggests the opposite, but then I guess this could be just fake reporting. But there is some news claiming air defense activity is reported in Isfahan. Locals within Western Tehran are reporting a possible power cut, and also locals in Western Tehran are also reporting aerial jet activity. Now, this may not be a U.S. attack. It could be, for example, Iranian jets. It could be, for example, power that has been cut by Iran themselves because of certain defense procedures they put in place. It could also be that the air defense activity is ready for anything possible, even though it may not be coming. But these are the latest and breaking news.
Well, and also consider that what might be taking place over Isfahan is a U.S. drone trying to do intelligence collection. And the Iranian air defense systems naturally would engage that target. And they've shot down over 25 MQ-9 Reapers and several MQ-1 Predators over the course of the last 12, 13 weeks. So that could be another explanation. I do think it's more likely that the air traffic that they're hearing over Iran is Iranian air traffic, not U.S. air traffic.
Fair enough. That makes sense. That does actually make sense. Because I remember you mentioned to me that if something like that was to be happening, you would be hearing chatter at least about 5 to 6 hours before something happened.
Yeah, there's a whole host of, let's call it, they issue, first the flow is there's an issue, a concept of operations, and then there's an alert warning order that the units that are actually going to carry out the military activity, they have to go back with a proposed concept of operations. And then that concept of operations is accepted or modified, communicated back down the line, and then that becomes the plan. And then they have to wait for the execution order. So I don't think we're at that stage yet. But again, I'm not sitting in any of the command centers monitoring their message traffic.
Yeah. And guys, make sure that
eligible, and there's a period of time for it,
Okay, this one's about karma ratings, and I know we're purposely kind of ambiguous about what goes into making karma, but this person wants to know if it's possible to include karma ratings for your comments. They say that you're an active participant in Clubhouse, and they love it if participants were rewarded for their comments.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they are. I think that when you make comments, I think that.
Yeah, well, that's hard work, and for sure. I think this is maybe about the tone of what you're posting as a comment. I think we have the ability to interpret positive and negative.
Yeah, I think our philosophy is like if you're posting good, constructive, interesting, funny, great comments, like people like that.
Oh, interesting question. I've got this a couple times just with users in Japan who say their karma means something very different there, and they were curious why we chose that word because it has negative connotations.
Oh no, I didn't know that. Yeah. Well, let's do that. No conversation.
But we mean good, we mean well.
That's how we know.
Okay, so Paul, I have one more question. This user would like to ask about something that was previously mentioned in town hall. Paul and said that we would at some point get the option to delete private back channel messages, but we haven't heard anything since. Is there an update and when this happened?
It's not an update, but I will make it. I can use that sound like all this. Right now, one thing that we're doing on the team is cataloging all sorts of things like this that we should just knock out to make that better for people and to give people what they want. And this is definitely one of the ones on the list. So let me take an action item to try to get that up there.
Awesome. As I'm looking at the chat really quick before we wrap up, I see a couple people asking if we were bringing clips back and just in this previous town hall. I think Paul might have said the clips are coming back, so maybe you wanted to use something out of that hall, maybe just a little bit. So maybe you want to use something about that hall, maybe just a little bit. It's the caption.
Clips are going to be cool. So, like, and they'll start off very simple. And, like, but there's also just that to automatically suggest things for you if you end up video clips like there's just a lot of videos. I'm excited about it as a way to catch up on as moments from the roots of the list and for people to share it off platform and build their communities for
for people to have it as a way to discover new people they might want to follow, new houses they might want to join. Like if you go to a house or someone's profile, it'd be really nice if you could listen to some highlights of like some of the funniest, most interesting, best things they've said. So I'm really excited about it. It's going to be awesome. We're working on it right now.
As you know, I get asked about clips a lot.
New houses they might want to join. Like if you go to a house.
It's been kind of pandemonium in terms of great feedback. And I think as somebody who has, you know this about me, I have internally advocated for some form of clips to return based on the feedback we got. And I was not even prepared for how phenomenally better it's going to be than the original clips experience.
Like, let's not overset expectations. It's pretty simple to start. But
it's fundamentally going to change the way people use the app, and that's all I'm going to say.
Oh, that's awesome. That's great.
Well, I'm super excited about that.
Hopefully people like them.
I will intend to make sure that they do. So, Paul, we have made it just in time. I'm super glad we got to everyone's questions. That's it. And again, please send us your questions so we can answer them here in Town Hall. And Paul, please bring us home for another Town Hall. June is in the record books.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming to Town Hall. We say this all the time, but we really, really, really want your feedback. We're really trying to do a great job of building what you want and building what you're asking for. So please tell us what you want more often, and it's awesome. And we're going to see how quickly we can get it out to you. I'm really excited about the big things that are coming up that we've talked about, and also ones that we haven't yet talked about. And see you in just a couple weeks. I think June 2nd. Wait, what's our next town hall?
July 7th.
July 7th. Okay, perfect. We'll see you, I guess, July 7th, which is not in a couple weeks, but we'll make sure to drop a ton of updates, and more importantly, a ton of new product updates to the app over the weeks that follow. And thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, rest of your evening, wherever you are in the world. As we like to say here at Clubhouse, we'll see you in the hallways. Thanks, everybody!
Big thanks again to Natalie. Here comes the plane, everyone.
Well, I got to.
Double dipping. Bye.
with all the new houses they might want to join. Like if you go to a house or something profile, it'd be really nice. All the new houses.
This athlete caught everyone's attention almost immediately, until people suddenly found out what she agreed to do. This is Veronica Miller, the successful German sprinter rapidly gaining attention both on and off the track. For a while, everything about her is still Palestinian.
Charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. eternity of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Oh, ye true divine hearts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who parteth the ship of wrath and sing onwards to the heights of heaven. Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth, behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein tumbled the hill on the firmament. I travel upon high, I tread upon the firmament of I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of the new, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified wrath, giving my life to the dwellers of I say, come on down from the mountains, celestial waters shall flow with my word, for I am ready to come. Therefore all things are as my designs. Therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence. Unutterable wisdom, all light, all power. see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hearts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra, advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine, which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra, advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine, which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein Tar floateth over.
The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place, let him begin by a ritual of the enterer, as followeth. H vivo preocum, o procul este profani, bahlasti, peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the grave. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. O thou of the ibis head, thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy lens is the night sky blue. Thou whose skin is a flaming orange, as though it burned in a furnace. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force, whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life
unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see my mind on inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the enterer, as followeth. HB Valpriocol, Procol est profani, Malasti, Ompeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the bay. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. I invoke, O thou of the iris head. I invoke, thou who wieldest the bond of double power. I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. I invoke, thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy heavens as a night sky blue. I invoke, thou whose skin is of flaming orange, as though it burned in a furnace. I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. I invoke, O thou of the iris head. I invoke, thou who wieldest the wand of double power. I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. I invoke, O thou of the iris head. I invoke, thou who wieldest the wand of double power. I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. I invoke. The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into to his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the entering as followeth. Valpriacum, o proculeste profani, Balastion Mela. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the enterer as followeth. Valpriocum, o proculeste profani, Balasti, in the name of the mighty and terrible one. I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights
I have
Hello?
1 hour, no Clubhouse at 1 hour before bed policy. So
That's smart, Ben. But I got a question for you, Ben.
go for it. I'll answer it really quick, but then I do have to go.
What do you think what's your best and smartest response for a solution to what we consider a cultural problem in America?
That's too vague of a question for me to answer. Can you be more specific? I'm not trying to not answer your question. Please help me.
It's more of a philosophical thing. Do you think improving yourself is the smartest and fastest way to solve the problem that maybe Pepe and Beaver or yourself are discussing?
In regards to what?
In regards to the problem that you're talking about.
But like, what problem are we talking about specifically?
Yeah, I'm a little confused. What do you mean by that?
I don't know. My theory.
I'm not rejecting you. I'm just trying to understand.
My theory. Well, if you read the Dhammapada by the Buddha, it says that the universe is mental. So if you believe that the subject creates the object, the inverse must be true as well. If you want to change reality, you have to change yourself. So the question is, how do you change yourself?
I still don't understand. What is your question?
Yeah, dude, be specific. Otherwise, it's really hard to answer what you're asking.
Like, I think I see what you're getting at, but it's too vague for me to give you a concrete answer. Respectfully, and again, I'm trying to hear you out on your question. I'm trying to insult your question. It's very vague. Do you want to try to answer it again? Do you want to try to ask it again? Going once. Going twice.
Hello?
Do you want to ask your question again?
Well, I was in a room earlier today with all African Americans, And some people are very disagreeable towards white people. Some people say, why are you so disagreeable? You talk to white people every day in the real world. Why on this app do you feel that, you don't have to talk to white people, or you can be rude to white people for the sake of being rude to white people?
Sure.
So I'm just saying that on this app, like, I've come to the I think the beautiful truth of basically it's completely pointless to attack anybody personally. And when people attack me personally, I always call it out now as ad hominem projection. And so that's what I'm saying is like what Pepe does and other race hustlers do is they're always calling out racial identity politics or crime statistics, because the truth is crime is crime. If an American commits a crime, an American commits a crime. It's not our people committing a crime. It's American people committing a crime.
But it's individuals commit crimes, and I agree with your general premise. Sure. I also think that yes, Clubhouse is not the real world. I would agree with that. So, but yes, individuals commit crimes. And yes, I don't know how much of the conversation you were around for, but yes, I would agree with that general premise. And I agree that Pepe that believes it is symptomatic of a larger of the group. I don't agree with that statement at all. But I'm logging off. If you want to continue this conversation, it looks like I'm just going to boom the room.
Hello? Peter, we want you to go to Iran right away to join the war. We are going to make you a general. You're our last and final hope, Peter. God bless. And we hope that you are successful.
The Order of the Knights of St. John. The Order of the Knights of the Mountain. The Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre. The Hidden Church of the Holy Grail. The Hermetic Brotherhood of Light. The Holy Order of Rose Creek's Healing. The Order of the Holy Royal Archer Club. The Ancient Satanic Rites of Reasonably. The Rites of Religious. The Rites of Reasoning. The ancient and acceptance of his right of masonry. The spiritual love of masonry. The Order of the Martinists. The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. And my object of sublime. My solitude and time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of my object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, to sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I
waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost to the promise to the cross. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object was sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Cohesive, like military operation. I'm saying that people will exploit people's emotions. Bad actors who may be part of an operation will exploit people's emotions on the internet to carry out their will, right?
So do we think it's because you took the sponsor on? Like they don't want you to be associated with sponsors?
Anything that will, one,
my object all sublime. Right? I shall achieve in time.
They will. The same thing with my subscriber community, right? And anything that will keep me going, right? If I have a sponsor, then I can continue to work full time as a citizen journalist, right? So if I have to do other shits to make money, then I'm not working full time as a citizen journalist, right? So anything that will slow me down or impede me is their intent. So if any way they can cancel me, silence me, smear me, discredit me, starve me out, anything, literally anything you can think of, right? And I'm not being a victim here. I'm telling you how it works. I'm not a victim. I'm still succeeding. So I don't have anything to complain about. They're fucking retards posted about that meme coin all weekend, and it ran up like 44% as a result. So good job, I guess. Okay. It's fucking crazy, dude. How retarded is that?
Okay. That is funny. Especially, yeah. I mean,
I was like watching. They were hosting those spaces and posting about it, and I was like, I think they're driving traffic here. I was like, I think they're driving attention. Oh my God, they are. That's why I said thank them, because they're driving up the price. It's crazy.
That's hilarious. Totally backfires on them, which is
how
so
mad
comically.
do you think that makes them? Right? Not only am I still here, it has the opposite of the intended effect. Very, very odd.
It's like the people that go after Elon and Trump. You know, it's just, hello, you're just making them more popular. You know, I think the good outweighs the bad, and I think in the end, people can sense who's good, who's true. You know, I think it's cool that you got a sponsor. Kudos to you. I mean, you know, I did hear that things changed with the payouts, and you know, I know that a lot of people were like on not furloughed, but you know, they like stopped it for a while, which I thought that was kind of an interesting thing. Which I mean, I think did help in terms of removing the bots because they're not getting, you know, monetized. So, but yeah, I do think it's interesting that the more they're unleashing their hate on you, the more popular you're becoming. Now you got a sponsor. Who knows? Maybe you'll get another sponsor, you know, out of the deal. So kudos to you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Very supportive of you.
You're awesome, Barbara.
Yeah,
You've been sticking through it this whole time. You're a real one. Like, thanks,
so then the complaint was that, oh, there's some old ladies might buy the crypto and lose their life savings. Let me tell you this. One, I'm not telling anybody to buy crypto in my spaces. Okay. Two, crypto is gambling, right? And so when they said that, how mad do you think it is that I took it and I went and posted it and said, what does it say here? Yeah. Crypto is gambling. Do not buy crypto unless you know what you are doing ever. Really appreciate the reminder to add the disclaimer in there and caveat. That's very responsible of you to remind me to be responsible. Totally appreciate it. Went ahead and did it. And we'll continue to do so. Yeah, definitely don't want any old ladies spending their life savings on crypto. It is 100% gambling. 100% gambling. People can make money on it. Generally, no. Right? The math is against you. If you know what you're doing, you can. Never financial advice in here. But yeah, so that was the next one. And I'm like, well, what else is there? You know, what else is there? It's just constant. So what do we have here? Okay, let's just do a recap. I'm going to finish it here. Put a bow on it. We have an account. We have botted spaces to attack me, right? See it there, right? 8,000 impressions, 16,000 listeners. So I wonder who's botting them. There's a certain account that's been hanging out in those spaces that's known for botting. I won't say who she is, but we all know who she is. Okay. So there's a certain account in there that's been known for botting spaces. And so she's been pumping up these spaces attacking me in the background with bots, making them look like they are popular. I just showed you that. I showed you the account attacking me since February, making the account in 2022, activating during my peak Epstein coverage in last year. First reply or post ever was to my CIA space about the the Washington D.C. shooter on Thanksgiving last year, and then also this account had the subscriber attack and now attacking my sponsorship, whatever. Right? These are ways to try to stop dissent. Right? I am a dissenting voice. I get attacked from all sides. I'm a moderate. I was more hardcore MAGA last year, right? And for the previous years than I am right now, right? I would not question the Trump administration. I was a straight up cheerleader, right? And I was one of those people who would push back on dissent. Maze knows this. I used to get in arguments with her about Trump regularly in 2024, right? When Epstein happened, I became far more critical when the Trump administration said that it was a Democrat hoax, right? Let's look at my grok, huh? What was the first time I talked about? He talks about Epstein. So I had been covering Epstein while I was trying to get. See, guys, I was covering Epstein while I was trying to get Trump elected, and he specifically said that this was a campaign promise, right? He specifically said that that they would release the Epstein files. He didn't put it on paper. He said it during podcasts on the campaign trail. It's still a campaign promise, regardless, right? And when he came out last summer, and first they leaked a fucking memo. I think it was to Axios, right? And I even held a space on it that said there was the suicide was a suicide. There was no evidence to charge anybody else, and they were closing the case. Right? Leaked memo. And I was like, no way this is real. We held a head space on it all day. Like, there's no way this is real. And then the next day, they had a sit-down meeting, a cabinet meeting with the president and Pam Bondi, and a reporter asked them if it was true, and they said yes. And then I deviated, right? I was no longer a cheerleader because they did something that conflicted with my core principles, and I couldn't do it. I could not reconcile that with my political views. That's when I started catching heat from my own side on the that was my first big cancellation, right? Huge cancellation from the right on that one. Most brutal attacks I've had online ever. Doxing attempts and death threats and all kinds of shit from all kinds of people. It was also the first time that I openly criticized the CIA in my spaces. And like I said, that was just happened to be when that account activated. Right? I'm not saying that they activated her, but the timing is there for anybody to go see. Right? July of 2022, they verified, had never been active for 3 years, and then decided to activate during my peak Epstein coverage, right? And my criticism of the CIA for their role with Epstein. And then when I was covering Fort Huachuca, oh no, the attack in February came when I linked the CIA to Les Wexner, right? So that reminds me, the February attacks from that account, they coincided when Wexner was doing his interviews. They taped his interviews. He went in front of Congress, very, very suspicious back and forth. He accidentally slipped that there was a Romanian consulate that was brought back to his house by Epstein and managed his house for him, right? So I did what I do and investigated and figured out who it was. Well, I posted that and it went fucking ultra viral, right? Well, that same week, at that same time, the first attacks from that Katie happened. The very thing, that whole fucking thing activated that same time, right? So the account activated during my peak Epstein coverage. It became verified during this is all verifiable. Go check yourselves. Do your own diligence. Or go back and watch it. I showed you. Okay? The account created in 2022, it activated.
Did you say do your own diligence?
Became verified in July of 2022 during my first peak Epstein CIA coverage, right? The very first time that it posted or replied was to my CIA space on Thanksgiving, right? The first time that it attacked me openly on the timeline was in February during my peak CIA Wexner coverage, right? This is the pattern. Go look at it yourself. Okay, search for Wexner on my timeline. Look at the video when I was scrolling through, or search the mentions of me on that account, right? You'll see the timing is there. let's see. When was the first time? When was the first time? I know I'm just doing this because I want to show you guys. I would rather just show you. First time, I know that you're in the space, you can't see it. He posted about Epstein ever. We'll see when the first time I posted about Epstein ever. So January 2024. Okay. So that was when Biden was in office. I think I did a space before that towards the end of the year announcing it. He has posted extensively about Epstein since then. File drops in mid-2024, promises to declassify, right? Connections to broader issues, heavy coverage in 2025. The accounts focus on it as a nonpartisan rogue government issue started building from those initial 2024 file drops, right? My coverage has been consistent. My record is there for anybody to go check. If you don't believe me about anything, ask me. What I will not tolerate, and I blocked a whole shitload of these people that were hanging out in these spaces every day, right? They had my name in the title, fucking smearing me for 8, 10, 12 hours daily for 4 months now. And my mutuals, right? People who host spaces with me or speak in my stages or act like they're my friends are hanging out there. I started fucking unfollowing them and blocking them because you can see what I do, right? I cover high profile, intelligence adjacent government corruption cases, and it brings me heat from all sides. I get attacked from the Democrats, I get attacked from the Republicans, I get attacked from the foreign squads, right? The fucking Zionists, everybody, right? I piss everybody off. And so I don't need any snakes around me who are going to give attention to or airtime to or any kind of credit to people who are trying to destroy me when I am effective at my job, right? So I started fucking unblocking people unfollowing people and blocking them just to kind of cut out the noise. Because I have a limited amount of time to pay attention to what I research and work on all day. And half of the time I am getting DMs about these accounts, posting about me, hosting spaces about me, whatever, right? It's constant. It never fucking stops. I eventually had to tell people to stop messaging me about it, right? They're like, oh, I didn't mean to do anything. Fucking just stop. Stop sending me that shit. I don't fucking care, right? I'm doing this one space to address all of this shit because I'm ignoring it going forward, but I'm also highlighting what these people are, what they do, right? Who are they? What is their intent here? Do they have an agenda? What's their agenda? Look into them, right? Or do they hate Candace Owens? Some of these people came after me because Candace Owens follows me and reposts me sometimes. I don't always agree with her, right? I'm not like personal friends with her, right? But I do like the work that she does, and she's an incredible voice for dissent on the right, right? And we need that. We need dissent. And so they will swarm me just for that fact alone, right? Just if she reposts me once, all of her fucking haters will swarm me just for that fact alone. Outside of that, whenever I get really viral content, these fucking Fed accounts, literal like Fed accounts, right? Enrique Tarrio, for example, who I've never engaged with, right? Worked as a Fed under the Obama administration, federal informant, will start working together, reposting each other, quote posting me, replying to me out of fucking nowhere. Anytime that I go viral about intelligence or Epstein or Charlie Kirk or what you can, anytime I hit a fucking nerve, this is the response, right? And so if you are claiming to be my friend or acting like you are a friend and you are like helping these people either passively or directly, I do not want you around me, right? That is just a fact. It has nothing to do. It's nothing fucking personal, but that is going to be the case. I don't need any fucking snakes around me, man. I get enough, right? I get. There's fucking someone came into a space and threatened to kill me. Told me they're gonna I was gonna catch a bullet last week. I don't fucking need that shit. I don't need snakes around me too. You know, I'm over it. So here's what's gonna happen, right? This is gonna be my last time addressing this, and I promise you that for now, because I think it's kind of reached peak momentum. And I am gonna focus back on work. I'm getting ready to travel, hit the road, and do some on the ground investigation. I was gonna do it earlier. I was gonna leave last week, but I decided to postpone so that I could get more done in one trip, right? So I'm going to be doing some on-the-ground investigation covering some of the topics that I've been discussing over this last year. Because of these fucking weirdos stalking retards, I'm not going to say where I'm going and what I'm doing exactly, but you will know it when you see it. And it's not going to be just one thing. I'm going to be going to at least 4 or 5 different cities on this trip across the United States, and interviewing some key people that are involved with these topics that we've been covering in person, right? And investigating things on the ground. And that's what I'm going to be focused on. So I'll be traveling this next, I'll be traveling soon, right? And you guys will see more there. Yeah, and I'll host some video spaces. I love hosting video spaces. On the ground. So, anyways, that felt good. It felt good to get off my chest. How mad are they?
LOL.
LOL. What do you think, Harmony?
It didn't have to be like this. That's what I think. I know that you're saying it's more sinister, but I'm thinking to myself, man, I wonder how I could have avoided it.
You women are fucking. You are like Coyote. Why can't she see that these people have a fucking agenda? Like everybody. Why are y'all always so like?
You try to be empathetic. I don't know.
It's because she does yoga.
It's always like that, bro. They'll say that we're going to be wrong and this, that, and the other, and it ends up being right.
I think it's compromising your ability to think clearly.
No, I'm seeing what you're saying. I'm just digesting it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you kind of have to, you think someone's one way, and then you see how they act, and you're like, wow, you really were nothing like how I thought you were.
100%. The timing's what's crazy, because to think that it's been 6 months, less than that. I mean, it's not really, but that's an us problem. I do think, because bro, I know how it feels. It's like you wanted to just say that. I don't think you said anything wrong, but you feel like, they think I'm crazy. No, bro, this shit's happening.
Well,
and it's, you don't want it to happen down.
Maze just said, "You're fucking lucky I can't speak." But she said she put her piece in the comments, and I can read them.
That's the thing, man. We're right on this. Like, Maze, everybody, it's like, fuck, I don't know what we're gonna do. What are we gonna do?
What's crazy is the ones who are like, I don't know, man. Like the Zionists coming after me for Epstein. I'm probably one of the most moderate people on the right that's critical of Israel. Right? I'm never say it's the Jews. I believe in individual accountability. Right? But if I have a problem with Israel being involved with their politics, I'm not going to be quiet about it. Right? It seems like our fucking country is hijacked for the benefit of a foreign country. I have a responsibility as a citizen, and somebody who has a vested interest here, my legacy and my kids and their legacy, right? To make sure that our country is not fucking hijacked and that we don't end up being destroyed as a result, right? Like I have a responsibility to point that out, and the nastiness that comes with that, man, is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Like what we saw with Massey, he doesn't support the integration of the technological and intelligence aspect of our military with Israel's in an official capacity, and so they were already calling him anti-Semite for it. That's fucking crazy. That's crazy. That's woke. Listen. That's the same like emotional virtue signaling that I was critical of the left of for years when it came to hate speech and shit like that. That's the same thing, right? You can't call somebody a racist because they have an objective opinion about their future, right? Like, what is that? Hey, I don't think that a foreign country should operate our military. You're a racist. What the fuck is that? That is a psyop. Listen, anytime somebody tries to emotionally manipulate you to make your point, if you're pointing out something objective, the tactics I was talking about, this account that's been attacking me for fucking months, every time I respond to that account, it's victimhood. It's emotion, right? You can't criticize me and attack me for fucking months, and then when I point out your tactics or your activation, say, oh, he's attacking me, right? That is an emotional response to an objective claim, right? That's like calling me a racist or calling me whatever, because I'm saying something you don't like, right? So if you come after me, okay, in any capacity, I reserve the right to fully respond. And when I do, it's usually with a very, very thorough pile of receipts every fucking time. And if you accuse me of something, I'm going to be transparent about it, right? Good, bad, or indifferent, ugly or not. And then I'm going to point out your shit, right? Who you are, what you're doing, why you're doing it, when you started doing it, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. You have that shit coming, right? And my track record in this regard is very good, right? I can give you a couple of examples if you want, right? People who came after me for Epstein and all kinds of shit. And I usually sit on my hands and don't respond and just start collecting receipts. And if they keep doing it, I just annihilate them with a post on the timeline, and then they go away, right? And that's what's happened every time. So you can just look into it, see if I'm right. Go ahead, Cody.
No, man, it's like the big thing is people, like they just come up and like speak. Nobody wants to be that. Just they know attack. Like I gotta attack a person and find out. Like why don't you just come ask somebody? Hey, do you do this? Are you gonna say no or yes? Like honestly, it's not. I'm very transparent, man. But people don't know how to do that anymore, man. It's crazy. So
I told you to quit engaging with them, though. They feed off of intention.
I saw the victim. It's just like that one day, bro. Still, nobody sees it. It's like I saw it with you, but nobody else can see that there's a victim thing right there. And to your statement earlier, I think that on the Christian Zionist aspect of it, I think that they feel it's an attack on their faith or something. I don't know, but maybe we'll figure that out. But yeah, man, it's just rather, this is kind of a serious thing. I just want to kind of float that out there again for everybody. And it's okay to know somebody for 6 months and them maybe not be all right. Like, it's okay if they're not all right.
Go ahead, America.
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show the gravity and the impact that your spaces have on the grand scheme and the bigger picture of things, right? Because if you're truly not making a difference, or truly not covering the topics that matter, or making no impact, then you would never hear from people like this, and they wouldn't be an issue for you or the people surrounding you in your circle. And a wise person, said once to me is, if you don't have people that are disagreeing and trying to attack you, then whatever you're working on, is it really worth it? Is it really impactful? And the answer is no. So, it's a good thing that people like this are around, even though they're doing a very negative thing, but enough is enough. So, I appreciate you nipping this in the bud for everyone involved.
The cool thing is about this is that they kind of flush out the snakes, right? Like you see people for who it's a lot of masks off for people who are around you when this kind of shit happens, right? But also on the flip side of that, there are people who have had my back consistently. Even people who I was like ride or die MAGA with, Sally, for example, some others. Ride or die with when I deviated on Epstein, they did not fucking attack me, right? That was cool. And Hit Slap, for example, these people, being my friend has done them no favors. I can tell you that. Like from outside of me, right? They will go after people who are around me, right? And so that not only have they been consistently like helping me out, like showing, had my back, but they're also doing it in the face of a lot of attacks themselves just for sticking up for me. That's what Coyote, right? He didn't jump on the bandwagon and they started going after him. Right? Anybody who dissents that groupthink mentality, right? Anybody who dissents, they go after. The people who can stick on principle and face that and continue to remain the same, I value those a lot, right? Incredible. It's incredible. It really does show like how good people are too, right? Like how consistent those people are. They don't fall for the bullshit or like the tribal group think mentality. 100% have a lot of respect for those people.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for the people up here as well that you mentioned. I mean, I'm not familiar with everyone, of course. I've known Hitch for a while, but I just met Sally and Yote, and I've been.
Well, if you didn't know, Sally is a 5'11", tall, skinny blonde. She looks like a Barbie doll, and I'm not even joking. She legit, right? I think she's in her 40s. Legit looks like a 30-year-old Barbie doll. I've met her in person at Utah. We went and investigated the Charlie Kirk assassination crime scene together, right? And 100%, she looks like she just came out of a box, right out of a Mattel box. Barbie doll, blonde hair, perfect
blue
figure.
eyes.
Green eyes.
Well, whatever.
Wow. Sounds like
I think this will be a good time.
But yeah,
she definitely does.
Oh, my bad. I don't want to cut you off. I just wanted to thank Yote because he actually defended us as well. We weren't even aware of Yote, but Yote did his own research.
Yote.
And he was,
it's Yote, bro. What do you mean Yote? What the fuck is this?
Coyote. You know what I mean? Yote. I looked at his ad. My bad.
Are you Mexican?
No, I'm not Mexican, but I'm mixed. I'm mixed with my dad's from Trinidad, right? And my grandma's from Southeast Asia, and my mom is from the States. So I'm like,
she white? Is she white though? Or is she Mexican?
She's white. But my cousins are Mexican.
Why do you want to give me Mexican?
My cousins are Mexican.
He sounds Mexican. He sounds Hispanic.
I'm from South Florida. I'm from South Florida. I speak some Brazilian, you know what I'm saying? I speak some Spanish. I speak, some Portuguese, you know what I mean? Portuguese, right? Different kind of...
in the whitest voice ever.
Yote. It reminds me, Dirte. This is what it reminded me of when they were like Joe Dirt. My name is Joe Dirte.
But yeah, I just wanted to thank him, man, and everybody else as well that supported what was anybody that was involved in that, because that's just you don't want to see that happen. And
one of the devs is from New Zealand.
You learn,
right? That's why they were calling him a foreign guy or whatever. Right. So there's like three main people involved with that project. One of them is from New Zealand. The other two are from America.
Bro, you came on and you said, like, gamble if you want to. Like, that's where it becomes like a kind of a, like, I mean, this is like it gets ridiculous at some point, bro. Because I want Spaces Host to be able to have an opportunity. That's why I did that. I did not know it was going to make money.
Is that fucking is Hobbs or Max Powers? After he hosts 9-10 hour spaces about me, you go to his profile. It's at Max Powers B. We'll shout him out. What's up, Hobbs? His last account got suspended. We won't say why though. He made a new account. And he hosts spaces about me for fucking 10 hours straight. And then he shows his buy me a coffee link. Oh, imagine that. Oh, we don't like people to make money, though. We don't like people to make money. Just us. Yeah, I mean, curious, though. Do you think that he could host spaces without talking about me? You think that he would be... I mean, he's getting botted. He's got all of this things. Do you think that he would be able to talk about anything if it wasn't... I mean, he kind of owes his entire existence to me, right? Like, if I give him content, right? Without me, where would you be? Something to consider.
Yeah, just to build on what you said, we've never come up here and chilled, and we will never come up here and chill. This is not what this is about. You know what I mean? And you know, it's sad that people are going to try to paint a narrative, you know, that fits their picture. But you know, I hope we don't have to show this again in the future. Right? You know what I mean? I mean, yeah, like you said, it reveals people's hands. You know, your friends and your enemies alike. Those your enemies will stick their backs out, and
people count on you. People count on when they try to attack your credibility, right? They count on you being afraid, right? That's what it is. They want you to be afraid, or to continue, right? To keep speaking out, or to keep doing what you're doing, or whatever, right? Or they want to convince people to not listen to you anymore. Right? It's to get you to stop. Anyway, you think about it, it is to... Oh shit! Did I just boot Maze? Oh, I didn't boot her. I was trying to... She was glitching down. No, I didn't. Anyways, they try to silence, right? Censorship happens in a few different ways. Okay, cancel culture is kind of a form of censorship, and you know, we saw it happen really hard with the left under Biden, and then I saw it flip and happen on the right under Trump with the Charlie Kirk assassination, right? And Epstein. I saw the same people who were admonishing cancel culture start to live by it. Anybody who was dissenting on Charlie Kirk or Epstein or whatever, right? Israel. I saw the same accounts who were opposing cancel culture before now embracing it. They will try to discredit you through smears, right? Doxing attempts, all kinds of shit, right? They will try to threaten you. If you don't stop talking, they will go after the people who are around you to try to isolate you. And if that doesn't work, they will try to go after people who listen to you. And I have people who have supported me for years who are listening right now in the anonymous section. I thought the anonymous section was all haters. But I have to give a few people a shout out that listen to me anonymously, that are big players on the right who support me and do not want to deal with the drama of being seen listening to my spaces. But they not only support me, they contribute. If I'm investigating something, they give me leads, or they ask me to cover topics on the right that they are afraid to speak out about publicly because they don't want to get canceled by their own side or to get the same smears and doxing attempts and dragging that they watched me go through, right? And I'm happy to have weathered that shit because it doesn't faze me now. Right, I'm already like, okay, my audience is used to it. I'm used to it. I have no problem looking into or talking out about shit that people are afraid to speak out about because they don't want to get canceled. You know, there's a race happening in California right now, and one of my MAGA friends asked me to investigate the Republican candidate because they're tied to the AI data centers and some weird shit with the Palisades fires, and they are afraid to ask any questions or speak out about it because they don't want to get attacked because the person is endorsed by Trump, right? That's not how it should be, but that is how it is. These are the psyops of today on internet land, right? Is groupthink and attack of dissent, systematically canceling people, right? Inorganic activity to prop up campaigns. I showed you the botted spaces, right? The accounts that activate out of fucking nowhere that correlate with covering high profile, when I say high profile, topics like Epstein or Charlie Kirk or whatever, right? These are the things that occur that I have observed that are documented on the timeline since I started covering it. I can tell you I've dealt with some bullshit online before. Nothing compares to what I've observed since I started covering Charlie Kirk. And I'm sorry, Epstein, and then Charlie Kirk. Nothing else compares to it. It's fucking insane. Absolutely insane. And it's only going to get worse, right? Or better. Now I kind of like sit back and laugh, right? Or my biggest problem is distraction. When you not only are the attacks meant to like discredit you or maybe even scare people, my pattern has been consistent. When you come after me, my response is always to double down and with receipts every time, right? That's just how I'm built. I'm stubborn in this way. It's not always a good thing. But that's my pattern, right? Every fucking time they come after me, I double down. But also fighting back, right? Arguing, dealing with the attacks, it distracts you from the work, right? And so what can happen is, and this has happened to me a few different times, right, is that you ignore it long enough to the point where like you reach like this boiling point, right, where you finally fucking respond, and then you feel like you are just like going after it. My approach with this has gotten more systematic, right, where I will compile receipts for a short period of time, and then I'll drop it all as a thread and then move on, right? What can happen is if you start addressing every attack, you will just completely just be spending all of your time addressing or defending yourself and not working on the mission, right? On what you're trying to accomplish. And so I always have to try to balance that, right? I always have to try to balance, do I need to address this? Do I need to defend my credibility? Do I need to spend time, addressing this? Or do I need to focus on what I'm investigating, right? I think I've done okay. I think I've spent too much time addressing this. But the problem for me is that spaces are kind of my weak link here, right? Is because I am a leader in spaces, and I love the people in spaces. I have a lot of friends in here, or quote unquote friends. A lot of people I do like in here, and want to build the community up as a whole, right? And when that happens, when this shit bleeds into spaces or starts in spaces, I feel more compelled to address it because there's an overlap between people that I care about and the attacks, right? And that's when I feel like I feel more compelled to respond. So this is going to be my break from this. After this, I wanted to address those couple of things that have been smears on the timeline. And I'm going to be focusing on, so I'll share a couple of things that I'm working on. I've been looking into the scientists, particularly Melissa Cassius. She's the one that was found this last weekend in a few miles.
Project. One of them is from New Zealand, the other
7 miles from her house, a couple hour walk. And she was found with a handgun next to her that was not her own. And she was an assistant at the Los Alamos Laboratories, which is the common denominator between all of these missing scientists. A lot of them high level, like thermodynamics, energy, propulsion, right? The JPL, which is the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. A lot of the scientists that have come up dead or missing in the last 2 years are associated with these places. Well, she was an administrative assistant, which doesn't put her high in the pecking order over there, but she's been in government over there for a long time, and she did have top secret. I learned today she did have classified clearance. Now, she lost her clearance for a brief period of time and got it back. But what I didn't look into the first time I was investigating it was her husband. Okay. Her husband is a level 3 supervisor at Los Alamos Laboratories. He rode with her. He's been there for years and years, like she was. And he also rode with her every day to work. They carpooled to work. The tools that I use for open source research, I use some very sophisticated. I pay a lot. Like I have one that is a subscription service that does comprehensive analysis and data mining on like anything from an email to a name to a username to anything you can think of about a person. And this guy, the wife's all over there, but I can't find shit about the husband. It glitches out. There's bleed over, right? And so I'm thinking maybe this case has more to do with the husband than the wife. You know, that's where I'm at with that one. That's what I've been working on. I haven't made any posts about it because my findings are very odd. There's some other stuff that I'm working on with Charlie Kirk's assassination. I do talk to one of the family members of Tyler Robinson, and so I haven't shared the latest I've heard with that because I've been kind of waiting to see what happens. I have to walk a fine line there because I don't want to I don't want to interfere with the case, right? If something is shared that's publicly available or that they say is okay to share, I share it. But I don't. I'm like I have to walk a fine line there journalistically. Also on Epstein, right? The last time I did a big post about Epstein, which I think is really kind of odd. I found 5 emails for Jeffrey Epstein that were not publicly disclosed otherwise, right? Then I was able to look at websites that he had registered those emails to, like Twitter, for example, or dating sites, or other forums. And I did a big-ass fucking thread on it. It should have went viral. It got some traction, but it didn't get that much traction. What I thought was weird, though, about these attacks is that I sent those emails to one of the biggest Epstein journalists, a woman, and one of the biggest survivor advocates, another one. I'm not going to say who she is because she's not in here. And she didn't touch it. It's like, what? Why would you not? I didn't ask her to share it. I wanted her to use it. I said, use this and build on it. See if you can, see what you can come up with. And I didn't get nothing. But then I saw when this Katie account was attacking me yesterday, I saw that same Epstein journalist reposting that content attacking me. Isn't that funny? So this shit that we do here is full of fucking very, very wishy-washy people, bad actors, snakes, agent provocateurs, opportunists, and good people too, right? It's all kinds of crazy people. But if you can think abstract or be pragmatic and not jump on an emotional bandwagon when you see somebody trying to invoke. I gave you a bunch of examples throughout this entire space with the Trump BB thing, right? With Luna and Tyler Robinson being linked to some Cuba fucking organization, or Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm sorry, right? These are all things to invoke emotions from you, so that you won't think critically, right? Every example I've given you tonight is a tactic to invoke an emotional response from you, and then that emotion will cloud your judgment, and you won't think critically, right? Not at you per se, but that's the intent there, right? When people say, "Oh, Charlie Kirk was killed by this guy, people who care about Charlie Kirk or MAGA or Republicans on the right are going to feel some type of way about that. And they're going to accept the next thing that's said because they're angry and they want someone to blame, right? Realize that that's a manipulation, right? That you are being manipulated. That is a psyop. That is a tactic, right? The way that you figure out whether or not it's a psyop is to fucking ask for receipts. Don't take it at face value, not from me, not from anybody, right? And just because somebody takes a screenshot and draws lines around it doesn't make it true, right? It doesn't make it, you can take anything out of context and isolation and put spin on it. I can add a lot of narrative to one thing out of context, right? I can take one benign thing in isolation and then and that thing may be true, right? And then put a lot of spin and bullshit around it to build a story or a narrative, right? And then make the whole narrative look true, right? The way that you see through that is to ask for specific things that prove it's true, right? Not just the one thing. Say, hey, where does this connect to this? Show me exactly how this connects to this, right? Ask the question. And if people don't allow you to ask the question, they have an agenda, period. Right? If you're not allowed to ask questions or to point out something that doesn't make sense logically, they have an agenda. If you try to ask a question or point out something that doesn't make sense logically, and then they give you an emotional response like, oh, well, that's a bad person, or they're bad, or I'm a victim, or they're a victim, or she's a victim, or he's a victim, right? Instead of answering you, that's a manipulation tactic, right? Anytime someone deflects to emotion, that is a manipulation tactic. Well, why is this important? Because it happens at scale with our governments, right? With corporations, with organizations. It happens with Democrats. It happens with Republicans. It happens with foreign policy. Iran does it. Israel does it, right? Anybody who wants to change the way that you think employs these tactics, right? That's why having evidence is key. Not just a screenshot, but often a link, right? A web link or a post link, something that you can follow the chain on is preferable, right? Not just one thing out of context. Primary evidence is king. Receipts are king, right? If someone is saying something in a space or on a video or in the news that is making you feel some type of way emotionally, angry, sad, confused, even happy, right? Notice the change and ask yourself, pause for a moment and say, why? Why am I feeling this way? What is this true? Right? Because often the bad actors have figured out how to manipulate humans in this way psychologically, right? That's why they call it a psyop, psychological operation. I say, if I say the word, let's just whatever, right? It doesn't matter whatever the word is. If I say a certain word that so and so doesn't like, or this person that Democrats don't like. Let's just say I say trans violence, right? Democrats, whatever, right? They might call me a bigot or whatever. That's I know, right? And so do actors know that's going to trigger them and piss them off. Well, if you get them in that state, there's a lot of things that you can do afterwards because you've altered their emotional and psychological state. This happens on the right. People who are beholden to Trump, if I talk shit about Trump, or if I bring up Epstein or a sore subject with them, it's going to trigger them. It's going to incite an emotional response, either on the left or the right. It doesn't matter. Any human. Realize that this happens on social media at scale, and there's a strategy behind it, right? You need to be able to identify whenever your emotions are getting triggered in spaces or on timeline, right? And everybody does this, and we do it because the only way that you can have a voice on here is if you use that, right? There's the whole thing is built on dopamine, right? The whole fucking social media model is built on dopamine, right? And using this to perpetuate information. The reason why I put you decide the narrative on my account is because I would rather focus on giving receipts to people, and this is why I love spaces, because we can decide together, right? And let them fucking decide. Do I have my own thoughts and opinions on shit? 100%. Do I have biases? 100% I have biases, right? But people should be like, I will tell you that, right? A lot of people won't tell you that. They're not going to tell you that they're biased. They're going to tell you that they favor one side or one thing more than the other, right? They're going to tell you something as if it's objective truth, and act like they don't have a bias. This happened with the legacy media. It's happening with the new media, right? Some of them are getting paid and not telling you about it, right? Some of them you are. You decide. But maximum transparency is always the best approach, right? Asking for receipts, and not just screenshots, but actual receipts is always the best approach. You know, making sure that there's context around it. You know, don't just take everything that people say at face value. Not about me, not about anybody else either, right? Don't just take anything at face value. And make up your own fucking mind. Think critically. Like, don't be an NPC. Don't be a group thinker. Don't be tribal. We are in a time where the system thrives on dividing us. Everything that puts out, I see right now is all culture war bullshit that I fed into for years without realizing it. Right? The whole fucking systemic racism shit, white versus black, black versus whites, all of that shit, the feminism fights, all of the fucking culture war shit. I believe these are manufactured psyops meant to keep us occupied. Do they have real world consequences? 100%. 100%. Okay? So I'm not saying that they don't have an actual effect on us, but they also keep us busy fighting and not focusing on the corrupt motherfuckers at the top. Right? And that's how the Congress with the highest fucking or the lowest approval rating in history has a 90% re-election rate, right? How does that fucking work? Our representative, our Congress, has the lowest approval rating on both sides in history. It's below 40%. Yet they have a 90% re-election rate. Why? Because we're focused on bullshit, and it's not all our fault. They're manipulating us into focusing on bullshit, right? They're throwing out issues that we care about, you know, protecting our kids, and Democrats may want to protect their fucking neighbors or whatever, right? Whatever it is, they find something that you care about on either side, and they get you riled up about that, so that you're fighting that fight instead of focusing on them that are injecting that into the system and also benefiting from it monetarily, while they're not fucking arresting the Epstein pedophiles, right? They're not arresting his handlers in the government and the FBI and CIA, right? They're not fucking arresting the corrupt politicians that are selling us out, building data centers, right? Selling our drinking water, poisoning our kids, right? Poisoning just everything, right? They want us to fight each other so that we don't hold each other accountable. That's the fucking psyop. All of this shit, all built on the social media model. So that's my rant. That's my speech.
Can I say something? I'm sorry.
Let me finish.
That was beautiful.
That's my rant. That's my speech. I hope I addressed everything. It's going to be on my YouTube. It is going to be on the space recording. I'll highlight it. If you want to see the things that I was showing earlier, watch the YouTube clip. That's on my profile. The link is also up in Jumbotron. We'll go to any speakers who want to talk, and then we'll wrap it up. Go ahead, Brittany.
I'm sorry. That was really beautiful. That what you said. You pretty much hit on everything. You kind of like made my mind all scramble there because you're like hit on everything that I was like thinking about. I do want to ask the people that are on this space if they did hear about the Pope Leo conversation about the AI. I thought that was like very important and something to touch on, and I feel like not too many people are talking about it. He was kind of basically saying that we need to, not like disarm AI, but he was kind of saying that we need regulations on it, and I think that's so important to talk about right now because we really need we really need regulations on the AI. We need to stop it because we really need to have human interaction. Like people need jobs, okay? We need to have a human life. Like we can't just have AI do everything. Yes, AI is very helpful for us, but we don't need to extend it anymore. And I was wondering if the people here on the space would like to talk about that more. And if anybody else would like to talk about that, I'd really appreciate hearing anybody else's input on it. And that's it.
Well, maybe later on this week. I need to look more into it. I don't know enough about it to speak on it with.
Okay. Yep. I just thought that maybe if you could look into it too. Pope Leo, he came out with
one of the people.
I don't know the name of it, but I don't have to pronounce it.
Well, apparently, one of the people I just called out said in the space that she works at the Pentagon. I can't make that shit up. Oh wow!
Wait, what happened?
The people can figure it out. Can you?
Can you explain it? I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
Yeah, you missed it. It's before you came in.
I don't know. I'm sorry.
You said go ahead?
Oh. I'll mute my mic. Sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead, Coyote.
Yeah, so Britta, I'm with you on that. Like, we have to figure out how to do this right now. It's like, this is a PSYOP, bro. It is boring. Our government's not supposed to be able to do this to us, but who knows? They're letting it anyway. It's a problem. But we'll get through it because we always adapt. That's the thing about it. Like, we adapt. We come to terms. We say, we got to get out of the PSYOP because we will. And that's how it goes. But we could do a lot faster if people would talk to each other. This tribal shit, like looking at it now, bro, like actually kind of sitting down, sometimes when you get stoned, you can see things from a different lens. This is a problem. We're fighting people that we like. We share the same values. And when I looked at the whole SAVE Act, and that's the thing. It's like people want to fight you just for saying that. Just breaking it down and understanding that you can do this at a state level. You don't have to have it at a federal level. That gives people, they get pissed or whatever, and they're willing to give their state right away to do that, knowing that basically it goes to the filibuster. But nor here nor there, man. We got to get to that point. I wanted to say why I did that with that as far as this. It's the Spaces host. I've always believed that I mean, it's never had a chance really because people get attacked, and I get it, but I don't. But Dilly, he backed me up one time whenever I was kind of going through a little bit of the same time. And that's a little bit of loyalty, and there's nothing wrong with that when it goes, because it's like, you don't forget it when it gets there, because it's lonely, bro. Like, people they talk free speech and stuff. They ain't about that life, bro. Really, they're not about that life. But I hope we get about that life, because we have to fix this, man. This is not working. Being silent and it's being complicit. Is it not?
Yeah, no, Coyote, you bring up a great point. There's going to come a day where, like, the children and their children will listen back to what we said. I'm glad Diligent has these recorded, because they're going to look back and be like, what did you guys do? And I know that I, stood at the table and was able to have at least a conversation that was as real as it can get. You know what I mean? It matters to me.
Just having your face up sometimes. It's just the big picture.
Your face? You gonna do those reaction videos?
What are you talking about? The coyote videos? The triangular coyote videos?
I called that one. Yeah. I knew something was wrong.
Yeah.
Diligent, did you talk about the Trump baby psyop?
I started with it. We can talk about it again. We didn't get into...
I thought you did, like a little bit.
I did touch on it, but we, so... I did start with that. We'll go back to it, though. That was at the beginning of the space. wasn't a lot of people in there. I just noticed. She had 430 people in there and 95 rebucks. But after the if you weren't in your I was like, I just haven't decided yet. I haven't figured it out yet. Anyways, so you had all of these new media shills, which are pretty much just mouthpiece for the state, right? All of them came out with the same messaging yesterday. Quote, per Axios, President Trump unloaded on Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu over Israel's escalation in Lebanon in an expletive, that means swear words, right? He's saying fuck, shit, damn, whatever. Laden call on Monday. Quote, right? You're fucking crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. I'm saving your ass. Everybody hates you now. Everybody hates Israel because of this, end quote. Now, what's interesting about this is that this was written by Axios with an anonymous source, right? So what does this do? This is the psyop, the emotional part, right? Everybody is pissed off at Israel right now because of Iran in the United States, right? A lot of people think that Trump is Israel's bitch. I'm going to say it, right? I see it. People reply to that to me in posts all the time. I've never said it, but that's a fact. A lot of people think that America is acting like Israel's bitch right now, right? And that Trump is beholden to Israel for whatever reason, right? Now, I didn't understand before that he was a Zionist. A Zionist told me he was a Zionist. I didn't know that. When I was like trying to help get him elected, I didn't know he was a Zionist. And I was ignoring the people who were trying to warn me. Shout out to Maze and Destiny and many others, right? I got sick of the fucking whole October 7th battle between it's the Jews people and the Jews. Like, I got fucking tired of it. So anytime somebody brought it up to me, I would shut down. And to my credit, sometimes I would be talking about shit that had nothing to do with the Jews, and people were bringing it up. So I'm just gonna throw that out there. But right, this is a PR move to make Trump seem independent, right? To make Trump look strong as an American leader when it comes to Israel. That's what the intent is here. It is a psychological operation to invoke an emotional response of loyalty from you, right? And if you don't believe me, right, I'm going to copy the first sentence of this, right, and we'll do a search, and you'll see that all of the most viral posts spreading this did the same thing. They all have the exact same F word, completely start out exactly the same, right? It's verbatim. There we go. Verbatim. So look, the bolded titles are what hit. The bolded search terms are what are exactly the same in every post. So Andrew Colvett used the search term. Look, you're fucking crazy. You'd be in prison if it weren't for me. Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Jackson Hinkle is saying it, right? These are people who are opposed, typically. It's so weird to see all of them, the mainstream media, right? The legacy media, the Democrats, influencers, the Republican influencers. I mean, all of them, almost all of them, even though typically Jackson Hinkle does not typically agree with fucking TPUSA. But here he is quoting the same fucking thing. Why? Right? Why? Not just yesterday. He posted this today, 13 hours ago. It doesn't make any sense. Spectator, and look at the views, okay? 3 million views on that post of this.
Can you read it again?
It says, Axios reports that the Trump told Netanyahu in their latest phone call, look, it's bolded. It's the same script, okay? The same 3 letters are censored out in the same spot on this post as they are on the other one. On Andrew Colvett's. They literally took this talking point, copied it, and pasted it on all of the major influencer accounts on X. And if you don't know how it works, X isn't the biggest platform, but information starts here. Okay? It's a brevity-built platform. Information propagates. I'll tell you something scientific that makes me a good citizen journalist. Why I'm good. Okay? If you understand the fundamental of how Twitter operates, when it was Twitter, it was a text-based app that allowed for the quick propagation of information in a way that no other social media platform does. It makes it unique, right? And because of the timeline and how it's all speed and time-based, right? It's not about really long fucking form content. It's all about how fast you can get accurate or any information, because bad actors put out inaccurate information this way. It's about how fast you can propagate information. So think of Twitter or X as the fountain, right? Or the source of the water, and all of the information water flows out from here down to other social media platforms and down to the legacy media platforms. The reason why all the journalists are here is because this is where the information starts. Period. That's why it's the number 1 news app on Apple, right? So if you understand this and you put your and you use that for that's you can use that as a journalist or as a researcher, right? To understand how to propagate information or understand how the information propagates, you can see the psyops, right? And that's what I was saying. All of these accounts some of them are opportunists that see a viral story and they're taking an opportunity to get in on the action, right? So these are not all, because I did the same thing when I was a cheerleader for Trump, right? I would take cues. They're cues, right? A cue, CUE. I would see an account post that I followed that was really accurate most of the time and really fast, right? And I would take that cue and then I would put my own style on it and that information, so I'm not just copying, plagiarizing somebody, right? And put my opinion on it, whatever, right? Maybe change the imagery up. This one's got a one picture, a fucking Wikipedia picture of Netanyahu and Trump, for example, right? And then I would post it and try to race everybody, right? So some of this is a rat race. Some of this, at the core of it, are intelligence or think tank operators or corporate operators or political movement operators that understand how this works, right? So they'll take something that is very, very emotionally provoking, right? Like this story about Netanyahu and Trump, right? You're like, oh my God, Trump told Netanyahu he's fucking crazy, right? That's emotion provoking in a lot of ways for many different people. So they throw that out there knowing that it's going to go viral, and all of the big accounts do their job for it, right? When all of the accounts are all telling you the same thing, and they don't have any fucking evidence to back it up, the system is manipulating the public, right? If there's no fucking receipts, if there's no witness that's coming forward, if there's no recording, there's no transcript, and we're talking about 2 state level actors. These are the presidents of their respective countries, right? There's no fucking audio, there's no video, there's no transcript, there's no nothing. Just trust me, bro. And you have the legacy media, the new media, the fucking all of it, all singing the same tune with no receipts. That's an operation. Okay? Ask for the receipts. Where? Show me when he said that. Otherwise, go fuck yourself. That's where I'm at, right? I have to see the fucking receipts. We were duped through COVID, duped through 2020, time after time after time after time, election after election after election, manipulated with shit just like this. Time to fucking wake up, right? All of us. Because they are building an authoritarian system with mass surveillance, weaponized drones, and fucking just about every nightmare, futuristic scenario, Terminator 2 outcome you can imagine. It's happening. Right? And if we don't stop to the fighting over the bullshit, falling for the psychological operations, we're never going to unite long enough to free ourselves from it, right? Our government is working on behalf of a foreign country right now, and it is devastating our economy, right? We had one good year of energy prices that were okay, gas, and now that's gone. Now, gas prices are higher than the average when Biden was in office and Trump ran on gas. That's the one thing he always delivered on, right? And now we don't even have that. And you're not allowed to say it out loud if you're on the right, or they will come after you, right? Something is going on here. Our country is ruining itself on the behalf of another interest, and we don't know why, right? How is this happening? Why is this happening? And if you try to ask those questions or speak about it, they come after you. Go ahead, Mace.
Fuck, my voice is going bad again, so I'll make it very, I think the biggest psyop is partisanship within our political.
Yeah, the two-party system's a psyop.
I think that's definitely a big psyop. I won't be able to, I'm going to write what I want to say and have Lene read it, so I don't hurt you guys' ears.
Well, I mean, you sound okay now, but you sound strained. If you talk,
Try taking a drink of water, Maze.
It sounds better now.
Yeah, you're good. You sound good. Okay. Yeah. So, the whole Trump, I'm so proud of you, okay? I feel like you just graduated to the next level.
Wow.
So it is absolutely true.
He upgraded, according to Maze Love's upgrade laws.
Where Trump has to redeem himself in the sense of the power dynamic between him and Bibi. And I think also that there is a very time-sensitive kind of issue when it comes to having to get this over with Iran and with Lebanon, because China's advancing its Belt and Road Initiative, like literally leaps and bounds ahead, to where they'll literally be a monopoly until there's actual competition. So long story short, I think that what he's also doing is distancing himself from whatever Israel may or may not do in the near future, so that he's not kind of pinned by that too. This is just my theory. I'm throwing it out there as a theory. Just really quickly on the military merging, I think this is very important for people to understand. My biggest issue with this is that you can't moonwalk out of this, guys. Like, this is building a relationship that is, it's like a marriage. You can't divorce. Once you merge these things, essentially, you start building these dependencies. They're putting Israeli tech into America's critical supply chains, right? This is where it creates these permanent dependencies. And what happens then is that Israel, let's just say, begins to want to do whatever it wants to do that maybe we personally don't agree with as allies. We shouldn't have to be forced into participating in whatever they want to do, because if they're merging all of these things, it is here's another piece to it. That also aids them in doing that, and we could be held accountable. I think with any other country, that kind of puts us side by side when they're rogue, right? Here's another thing. Lastly, and I'll land here, is that when it comes to the money around this, it's different, because when you are moving the relationship out of a transparent annual aid votes, right, where Congress can debate these things, they have a cap on the amount, they put conditions on whether or not to support it. Like, now it's like an opaque machinery. I feel like they're taking over the military, Dilly. This is what's happening. They've taken over the political shit. Now they're taking over our military. They're making it sound like a merger. I think that we saw how effective the Israeli lobby has been when it comes to, obviously, navigating and taking over a lot of the most important parts of foreign policy and whatnot. This is going to be one of those things where there'll be no more decisions for the voter representatives. It will now allow all decisions, what voters used to be able to do, to go through this very narrow, centralized point, and be shared. It's going to be all covered up. It's going to be like domestic infrastructure.
Let me say, you wouldn't on one thing. You can't do it. It's for sovereign country. Anybody's cooked out of their minds to think that this is actually even a thing. Because I see people entertain it, oh, well, with this now, man. And it's crazy. I know how you feel, Maze, because it's like that. You can't do this. You can't even think like that. You can't even begin to think like that. It just can't happen unless you're cooked out.
What they're referring to is the merging of, we talked about this earlier in the space, for those who aren't following along, that the merging of the military intelligence apparatus and the tech apparatus, we covered that earlier, between Israel. It's in the new National Defense Authorization Act, which is under review right now. It has a markup tomorrow where they can add or remove things before it goes to the House floor. And there's a portion of that bill, and I'll look for it here. It's Section 224 of the House version for fiscal year 2027 National Defense Authorization Act, called the United States Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. It requires the defense to appoint the Secretary of Defense to a Secretary of War, actually. Well, I guess on paper it still is defense. That's not actually all the way through. So this is accurate. To appoint one executive agent to coordinate and accelerate joint work between the United States and Israel on defense tech. Things like research, development, testing, co-production, licensing, and this is the part that I have a problem with the most. And integrating Israeli origin tech into U.S. systems. Okay? Why would it need to specifically say that? Right? Because we don't do that shit already now. Right? We don't, they already have prohibitions against using foreign, Chinese. That's why, remember they got rid of all the fucking Huawei phones or any any apps that had Chinese origin on their phones in Washington, D.C., if you're in the government, it doesn't matter if you are a congressman or if you're a federal employee, if you're a fucking mailman, they did not allow any Chinese origin shit on the phones. The reason why is because it can be hijacked at a hardware level, right? That's not detectable at the software level, right? They got caught doing it with the Huawei chipsets. China did. So why would you open the floodgates for Israel to do that to our highest? Did you hear what it says? These are the domains that they want to integrate Israeli origin technology from. Okay, it covers a wide range of areas: counter drones, missile defense, AI, quantum. They mean quantum computing, cyber, biotech. Okay, let me say that again: biotech. Think COVID. Okay. Network integration, data fusion, and more, right? Why would we want to allow a foreign country to have that much fucking leverage over us? What if that foreign country does shit that's not in our best interest? Israel has been caught before selling our shit to China, right? This is documented. It came up when I was looking it up the first time, right? So obviously, they get involved. They like to fight, apparently. They get involved with wars that are not in our best interest. We get involved in wars on their behalf that are not in our best interest. And now we're talking about compromising our systems at the highest, most critical levels with their technology. Why? We have the most advanced fucking tech industry in the world. We are a service economy based on how advanced our technology is, right? That is how we survived after the loss of the manufacturing base, as a service economy based on our technology, right? So why would we outsource our most critical infrastructure to them? That is fucking stupid, right? That is stupid. These decisions, the fact that this is even in a bill, the fact that so many of our congressmen not only are not going to oppose this, that they are endorsing it, tells you how captured we are to this ideology, right? That's what it does, right? This shouldn't be China, this should not be Israel, it should not be Austria, it shouldn't be Australia, it shouldn't be any fucking other country, it shouldn't be Mexico. No other country should have access or this much leverage over our core infrastructure like this. What the hell is going on? Go ahead, Mace.
Yes, I'm so glad you picked up on the very important points. One other thing to add in. It's pretty peculiar. They're going to have this executive agent. Who do you think they're going to pick to put in that role that decides what accelerates, what merges, what doesn't? Like, that's a very centralized position for all of the decisions to be made. Like, we don't know if they're more Israeli first or America first. Do they care about our national security, independent national security? Because whoever's in that position, Dilly, is going to be making those decisions. And are they ever going to put somebody in that position that is not necessarily 100% Israel first? I doubt it. And I think that they're going to be advancing things that would really put us on our fucking knees. This is what bothers me. People need to understand that this is the hill to die on, bro. I don't care. I'm going to keep saying it. I'm telling you, this is the hill to die on. I mean, this is where we need to focus the conversation. Also, can I tell you something else? I'm so glad.
I'll host a space about this tomorrow specifically.
Okay. Yes, please do. This is the hill to die on. What you brought up is actually a great observation, because when you talk about the Israeli origin, are you familiar? Do you know about the whole pager thing? Do you know what happened? This is exactly how they did it.
Yeah, they posed as a manufacturer of pagers, and for years it was a high-level, very deep operative situation, and then they intercepted the orders and sent them pagers.
Yeah, they centralized also kind of the flow of the manufacturing, the production of it, right?
Yeah, they bottlenecked it, so it would have to come through them.
I mean, it's absolutely mind-boggling, and this is something that people, like, I don't like. It's just it's one of those things that all of the like these very last decisions that are made. Like when I say last decisions, they're getting more and more critical, right?
We're running out of time. I think everybody can kind of sense it.
Yeah. Yep.
I agree. Yeah, I've been saying this for months, right? That I think. Do you not feel the tension? Right? I can feel it when I talk to people in my real life, right? The uncertainty, right? The fear, right? That's another part of a psychological operation, right? That uncertainty, that agitation, right? You're constantly bombarded with bad news, like what we're talking about, that makes you feel helpless, right? That makes you feel frustrated. No, there's I think that there's a demoralization there, right? That occurs, right? They want you to feel completely powerless and helpless, so that you do not resist, or they try to trigger you into an emotional reaction, right? That creates the response that they want, so that they can employ policy to deal with that. What do I mean by that? Well, it's inciting the problem so that you can offer a solution. It's called the Hegelian dialectic, right? David knows what I'm talking about.
No, that's.
But wait, one really quick statement.
That's not what that is.
One quick statement.
Bad analogy.
But I get it.
Yeah, it is. The Hegelian dialectic is proposing a problem per se, and then
creating
offering
a problem, and then
no,
that's. Guys, you're gonna make me forget
David is our stationary philosopher.
Yeah.
So correct me, David. I'm
okay.
willing to be corrected.
Well, can I just get this out really quickly and
please,
correct him?
And I'm
going to shut up because I'm typing my tea.
Absolutely.
Diligent. This is what I want you to understand. This is so golden. I'm so impressed with you right now, because I actually think that what we can do, it helped me think of a goal. I think what's the solution, the healing to the learned helplessness, and we talked about this. Des has been bringing this up, and it's really helped me recognize it. It is to actually win something. We haven't had a win, right? Like what I mean by that is that we've been pretty. I don't know what's the word.
I mean, we did. The people, Trump supporters did. And
I know.
Pulled.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Do you remember the momentum? Do you remember the high after that? Because it felt like we finally are doing.
Yeah,
something.
I went to DC and I covered the inauguration on the ground. And it was amazing. I walked the entire 3-mile line and video recorded all of it and turned it into like a fast-paced video with like music, and was really felt hopeful and like accomplished 100%.
And so and don't forget your thought there, David. I'm coming to you, but this is where I think we should focus a lot of the attention, is in making sure, and like this is where we put it all. Like we have to be able to organize and channel the energy into something and apply pressure at the same time. That type of power is what's going to wield success, and we just have to focus. I don't have it all the answers, but I do think that a little bit of the answer will be that a win. Go ahead, David. Sorry.
Well, we're going to win, and we're going to do it by calling on the spirit of our forefathers. You know, Benjamin Franklin said it's a republic if you can keep it, and we've lost it. We have lost that republic. You know, when they openly bragged about conquering a little congressional seat in Kentucky, you knew, the fact that they can say it out loud, you know that when Benjamin Netanyahu can threaten all of Americans and say technology is the new weapon of war, and then we're talking about them merging with our military, and make no mistake, that is taking over our military. If you take over the brain, the intelligence of our military, and all of the things that extenuate from that, including monitoring citizens in America, the very citizens that he threatened, he spit on the graves of acres of men buried at Arlington and said, your free speech is no longer a thing. You're the enemy. and we're coming after you. And our president sat by his side and said, yes, I will join you in declaring war on Americans and our principle. Well, let me tell you, my friends, these people are going down, down, down. We're going to crush them because every lie has an expiration date and the truth lasts forever. Our great republic was founded upon these wonderful principles of freedoms, the rights of the individual, liberalism, kindness, generosity. And of course, these people oppose all of this. These are avaricious men that control and own our government. So yes, our republic is over, but where are we going to go from here? Well, I will tell you why we're going to win. The Great Awakening is happening, and I am so proud of my brothers and sisters. You're right, Diligent. It cannot be one where we're motivated by vengeance or hatred or even war. There are no pitchforks to be dragged out in the field to fight anybody, because we're talking about an infinitesimally small group of horrible people that wish to extract our wealth and reduce us to servitude in the process, and this is happening very quickly, just as you said. But, in the words of John F. Kennedy, they can all take 2 running jumps and go to hell. They are not going to win, because we've learned that it's not Muslim against Christian. We've learned that. Stop playing that game. Not black versus white, not gay versus straight, not white collar versus blue collar. We don't care what color shirt you wear anymore. No, it's about a small group of people. And by the way, the reason why we appeal to our Jewish brothers and sisters by calling out Jewish supremacy is because it is more than just Israel, right? When he's saying we got these things, he's talking about American companies, American media. It is much more
American
than just
corporations that own us too.
Right. Absolutely. And what do we have? They have the military, they have the media, and they have the money, and all we have is the advantage, because the atomic power of truth wins. The atomic power of people throughout the history of civilization that just want to be free, that just laissez-faire, leave us be, want to be left alone. And what do these people say? You may not have your freedom. You may not be left alone. We're going to tell you what to do, how to raise your kids, what you're allowed to say, what you're allowed to think. We're going to control every facet of your life. Submit to us or die. And let me tell you something. If Jurassic Park, if that line in it is right, that life finds a way, truth finds a way, every idea, every truth, as Victor Hugo said, when a truth's time has come, you cannot stop it. Nothing can stop an idea whose time has come, he said. Even militaries, he said specifically, cannot stop that idea. And that idea is freedom. And by the way, I'm talking about everybody in the world, not just Americans, because freedom is not just our right as a people, it's our destiny as a species. And these horrible people have been drugged. Thank you, Thomas Massey, for the Epstein files, because you made this happen. Thank you, Thomas Massey, for making them buy your seats, because you made this happen. These people have been drugged out into the noonday sun, and we see them for all their horrific splendor. We see them for what they are, and we're going to win. There's more of us from them.
The DOJ said they don't have time to really investigate the Epstein thing because they're going on 15-state anti-Semitism awareness tour.
Yeah.
And that's
and what's really funny is these people so control the language that we are talking about the most anti-Semitic country in the world, Israel, that kills all the Semites around them, that will never stop killing them, by the way. No, we'll never stop. There's no stopping this thing.
They're Arabs, they're not Semites.
Yeah, they're Semites. Incorrect. No. Sorry. False. But
when someone says they're anti-Semitic, they don't.
Sorry, they're Semites. You're just wrong. That's just factually incorrect. They're Semites. And by the way, this is the same when people say this as when Joe Biden said, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black."
Let's keep it on the psyops angle,
okay.
Though. If you can keep
but
it
on the psyop angle, okay, good. Let's do that. But on the psyop angle, what she just said, where they're saying you can't talk about this anymore, it doesn't matter, because if I tell everybody that there's one thing that you can't talk about, if I tell everybody nobody's allowed to think or mention pink elephants, they're going to think and talk about pink elephants. But this is way worse. They're telling us one thing we can't talk about. You know, come on, Voltaire, everybody else told you this, that the people that you can't talk about are the ones that rule you. Everybody knows this is all very intuitive, and they're going to try to stop us in every way. Here's the problem. You cannot dam up half the river. If you're going to really, really put that authoritarian, as George Orwell saw, that boot stamping on the face, on a human face forever, if you're going to do that, you got to do it well. Because if we can whisper, if we can tap it like prisoners of war through the walls, then we are going to overcome, and that is exactly what's going to happen.
Mitch.
Thank you, David.
Oh, Mitch.
Well, I was just going to highlight that I think that we're going to see a lot of ramping up. I think I'm seeing it, but I also see it kind of more in the public arena and more in the, of like strategy and task force to really curb, quote unquote, anti-Semitism. And I don't know if they're putting that out there on purpose. Are you guys seeing that in your pipeline? Like, there's just so many things. Like even all of
I've always seen the anti-Semitism stuff, but I also
the DOJ is
I also saw like some guy giving a speech. It was like this last week or something. He said that they spent $600 million trying to combat anti-Semitism, and it did not make a measurable impact. He said that it's because anti-Semites are cannot be changed. Right? He said that you can't reason with hate, is what he alluded it to. And I would argue that it's because your definition of anti-Semitism is too broad, right? It's any term that is hateful, right? You deem to be hateful is subjective fundamentally, right? And therefore, it does not exist. Hate speech does not exist, and I'll tell you why. Because it cannot be clearly defined, right? The definition depends on who you ask, right? There is no consensus on what hate speech is. And so you can't enforce, right, an idea. You cannot, we already know this is antithetical to human nature. Human nature is always going to win, especially at scale. So you can't enforce an idea that is fluid, that doesn't have a firm foundation in reality, right? And you just can't. So stop trying to prevent people from thinking or saying something, and start fostering a culture of education or information. And I don't mean propaganda when I say education, right? Be like, own up to things that are true, right? Stop trying to convince people that Israel doesn't have an oversized influence in the United States, for example. One, right? Stop trying to convince people what you're trying to say are your lying eyes are deceiving you. Don't believe what you see. Believe what I tell you. Stop doing that. It doesn't work, especially over time. A lying, as David says, a lying liar. They have the story becomes less believable over time.
A lying liar lying through their lie hole.
There you go. Lying liar lying through their lie hole. Thank you, David. It becomes harder to maintain the lie consistently over time, right? And that deviation is noticeable from people who are already jaded, that have been lied to over a long period of time. I personally don't blame the Jews for everything, right? And I don't really care what Israel does as long as it doesn't involve us. Now, that's probably a more pragmatic approach to them than Mays or David have. They have an ideological position on Gaza, right? I don't.
That's a human thing, right? It's not ideological at all.
Well, I mean, it's your own belief, right? You have your own position, right?
What do you mean? Everybody has to fucking care about the goddamn Holocaust.
But I don't have to care. I don't really have a position on the Holocaust either.
Okay, well, it is not. I'll just say this then.
I don't really have a position on events that I wasn't there to. Wait, hold on. I'm not really. I don't really take positions on events that I'm not there to participate in, or that don't affect me in some way, shape, or form. I think it's interesting, whatever, right? I'm not saying that I'm not like condoning what's happening there. There's no good guys in war, right? But I'm just saying, like, I don't have to take a strong position where I need to fight at home based on what's happening on some other place, right? If they want to fucking rule the roost around them, let them do it, but not with us using us to do it. Either they can do it on their own or they can't, right? Period.
Well, you don't understand this.
And
Like,
and if they can't do it on their own, and they're so worried about their own existence in that area, they should be better at making friends, right? They should be better at making allies around them and making friends, as opposed to fighting with them constantly.
So, Dilly, let me just say this, right? I don't expect everybody to be on the same page around this, but like for me, if I was around during the time this was happening to any Jew, I would still be just as fucking passionate.
You would be killing them, nice.
Shut the fuck up, you stupid.
Your
name rhymes with. Listen, this is the problem.
Yes, you gotcha.
Yes, and let me just say this, right? Like when it comes to like what Mitch does, for example, is he actually makes it so much worse. I mean, and I think you have to know that you're doing that.
He's retarded. He doesn't even know that JQ and you're defending Jews.
No attacking person.
First of all, it's not
right now.
Sorry.
Please.
Listen, all I'm saying
All I'm
is,
saying is I don't have a big position on what Israel
I know what you
or
said.
any
He
other country
interrupted
does in
me.
their own shit, right? I just
Right,
don't
we're
have
gonna have what you said.
defending Jews.
It's a
Like,
strategy
we
that
have
just
zero
says, come on.
fucking respect. I'm gonna finish what I'm saying, Mitch. You can respond to
Mitch,
whatever it is that you
Mitch,
want to
she is a
respond.
co-host.
Okay?
Let her finish, then you can respond.
Jeez. So all I'm saying is this: is that for me, my perspective, it is very human based. I can't, in good conscience, know that this is happening, and it's not that like it's happening way over there and we're not a part of it. We're every bit a part of it, and I can't. That fucks with me, right? Especially like anyway. That aside, I also know that the occupation there looks different. And the occupation here looks different, but it's still an occupation, and the occupiers are the same people. And when I say the same people, is like Israeli, like the Israeli interest right now is dominating their country by land and our country by government, and we're seeing it. Obviously, do you know what they said the day after Massey was primaried? They said, you can disagree with us, but not for long. This is what AIPAC
AIPAC did.
And I would say that I agree with Mays also that it doesn't require any ideology at all to care about the children buried under the rubble in Gaza.
You don't. It's not like
you're just obsessed with Jews.
Hold on.
Give a shit about it.
It's like I want to support Jews. It's just that they're like killing Jews.
It's designed just for that.
Let me clarify my own position, right? Is that it's not that I celebrate or am okay with kids dying, right? But there are horrible atrocities occurring simultaneously all over the world, all of the time, right? We cannot help or care about other fucking countries and save them or people or whatever without saving ourselves first, right? Our country is decaying and burning and in decline, and I have a vested interest for my progeny here, right? For our kids' futures, not just my own, but our future generations. We have a duty to ensure that they have a free and prosperous future. I cannot go worry about Gaza or Africa or any of these other countries where atrocities are occurring, right? I cannot spend a lot of attention or time on those things when my own ship is going down. When you are on an airplane and the plane is crashing, all of the respirators drop down at the same time. What do they tell you? Do they say, put the respirator on the person next to you, even if it's a kid or your wife or an elderly person? No, they say, put your own mask on first. Why? Because dead people cannot save anyone else. That's why, right? And we are dying. We have got to save ourselves. I am not going to spend any time fighting other people's wars. And that goes either way, right? That means that I am not going to go fight Gaza's war. I'm not going to go fight Iran's war. I'm not going to go fight Israel's war. My position on this is unilateral.
Okay, can I just highlight a perspective for you? And I think I agree with you. I just want to show you how what we're saying isn't that different. It's even if putting your mask on first means taking care of America first, you would be saving the Gazans too. Do you understand? Like, this is where my I guess urgency comes. Yes, I am definitely much more connected to this situation. I feel very deep.
What I was trying to say.
Yes, I do. But what I'm also telling you is it is because Americans have been just kind of, me included, until this happened, me too, right? Have been completely unaware of what is happening because we have completely let go. Like we don't even know what to do. We can't even we're scrambling to find a remediation pathway. And it's doesn't matter if it's the person putting the mask on himself first and then can save the child. There's still a terrorist inside of the damn pilot cockpit, right? And all I'm saying is
they're in Hamas. They're not in the cockpit. The cockpit is the idea.
Yeah, exactly. My point. They're the ones that are hijacking. You guys are.
Can I go on? You've been going on and on. And he said I go after you, but you're going on and on.
What is our stance on a political?
Like this is the Jewish supremacy that David was talking about. He just comes up here and wields.
Well, it is a foreign shit.
No, he said I'd go next, and you're just going on and on. I'm not even disrespecting.
It doesn't matter. I am having a conversation. I am speaking so much time. I'm gonna yield it to you in just a second.
You can land it, and then we'll go to Mitch.
No, I am not, because the IDF took over the cockpit. What do you mean landed? How am I going to land?
But that's the thing, David. Honestly, like, what do we do about like the foreign bullshit? I already know what's going to happen.
I don't sit in the echo chamber meeting while 3 or 4 of us were speaking. Right? I said I called on.
But he's not even from here, bro.
And then I said Mitch. And now a bunch of people are dogpiling.
Exactly. That's my point.
Let's take over the cockpit. Go ahead, Mitch. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I heard Diligent say something interesting. He said that. It's kind of scary to see the amount of systems that this idea has. I don't know if it's going to pass or not, to integrate more fully weapon systems and capabilities of tech of Israel. But I mean, your power, if you think in your own personal life or militarily, is based upon cooperating with your friends. You do better in business when you cooperate with your friends. You already have tremendous foreign technology and foreign manufacturing in your military, like British systems. Have you ever heard of BAE? I mean, they're huge producers of howitzers. They're part of the F-35 program. You know, you have your frigates are Italian based. You have various arms that are German based.
I've never understood how this makes us want to. We're not supposed to want to have Israel.
I forget the name of it exactly. I think it's called the Harrier jet. That's British. You have a lot of technology because you cooperate with friends and pretending that, like, oh, what, they blew up the enemy, the Hezbollah, and killed those assholes who are terrorists. Yeah, that's cooperate with America on doing those kind of things to take out your enemies. But even your Golden Dome system that you're planning is based upon the Iron Dome system that Israel has. You know, cooperate.
Stop interrupting him, and then you can respond right after him.
Your kamikaze domes, your Harpy, your Harp are Israeli based. Your Extend system, which deals with battle management systems, are Israeli based. Your trophy system that protects your armored corps, your tanks and other things, the Marines integrate them, that protects them from incoming projectiles and artillery. That's with Israel. That Israel is providing things that safeguard Americans because we cooperate. So this isn't a scary thing. This is a good thing.
But we're not talking about just Mitch.
You cooperate with all of them.
But it's not. We're talking about integrating foreign-based technology into our core systems, not just weapon systems that are at a surface level. What you're talking about is it is crucial or critical defense technology in some regards. I've always said, and my position has not changed. As a matter of fact, I think this bolsters my position that what's going on with Israel and Gaza is so that they can develop weapons with our partners in our allies.
Yeah, and I would say that giving Israel access
the fact of the matter is that they have increased their technological capabilities when it comes to identifying and killing targets using Gaza as a testing ground, and that technology is then passed back to us. This is a fact. This is a documented fact.
Every battle, no matter what it is, I don't care where it is, improves your R&D, your technology.
But it also,
look, Iran, in Iran, for example. The Chinese.
But that fact alone, right?
I don't disagree with you.
I'm glad you don't disagree because it's true, right? It creates an incentive structure, right, for us to fund and promote and support those endeavors.
Your enemy, the Chinese, are providing certain arms to Iran. Why? Not because first of all, they suck. As you can see what happened with Venezuela. They
You're deflecting.
Track U.S. technology. No, I'm not. I'm trying to get the point
100%.
that every major producer of arms will put arms into the field. Like, for example, Israel didn't need the THAAD system to defend Israel, but America needed to have it R&D tested, right? Because what happened with the THAAD? The THAAD had only been used once in the UAE in 2022 to take down a projectile. It had not been battle tested in the same way. This was not about defending Israel. This was about improving an important weapon system of America. That's why the THAAD system was deployed in Israel.
But
it's not about
again,
good. This is about America.
You're talking about surface level use cases. What this bill does integrates core functions, right? AI, quantum computing technology, biotechnology. We're talking about all of the leading edge, most impactful core functions in the technology defense sector in our country that is originated in a foreign country that has its own interests, right? That has its own interests, and it also has a history of working with our adversaries, China, for example.
No, it doesn't. We had one person who operated outside the law and sent arms to China. This was not a country thing. The guy got
Do you know what the tip of the iceberg is, Mitch?
Man, you've had Americans who supply technology.
Did you Jonathan Pollard steal nuclear secrets from America?
This happens in every.
Did you hear me? Didn't Jonathan Pollard steal secrets from America? Have you heard of Jonathan Pollard? He literally stole secrets from America.
Okay, so you're just instead of denying it or acknowledging the concerns, you're justifying what occurred.
Pretending that this is. You're pretending this is Israeli policy or on a national level. It
doesn't matter if it's Israeli policy or not.
You're missing my point.
No, hold on. I'm responding to your point.
How about you let me finish the point and then counter it? I'm trying to say that you have Americans who are in the military who end up supplying things to your enemies.
And then they end up going to
prison in Israel.
Right.
Yeah, the same thing happened.
But we don't arrest Israelis and do it to us. Now, do we?
Yes,
right. When Jonathan Pollard stole American secrets and gave them to Israel, they liked it. They liked it. They wanted that, right?
Of course they did.
Right? Okay. Yes. Yeah, so why would we let our enemy that spies on us share our secrets? It's like hold on. Let me give you the comparison. Giving them access to all that information, our military information, is like giving Ted Bundy your little black book, okay? These clearly are not. Look, the biggest threat to America, and everybody knows this. Hold on. No, we're not. Unfortunately, not. The biggest threat. Hold on. The biggest threat to America of any country in the entire world is by far Israel. In fact, Israel is more of a threat to America than all the other countries combined. And let's take. Let me give you some examples. Okay? Hold on. Calm down. Don't splurge out. I'm representing America. You can represent the foreign country that's our enemy in a second. Hold on.
I'm not American.
Now, hold on. Far from it, my friend.
Mitch was promised to have some time uninterrupted.
Well, he's got
Mitch,
some time.
hold on. No, because I did. Mitch, go. Dave, I'll let you respond. Terry, I'll let you jump in. We'll go to the rest of the hands.
Is the history of the intelligence services. Literally, do you remember, I forget which year it was, I think it was during the Obama years, literally you were phone tapping and device tapping every single one of the world leaders of your allies in NATO. That's what the CIA does. That's what every intelligence services does. This is part, because it's not about being right, it's not about being right or wrong. It is part of what is the intelligence world. And you can't pretend that this is an Israeli thing. The British are spying on you. You're spying on the British. They're spying on the Chinese. The Polish are spying on the Hungarians. Everybody does this.
Are we integrating? Are we integrating British technology into these systems?
Are they dancing British or just dancing Israeli?
Deeply integrated in the British military system.
Yes. Wait.
How many dancing British?
We're taking British AI and sticking it into our core defense systems here.
You understand what NATO is for the most part.
We
it is
certainly
not an organization
have
Russia anymore.
It
is
law.
a weapons
platform. First of all, NATO is a chartered ally that we don't have with Israel.
A treaty ally. and we don't have written input. Excuse me, Mitch. You talked for quite a while, you and David. I want to talk.
I didn't let him finish. Terry, you were after him. Land your plane, Mitch.
I told you the IDF stole the plane.
We kept interrupting him, so then he didn't get to finish his point.
Yeah. No, he's had a lot more time than anybody.
I all agree. He's the only one
Are
who
you playing
disagrees.
fucking ping pong?
Yeah, but dude, he's pushing bullshit. That's what everybody's saying.
Ping pong here, like I'm a ping pong ball back and forth with the fucking paddle. Let me
It's
finish my
fine.
fucking sentence. Go score out.
No, you're probably in the room.
I'm giving
Go
you
ahead.
perspective of
You can
reality as
defeat his
opposed to,
idea
like,
with better. You
Yeah,
defeat
you can
speech
fight
with
my
more
idea.
speech.
Nobody let me
It's
talk.
literally very simple. NATO is a weapons sharing platform, and for every reason, while they're not a formal member, Israel is part of that NATO system, whether you like it or not. And you are all integrated. AI, cyber, military equipment, systems. They're just part of that NATO system without being a formal member of NATO, whether you like that or not. You wouldn't have an F-35 functioning without Israel.
But they're also
There's a
they
reason
don't
why they
they don't
have
also
the
they don't
technological
have
video
they
on
don't
that
have the same level of accountability, right, or processes
There would
that
be
a
no
NATO
F-35,
ally does,
one
which is
of the most
why it's not
important weapons
okay.
platforms.
It's not okay for them, Mitch. I let you finish. It's not okay for them to act like and get the benefits of and have the trust of an ally which has a vested interest in us that can suffer consequences that are clearly laid out in a treaty, right? That's the difference. They are getting all of the inside the inside hookup, right? The homie hookup. They get the homie hookup from the United States, but without having to own up to any of it. Right?
They are the
when
ones
they act in their own
sacrificing
interests
their
that are
lives.
against our interests, like
They're the-
starting
all your
shit
NATO
with their
allies.
neighbors and getting us
all your NATO
involved or
allies,
influencing
all
our
your NATO
politics and unseating a sitting congressman and bragging about it, right? Or multiple city congressmen signaling if you oppose us, if you oppose this idea, if you oppose the pro-Israel ideology, we will get rid of you, right? AIPAC bragging about it. These are real things, right? So you don't have Germany doing that. You don't have Poland doing that.
Thomas Massey
You don't have
has seen
Austria
himself.
doing that. You
His
don't have
district-
England doing that. No other country is impacting our politics, both foreign and domestic, and bragging about it the way that Israel is. That is a fact.
Massey unseated himself. He has the
Read that
largest
record.
number of veterans, and he was partnering with Ryan Mata, who is proudly
I got
calling
a sticker
He
here.
didn't partner with Ryan Matt.
Let me
Ryan Matt
roll
showed
here.
up at his
literally
events.
one
That's what he
Terry,
wants. That's
go
what he
ahead.
wants.
one of his
Mitch,
big
Terry, go
podcasts
ahead.
that he had. And literally,
Mitch,
the man is calling
Mitch,
for
I'm
the
coming
American
to you.
American
Terry, go ahead.
You think a congressman who works with Ryan
He's
Mata,
taking advantage
He
of this.
can't stop.
Calm down.
I can't do this. He's impossible.
you think he
Mitch,
can
I don't want to have to drop you.
Mitch and David, I disagree with both of you guys. David hides by his language of these people, and
I don't say these people. I say Jewish supremacists.
you say
Jewish supremacists.
what you really mean, David, is Jews, and
I
you
say
hate
Jewish
Jews.
supremacists. No,
Let me
oh,
talk.
man. No, I'm not going to let you
Stop.
add diligent.
I'm not gonna have. This is the culture war shit that I think also is kind of a psyop, right? Like we are getting dragged into the culture war aspect of this. I think it's manufactured. It's a race war. I don't want to have it
But
on either
diligent, you
side.
should defend me here. You know that I don't do this. I always appeal to our Jewish
Well, I mean,
brothers.
Terry is not. It's not fair to make his position for him. I always interrupt people and make sure that my position is clearly stated whenever they try to assert it for me. So you can say you perceive him to be, but don't declare his position for him. That's not fair. I'm going to interrupt you too. That's just what I'm saying. So you're saying he hates Jews. Well, he didn't say that he hates Jews. You're asserting that he hates Jews based on your perception. I have always heard him say.
I agree with that.
I have always heard him say.
That's
Let me finish. I've always heard him say Jewish supremacy is a problem. He actually says to my Jewish brothers and sisters in the room, I don't think you're the problem. Jewish supremacy is a problem. He always makes that statement constantly. I've heard it so many times that I just read it back to you about verbatim.
The problem I see, though, is when you get down to it, Who isn't a Jewish supremacist in David's mind?
Dave Smith, Glenn Greenwald, I could name a million of them. There are
People who
millions
are
of
not
people.
actually Jews, he calls Jews. This is hilarious.
They're Jews. Those are Jews.
Dax Blumenthal is not a Jew. He's
Do
literally
you
brought up by
have
two
to
Protestant
Mitch?
parents.
Glenn Greenwald's a Jew.
Mitch, why are you so riled up? Usually you're more
Glenn
calm.
Greenwald is a Jew. Dave Smith is a Jew. Are you joking?
Okay, Terry, finish your.
And
Finish.
then
Let's
the
let Terry
so
finish.
those are my Jewish
Let's
friends.
let Terry.
Oh, I love
Mitch,
those
I don't want to have to.
They're not Jewish now.
My favorite Jew is the fake Jew.
You know, David and Mitch, they just roll. They just talk.
I don't want to have to stop talking over everybody, Mitch. You guys too. Let's just reel it back in a little bit. I really want to have to drop you down. I will. You keep it up. Dr. Strange, go ahead. Sorry. Finish Derry. Then we'll go to Dr. Strange, and then you guys can open it up and have back and forth.
Look, my view is this.
You got 23 minutes, and I'm doing a subscriber space. The link is in the Jumbotron.
Okay, there are definitely elements of
Follow
truth.
Blaze, follow Harmony, turn notifications on for me.
Can I?
Subscribe if you can.
Okay,
Go ahead, Terry.
fuck it. I'm gone.
No,
I'm outta
don't
here.
go anywhere, Terry. He always does this to me too.
I was just making sure they followed the co-host. Is it so bad?
You like told him to go and
Just shut up. I'm sorry. I do that all the time. Terry.
Yeah, can I get a word in then? Since you
I guess so.
Oh yeah, program.
I was just trying to make sure that everybody was loving on my co-host. That's all.
yeah.
Sorry, Terry.
Yeah. Look, I don't begrudge Israel for spying on the United States. I'm an American. The problem is when the United States opens the doors of its security to Israel. So I don't know if you guys remembered when Fox News did the 4-part series on Israel having penetrated or be allowed into the U.S. security telecommunications infrastructure, in particular two companies, American Infosys and Converse, that are used by the FBI and federal agencies to do phone taps and to do phone logging. So those are Israeli companies. They could have been sending the data back to Israel, where they could be using data mining. They could have been using data mining algorithms to gain intelligence on Americans. It's not normal to open yourself up like that to a foreign country. Donald Rumsfeld talked about this, how the Mossad goes around the Pentagon, bossing people around like it's their country. Okay? We have anti-BDS laws in like 20 states. You're allowed to criticize any country in the world, even our own, according to these BDS laws, except Israel. So there's an incestuous, unnatural relationship that's been created by legislators with respect to a foreign country, like a perfect definition of what George Washington called a foreign entanglement. And the things that Israel does aren't just things that are happening. They are things that we are as complicit as possible in. And that makes it really relevant to the American voter that for a lot of them, they want to put a stop to it, right? We don't just give them the 3.8 billion a year. There's another 700 million in the Pentagon line item budget. There's diplomatic protection at the Security Council with the UN. There's diplomatic protection in terms of intimidating other countries that may try to criticize Israel. The weapons, the ammo, all of that. So that makes us complicit. Now, whatever we may have done, for example, in My Lai in Vietnam or in Fallujah, that was before the age of social media. But this thing, we're seeing what's happening here. We're seeing war crimes on a massive scale. Putting aside the issue of genocide, there's clearly war crimes on a massive scale. Israel killed 15 medics in Gaza. Then they buried the bodies, and they buried the ambulances too. They crushed and they buried the ambulances. You don't do that unless you're committing a war crime or unless you're covering up a war crime. And then they got caught in several lies, even by the New York Times. And now the New York Times has seen that the problem with Israel, with the way that the Israeli prison services tortures and rapes
No one's raped, no one's tortured.
has
These
gotten
are all just
so
fucking
bad that
lies.
even the New York
Sorry.
Times
We're getting away from
even the New York Times has covered
These are all
it
just
now.
claims, and there's not total bullshit with
I do want to reel it back
Yeah,
into the core topic.
they're claims with a much better standard of evidence than the ones offered by Israel. When
No,
Israel
Israel
offers
has
claims
actual
often,
footage.
let me finish, Mitch.
So
Mitch, you go on and
this topic, Israel will
Claims.
the foreign aspect of it will hijack the space every single fucking time. Right? If I let it, it does it every time. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring it back into the psychological operation aspect of it as it pertains and it can be anything in the title that includes Israel, right? But you're going to focus on the topic. I don't want to have the whole Israel-Gaza debate right now. I'm not doing it. So reel it in. We got 18 minutes. Go ahead, Dr. Strange.
Do I need to finish a little bit to wrap it up?
No, I just wrapped it up for you. If you want to bring it back to PSYOPs, then yeah. Otherwise, I'm going to let Dr. Strange go.
Yeah, I'll make one last comment about the funding. Okay, the funding is not just as you pointed out. It's the technological relationship is possibly being made a little too intimate, right? Or very much more intimate than it should be. But it's also a way to hide the funding, to take it away from the public appropriation that's made, to put it inside the Pentagon budget where it can be where basically we don't have the transparency that we have. So that's the other thing I wanted to say. Thanks for letting me finish.
No problem. Go ahead, Dr. Strange.
Thanks, Elgin. Appreciate it. Wonderful space. I appreciate you holding the space. I wish I could have been here earlier, but I'm traveling. Nevertheless, I do want to mention a couple of quick points regarding what you guys were talking about regarding Israel and how they've spied on the U.S. and shared sensitive technology to the Chinese. So I've said this before. The former CIA director, James Woolsey, told the Senate Government Affairs Committee that Israel had been selling U.S. secrets to China for about a decade. And more than 12 years ago, the U.S. demanded that Israel cancel the contract, which supplies China with Python 3 missiles, which included a number of other technology. And it went on and nothing happened. And then there was a U.S. investigation for a number of years where they proved that the Israelis were selling U.S. secret missile technology and electro-optics technology, which was transferred, not selling, was transferred to China, because Israel, what they do is they want to curry favors with everyone, whether it's Russia, whether it's China, whether it's India, because they're thinking long-term. They don't care about their ally, U.S. They want to make sure that tomorrow, when they've got to move away from the U.S. and leech on to another country, they've got that opportunity to do so. And this is exactly what Roseanne Barr said. He's like, U.S. can go fuck itself. We'll just go over to India. That's the mindset. This is how they operate. They don't rely on just one U.S. superpower or one superpower. That being said, after the U.S. investigation found that they had passed technology, and under a lot of pressure, the Israeli defense minister had to resign. And again, this was after an investigation, a multi-decade investigation. And this was reported on an Israeli newspaper, Maariv. So this is not, nobody's making this up. The irony is that the Chinese turned around and helped Iran with their missile technology, which Iran is now using against Israel, or have been in the past couple of years. In addition, the Israelis, every U.S. tech that goes into Israel, they force them to have R&D there. And then not only do they force them to have their R&D, it's almost like put a lot of pressure on them. And then they basically want their secret sauce, the source code, as well as backdoor access. And they did this with WhatsApp. This was back in the early 2000s. I don't remember exactly when. So they took the backdoor access and they created an illegal product called Pegasus spyware. And the spyware basically they sold it around to various countries such as India and other authoritarian dictators all over the world. Again, to curry favors with them. They sold it to these countries where these countries then use that technology, the backdoor access.
You're talking about Pegasus?
To spy on journalists, lawyers, human rights activists. And then Meta, the formerly known as Facebook, pursued a legal
not
case
just state
against
actors,
them
but also high-level criminals.
Yep. Actually, Jeff Bezos became ended up being one of the individuals who was spied on through spyware that the Israelis sold
you guys
to the
don't know,
Saudis.
Pegasus is an exploit developed for phones that is zero action. It means that you don't even get a text that you have to click on or anything like that. It can be married. It can be trojaned in with another type of data packet sent to your phone, and then it completely takes control of your phone. Clones the data, sends data back to a server. They can control it. They can see the different sensors, your microphone, your camera, all kinds of shit, all of your text messages, any of the keys that you put in there. If you type in a password, all of that shit. That's what he's talking about. Go ahead. Sorry, continue, Dr. Strange.
Oh, so there was a legal case for many years, and then the court finally basically ruled that the Israelis did exploit these WhatsApp's backdoor access, and they did install spyware to target your camera and microphone and access data, effectively turning the phone into a pocket spy. And then there was, again, this case
911 right now.
Yeah. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, because when you ally yourself with a country that will turn around and use that technology to spy on your own citizens for their own political agenda, I mean, you're basically feeding a snake that's going to turn around and basically bite you and bite your citizens. So why would you want to align yourself to that level where you're sharing everything, especially American data? Data that should not be shared with anyone. We don't share that kind of information with any other ally. So this is why the NDAA, the Section 224, is so dangerous. Now, I bring this up because this has also an economic impact on us in the U.S. We are right now competing with China for consumers and raw material all over the world. Now, what's happened in the past few years is that because of our alignment with Israel and its genocide, a lot of countries are boycotting us. So instead of buying iPhones, they're going around and buying Huawei's phones. And this has a major impact on us long term. In addition, a lot of these countries, and I shared this in another space.
I feel like we're getting off into the weeds.
I'll land it with this. Ultimately, all I'm trying to say is that this genocide in Israel, in Gaza, has an economic impact where a lot of countries in the global south and elsewhere is actually aligning themselves more with China, whereas 3 years ago they were not. They looked at more favorably to the U.S. versus China, and this has an impact on us economically. Now, one last thing regarding what David was saying. David has always made a point that he's specifically mentioning Jewish supremacy, not Jews as a whole. So I want to make sure that I corroborate what you were saying, Diligent, and others. Regarding the PSYOP, look, I'll say one thing. It's a game of distraction. Whether it's the fucking UFOs that a lot of naive imbeciles fall victim to, whether it's entertainment that they push on you, every single thing that you could possibly imagine that has no effect on your life, they will want you to get busy on, except the real stuff, except the actual stuff that matters to yourself. All this BS about Trump cursing out Netanyahu, one, they would never leak that unless they didn't want that to be leaked. Subsequently,
I don't even think it happened. I want the receipts.
Even if it did, right? Even if I agree, but even if it did, ultimately what they're trying to, it's all a preparation for the midterms. In addition, the pointed note is that if you really wanted to do something, you change policy. You don't just go yell and scream and curse. That's meaningless. You threaten saying, I'm not going to deliver any weapons to you in the next month unless you back off. And then advertise that. That actually says something, that I'm going to change policy instead of just cursing and showcasing bravado, meaningless bravado, which means nothing at the end of the day unless you change policy. So, or at least the threat of policy that we're not going to supply you with weapons. We're not going to basically provide you these missiles or that stuff. There's a lot we can do in terms of policy. Otherwise, I don't buy into it. I think it's all a facade just to fool people, because a lot of people have realized that the Israeli lobby has a significant influence over the U.S. presidency as well as a lot of our politicians, and this is detrimental to Israel's future. So they're trying to showcase that these politicians actually have agency and they can think for themselves. In reality, they don't, because ultimately money talks, bullshit walks. And a lot of these, we know who funded a lot of these campaigns with hundreds of millions of dollars. It's essentially as simple as that. Unless and until we get money out of elections, we don't have a country, we don't have politicians, they become prostitutes to somebody else. I'll end it there. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mitch. You can respond if you keep it short, and then we'll go to.
So Massey didn't lose because of Israel. Massey lost because of Massey. Massey reminded himself of people who called him the soldiers. That's not a good message in a district that literally. That's not a message that is going to do well in a district that has 60,000 U.S. veterans.
Did AIPAC take credit for his loss?
I'm sure they will. They'll take credit.
No, they did.
Lost.
No, it
His
just already happened.
himself, his message and his behavior resulted in
But AIPAC did take credit for his loss.
Are the people in that district voting because of Israel or the Jews?
And they also spent more money than any other organization in history.
They're voting because they saw Massey as becoming, once upon a time, a patriotic American become delusional, and they no longer wanted to have him as a politician. People have brains. The people
Is it anti-Semitic to not want
hold
on? Is it anti-Semitic to not want to integrate our military technologies together?
I'm actually, look, to me it's a double-edged sword. I see it as golden handcuff, right? Just like I want to see the end of military dollar support to Israel, because I do think it restricts Israel's military industrial complex, which I think should be strong and developed and should be able to trade with others. I think this integration is handcuffing the IDF because it will become overly integrated with the U.S. and therefore something that can be detrimental to the IDF. So I also see it the same as you, but from the other direction.
Fair. That's fair. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Lou.
Thank you, Diligent. I'll be real quick here. I heard something disturbing today, and it's an actual addendum to the arm of surveillance in this country. But when you think about it, it's perfectly logical. Apparently, the NSA and the various IC community is targeting U.S. citizens who are criticizing data centers and criticizing the development of AI. They're just being monitored. Social media, anyone who does this is being monitored because they want to.
Monitored for a whole bunch of shit. So.
Yeah, it's the idea that
What do you think's on more
Hello?
lists, Maze or me?
Hello?
More on a list. I think
Who do you think is on more lists, Maze or me?
Oh, that's neck and neck.
Dr. Strange.
Great. That's neck and neck. But I do want to say that so many of these people now, you remember about all the
We
parents
need to
that
ask Mitch that question.
you need to remember the parents.
Ms. Lou, go ahead.
Thank you. You remember the parents that were, considered people who are showing up now to these town halls to protest in a couple based on obviously money and political money. So it's not like AI is going to happen. It's not even that. It's just that people want to know there's going to be some education about it, some common sense, some guardrails, so that people feel comfortable with this huge change in technology that's going to affect all our lives. And right now, the problem with some of these centers is they're so big, so massive, and people worry about water, they worry about, the grids and all of that. I don't need to go into that, y'all know about it. But people are experiencing real-time problems with this. For instance, light that never goes away. In other words, your nighttime is basically, if you live anywhere near these things, it's 24 hours of daylight. That's how much light is put out. Plumbing and all the other things that go electronics. There's going to need to be something that doesn't get nasty in this country. This common sense
committee is pro-Israel. And also, so getting it removed before it hits the floor is very unlikely. And then it's going to go down to the House floor, and then it'll be debate and up for a vote for everybody, where it has a more significant chance of either getting nerfed or stripped out or amended, right? So that it's changed a little bit. So it's not so invasive on U.S. Infrastructure. That's my concern. I don't really care as much about the rest of the stuff. My main concern is them having so much leverage over our infrastructure. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to read the bill. I'll read this section tomorrow morning, and then I'll educate myself with it, and then we can have a discussion on it tomorrow night. So I'll get that scheduled tomorrow. We'll have a debate on this particular issue. I know Maze wants to, other people as well. Maze is going to rest her throat, but that didn't sound good. Take some drinks of honey and be easy. But help you heal, Maze. Thank you. Make sure you guys are following my lovely co-hosts, Maze, Harmony. Really appreciate you. The rest of our speakers, follow everybody up on stage. The best way that you can support me is by
powwow is about the person, and then once they have the powwow, everybody sit down and come to a notion that you're gonna. I was just watching. People should know what's going on, Ole. I was just watching. I can't explain it, but I'm gonna do it, nigga. I was just watching a barbecue video from Argentina, and the title was "The Forbidden Techniques." Yo, this is gonna be Ole. I don't know what's going on. Ole, I don't know what's going on. I'll take a shower. I'll check it out right now. I'll take a shower. Like you take a shower. I'll go check it. Look, take any shower, bro. Look, they got the smallest thing going on. Can I ask a question? Just for clarification. Why are you using the word shouldn't, not couldn't? Let him do it. It's ought versus is. Things ought to be a certain way, or things are a certain way. Something they are very, very different things. So, like when God says, "Do this or lose this," you should do it, or you could do it. You could do it, and you know what the consequence will be. You'll lose it. To lose it, all right. But if you want to keep it, could you do it? No. All right. You shed his skin, my nigga. That's why there's a difference between shouldn't and couldn't. Right, and I thought that you, like, respectfully, bro, I thought you fumbled earlier when you understood the narrow scope of could she do this thing without violating her agreement? And the answer would actually be like, no. Right? Like, unequivocally, no. When you say 1,001 You're talking about like the practicality of if she could possibly do it in her lifetime, like individually. But we're talking about the spirit of the union. In the spirit of the union, you're charitable for both parts, living to their fullest potential. So could she do it?
I think that you value the win of the battle over the
Oh my God! All right, never mind.
Now, the win of the battle versus the win of the war.
No, the crazy part is like when you identify a narrow scope, right? You say, hey, that's a narrow scope there. And then you expand the scope just to be accommodating for other people instead of letting them know that they made a mistake.
Accommodate to psych, it's to accommodate to what I believe.
Now, hold on. Why is what you believe relevant to the scope?
Because
I
had them first, and now you want to just eat my food, you fucking snake. You see somebody in, and
wait, hold on. Like, so there's a difference between like being an arbiter and a combatant. You got to pick one.
Why do I have to be either?
Yeah, eat your own food. Because you just said it. If you're arguing your own point, you're a combatant. If you're an arbiter, you remove like your personal position and objective and analyze the position. And you say, this is the position. You're not actually addressing the position. This has been the position. Or this is a shuffle. He went from here to there.
I didn't say shuffle. Let me finish what I say.
I'm just picking a drum.
If the conversation is around what Jacob said earlier, or Jacob would agree with me, I need to obviously clarify what Jacob agreed with. So am I the arbiter still while being a combatant? Can't I be both in that position? Of course I can. But I can defend what I agreed with. I think you can be.
Wait, hold on. First step, I agree with you here. Second step, I argue against your point there. So let's remove the second step. How can you agree with me and argue with me in the first step, or in the same step?
Because you're putting a position that I didn't fully hold. You're again only using one small portion. You're pulling context.
Yeah. Let me finish with my French. Whoa, Jacobus, I got 2 seconds, bro. In the concept in itself, God says, I will bless your union if both of you satisfy my requirements. So in the concept, if everybody honors their commitments, God will bless them. Can they be broken without God unblessing them? Like, can they...
Painting only a specific portion of the canvas.
No, wait, hold on. This is the only thing I'm saying you agree with. That the concept is that God blesses you if you are committed to, like, the agreement.
Did I not say that within the contract? Yes. But within the whole scope of it? No.
All right, there you go. So I didn't shuffle, though, right?
I mean, I think the shuffling accusation comes from you trying to narrow it to one specific portion. I don't know whether you said that within the contract was only with me, or you had that conversation with Psych.
It was the same day.
Bro, no way! You found my channel. All of the conversations.
Look, the only point I want to make is...
accuse you of shuffling.
No. I just want to make a brighter point, right? Like, a lot of people just need to understand one thing. That I look at people here as, like, very valuable and very educated people. And if there is a win and it's hella easy, I probably did something wrong.
All right, that was my vote. I chose it.
And the Lord told me to tell you you're about to go on.
They don't do anything. Agrees and time limitation. People going to play hard to get you off. I say, hey, if they get both since on the side of that, this is in here. Just bringing it, get it.
Bro, I'm trying to put 6 scoops of Kool-Aid in some water.
That's a bar. An offensive father. which is
You
not.
can't go.
You must finish using the
No,
bathroom.
that's a bar. Some things are too sweet to desire. Of course.
Right.
Of course, bro.
Now, Samoa.
A million of them.
Now, Samoa. The reason I am telling him, Samoa, look. The reason I'm telling him that is because I and when the verse had been pouring bread, and I just drank a cup of wine, and whatever this is the most saddest story I ever heard in Genesis. Something that's making you vomit, go up, and look at your wife and children differently. Even look at life and yourself.
It is not the
So
same.
when I come back, I'm going to tell him what I saw. And I wish I understood.
You guys ever ate which I guess back to COVID.
You know, I love you, Samoa, right?
Oh, you know I love you too, bro.
I love my friend Samoa, but I hate you.
You who?
You said it.
You who?
I was thinking about you today, Oleg. I was thinking about Oleg and not you. Oh, understood. And now, it already be gone, bro. And it's too late to put the cup back. Because whoever grabs it, they can't let it go. And even if I ran to a friend to help me pull it off, his hand would get stuck to him.
It's crazy they didn't televise in that trial, bro.
Who's on trial?
Boy, Carmelo Anthony.
I thought he was on trial when he married his wife.
That's a different Carmelo.
Yeah, different one.
Thank you, bro. I'm not aware of this world.
Jacobus, tell us the story, bro. I want to hear the story.
About what, bro?
The one that you read in Genesis that messed you up.
Oh,
or just give me the verse and I'll look it up.
Concrete. I told you I saw an angel, right? I mean, I met
real life?
I saw,
in real life?
I met I met one, but not seen him.
You mean figuratively or literally?
As real as I'm talking to you, and 2 days after I kissed the feet of Christ.
Come on now, Jacobus.
Dead ass, bro. And if I'm lying, I'm ready to die right now for Jesus' name.
I'm not saying you're lying, but
no, that's what I'm telling you, bro.
But go ahead.
And listen what I'm telling you. If I seen this, and knowing everything I ever knew, I don't think I'm supposed to stay shut, bro. I don't think so. I want to, because I understand if I think what's going to happen. But if I don't think about it, it's going to happen. I'm going to tell you what I saw today in Genesis. It was forbidden to eat from, it was forbidden to eat from the tree, right?
Yes.
That means eating is something we do. Right? Take the walk.
Yes.
Concrete. The way Eve ate is not the same way Adam ate, right? I'm going to cut the light off as I talk to you.
I disagree. I disagree. They both ate.
They ate the same thing, right? But did they eat the same way?
I didn't see a difference.
Did Adam look at the tree and see that it was desirable for food, or did Eve do that? Answer me as fast as you did before. I'm scared.
I haven't read it in a while, so.
No, don't do that, Concrete.
Listen, Jacobus, we gotta, choose our words.
I know. Read it. And then we're going to come back and talk. Because whatever I saw, you go to see it too if you follow me. Or walk with me, I should say. Because how can two walk together unless they agree? I don't like what I saw, Concrete.
Jacobus, what are you talking about, bro?
Fuck, yo. I don't like him, bro. It's crazy. Look, bro. All right, look. Start from the beginning, as usual. Did Adam and Eve eat the same way when they ate that fruit?
Stop talking crazy, man. Stop talking crazy. You realize you went too far. You do it too much.
Life repeat itself.
Serious question. I gotta remember. All right, watch this. I looked it up. I was curious, bro, because I started studying. I was like, yo, do animals commit suicide, bro? Is that normal? Is that something that we do? And you know what I found out? No, it does not. None whatsoever, my nigga. Just look it up in ChatGPT. I'm not saying I made this shit because I'm obviously not aware of every fucking animal in the world. So I can't check that restaurant. Like, they can relaunch the vagina monologues for the eyes, too. My Jesus and your
intellectual perspective is reality. Always the best option. Ideological, even a bear can be taught to dance. If he were twice as smart, he'd be an idiot.
Destroy their body, so one part of them may live. And our Jesus told us, if your right hand offend you, cut it off. For it's better that your whole body live than your own, than that thing that be cut off. So what I'm about to tell you, Concrete, is very simple, is that when they ate from that tree, they did not eat from it the same. Eve gazed upon it, she saw and she felt that it would be pleasing to her. She saw and after she ate from it, after she enjoyed it, after she was pleased by it, she gave some to her husband, who also was standing right there while it was happening. And while it was happening, he said and did nothing. And after he participated in it, and he knew he was naked, and when he knew he was naked, he knew what he had done. He knew he had did something forbidden. And then I asked myself, I said, hold on. Why would this even take place? And God said, look at the nature of the dove and the serpent. He said, I explained to you, but you ignored one part. It seeks a mate. And then I was like, well, why is this even important, my Lord? Then he told me, he said, look, what did I promise man? That I will be born of a virgin. And I asked myself, what is it about the snake that is likened to him on the cross? And I looked at that brass serpent, and I said, the serpent can do something called parthenogenesis. It can be born without a mate. It could be created without a mate. Like one thing, like boom. And I'm looking like, if this is the original nature of it, and it seemed man, it would say, I want that, but it would want something outside of its nature. So in order to have it, it would have to change, yet remain the same. Now the snake has the woman's nature. It can have a mate. But the woman was so shamed by it. Even her husband, who looked at it and did the same, blamed her for it. Adam was the greatest cuckold of all.
What do you guys think makes the best barbecue in the world?
Which region of the world, or which region of the country?
The world.
Only the Jews.
I never even thought of barbecue as a concept in any other places. Except I know China has barbecue, Korea has barbecue, but not in the same way, right?
Like, I think American barbecue is number one because it's there's complex smoking involved, like you said, right? But I'm looking at Argentina right now and Brazil. They're probably coming on second and third. Seems like the Argentinian one's pretty legit. But Brazil too.
How long have you been in the barbecue?
I mean, I've been doing Armenian barbecue since I was young. I watched my dad do it. But Armenian barbecuing is more grilling. It's similar to, I guess, the smoking aspect is what I'm intrigued with. So I'm going to start smoking.
So these other countries are smoking or grilling?
They're grilling, but like very indirectly. Like there's a huge like bonfire situation, and then they make like a circle of meat around it. It looks intense. It looks like it takes a very long time as well. A lot of effort goes into it.
Yeah, I like to go to different barbecue spots and see what they got going on. And it's really tough to get good barbecue. Most places are very mid.
I can't imagine being a vegetarian. I can't do it.
Yeah. Didn't Jake say she's a vegetarian? Some whack ass vegan shit.
Yeah, bro. Free didn't do too good today, bro. Just saying.
Oh man, free is the worst, bro.
Samoa.
Yeah, what's up, dog?
Not as bad as Birdie. You know who's worse than Free? Birdie, bro. Oh my god, that nigga is the worst, bro.
Oh, I haven't heard Birdie's perspectives yet.
Birdie, see the problem with Birdie is Birdie, and that's the worst part about Birdie is Birdie.
Is Birdie being Birdie?
Birdie being Birdie is Birdie, bro.
Being Birdie.
What's up, Birdie? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing okay. Just woke up. What's up, Birdie? I've never heard anything bad about you. What's going on?
Someone made me second in command for their house, and I don't like it. Because when I try to start a room, everyone's like, "Where's the main guy?" And I'm just like,
wait, what kind of room is it? What are y'all talking about?
It's a spicy room.
Spicy.
Someone made me second. But I was trying to make it. I was trying to change it a little bit, but people are like, "He's changing."
Describe spicy, bro. You can't just say spicy. You gotta explain.
So before the conversation would be like, "What kind of dick do you like?" And I changed it to what do you do? Incognito shit. And they were like, "What the fuck is this?"
What type of room is this, bro?
That's like this room.
I was trying to get into my culture, so I went into a Nigerian room, but then it became more of a psychological room when I became second. And then now I think people don't like this shift.
So Nigerians be talking wild like that?
Yeah.
What type of dick do you like? I'm sorry.
Yo, Oleg.
And the chicks in there talk, is Sugar Belly going there?
No. No,
hello, Miss Fifi, how you doing? Good evening.
It's like a whole new group of people who have never been on this side of Clubhouse.
Oh, okay.
But like, there's like their rooms filled up to like hundreds, and so I was like,
do y'all speak in English or your country language?
They speak in Pidgin, but I understand it because my ears are just tuned into whatever my aunts and uncles used to talk about.
Gotcha.
But they speak in English.
Yo, ping me in there, bro. I want to check it out one time.
Okay.
Oh my God, how gay.
I was like,
No.
hey, what are you talking about?
Like the room
I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just being annoyed.
Because you're a vegan?
You know, Birdie.
Yeah.
You want to hear something cool?
What's up? Wait, James, why do you have a pink ticket?
Why do you? Because I'm a cool kid.
Hey, yo, Birdie. You want to hear something cool?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, right? If the perfect nigga was standing right there, and the devil in his full glory was standing right there, a woman would choose that devil over that perfect nigga.
What do you say?
Why do I say that?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you look at man compared to a serpent-like thing, that woman will always gravitate toward that thing.
Okay.
Does reality teach you otherwise?
I don't even know.
Why hesitate? For you see reality every day, right?
I guess so.
Mm-hmm. I think I showed you a dead body, my nigga.
Wait, what part don't you understand, Birdie?
No, he understood.
Yeah, I understood. Someone just messaged me something.
This shit is gonna get fun, nigga.
Okay, so I guess I wanted to know your advice or get your opinion on something. So the divorce is progressing.
I know.
Wait, what?
I know, brother.
Bro, fucking A, bro. Sorry.
Hold on, Concrete, because it's about
Hold on.
Ask your question, brother.
Hold on.
Never
Ask your question, brother.
Hold on, Jacobus, let me talk, bro.
No, you want to ask the question. Let
me talk, Jacobus.
You can talk to him. I just wanted to ask the question.
And so I spoke to multiple of my pastors, and they gave me advice based on what she's been doing that they think I shouldn't get back involved in that relationship.
Your pastors told you not to reconcile with your wife?
They said, given what she's been doing, they said I'm no longer obligated because she's been in infidelity.
Bro.
So, bro, I'm going to give you the answer. Look, bro, I'm going to give you the answer, and it's coming straight from the Lord. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
God decided not to pass judgment on you know who. Because you showed love and mercy, and God took time in order for them to have it in you. So if you love her as you love God, right, you must be willing to let her walk the path she walked so she could walk down the road of repentance. And you cannot do that for her. What you can do is remain where you are. So when she turns back, you are still dead. Now, is this easy? No. Will you suffer? Yes. Will it feel like a punishment in the beginning? Of course. Will you see a reward at the end? Oh, certainly, my nigga. But if you take the exterior terminus, the end of a reflection, as what it is, you never get to the source of the true light, my nigga. See, God is going to allow some people to see, some people to hear. Don't be one of those that have to feel. Because it's a terrible thing to fall into the hands of the Lord.
Birdie, I second what Jacobus is saying. And it's really, it is forgiveness, long-suffering is emblematic of God in Israel. You could look at one of the examples, what was his name? God used him as an example of his relationship with Israel, where he had
Hosea.
You know I can't say words. Hosea. Hosea. There's no Hosea. Birdie, listen. I don't know what's going on with your pastors, bro. The whole doctrine about infidelity, I think, is really misunderstood. Because at the end of the day, Jesus says to forgive 7 times 77, right? And what God has put together, let no man put asunder. And when they talk about, but for
it's not me initiating.
No. I'm not saying you're cheating. I'm saying
no, it's not me initiating.
No, I understand. It's really because of the way the laws are. There's nothing you can do about it. They're just gonna.
I would say they say cheaper to keep the marriage together because it's going to be very expensive. And is there proof? Can you guys go to counseling? Not with the pastor, but someone who can sit down with a life coach.
For the last 5 months, they've been trying to help in talking with her. So same with my family and friends who are also believers. And so now there's this unanimous disposition where they're saying they've talked to her one-on-one, and they talked to me, and they've all talked about the situation, and they're all in the same unanimous outlook. My best man at our wedding, he talked to her, and then he pretty much told her, he's like, look, everything you're doing and everything you've said has shown me that you're operating worse than an unbeliever. And he started reading her scriptures about how we shouldn't conduct ourselves. But he said for himself, he was reading scripture showing where he shouldn't conduct himself with someone who claims to be a believer but acts in such and such a way.
Unequally yoked. Did he bring that up? Unequally yoked?
Yeah, and so, I mean, not that was the main point, but he also let her know, he's like, as far as I'm concerned, he's like, you and I have no business together. We're no longer friends. And he's just like, if you call me, all I have to tell you is you need to admit yourself into a mental home.
You have children? I mean,
we have 2.
Oh, wow, I'm sorry. I'm just going to be quiet. I mean, definitely, you know.
When we went to the pastor's wives, because the pastor's wives are involved, they tried to talk to her. They asked her about what God said about it. And she said, not really. Not anymore.
So Birdie, what I understood so far, not just with you, but with all of us, bro, we had to do evil to someone else, and we had to experience it done to us to truly understand it and discern it from something other than what it is. You and me, we had to do something bad, and something bad had to be done to us for me and you to truly say God is good. Now, as God, as you are made in His image, you must allow her to experience the wrong, and you must allow her to understand why it is wrong. Because once she done it to you, it must be done to her. And if she doesn't learn from them, you cannot save her. Who can save their spouse? It is your faith that she will turn back. Jesus had faith Peter would turn back after he did wrong. He didn't hope that God would do the work for him. So just be patient. Be ready to be a light to her. Don't be angry. Don't remember what she done. Because the moment you remember what she's done, she will not be able to get from under that bush. She will be so ashamed of herself. And a broken woman is no good to you nor anyone else. So if you want her whole again, you're going to have to do what God did for you and let his hands mold you.
What's your plan, Bertie?
I wonder if you need to pray and search the scriptures.
You don't need a plan. Your plan is Christ, and every action of yours should be instinct of what he commands. Once you plan, bro, you go to try to create a world of your own and play God. Let God be your plan. Give your burden to God. Give your strategizing to God. I know that sounds difficult. It sounds like you're committing suicide, putting yourself in danger, like a sheep amongst wolves. But that's where he sent you.
How do I do that, Jacobus?
Do what, bro?
Not plan and give it to God.
When you flinch, that motherfucker protect you so fast without thinking. Trust that nigga to do it. Trust you. Because last time I checked, you ain't the one who flinched, Oleg. Yet that nigga saves you all the time. And you're not willing to save him or let him take control. How many times your whatever it is gotta grab you out the way and say, no, watch out, don't do that. Even though you knew better, but you wanted the immediate pleasure. Not realizing that immediate pleasure was just a reflection of what it really was. So you drinking something that hurts you is no good for you. You are beautiful in God's sight. Your mind, the hands of the work of your hands, but you numb it for no reason at all. All because of something that's invisible.
Look, Bertie. Don't try to drink it away. Don't try to smoke it away. Don't try to fuck it away. I can imagine the pain you're going through, barely. Just let it happen. It's happening. Don't try to numb it. Just let it make you powerful. Let it make you wise. And like Jacoby said, just stand strong. Be very forgiving. Just don't try to engineer, right? Just try to be available, forgiving, but don't try to force it. Can't, be available, but people have to make their own decisions. You can't coerce them. Can't, just, it's unfortunate, but I agree with you, boys. Have faith. Let the Lord work it out. Just stand strong. Be healthy. Because right now, it's almost like somebody's trying to destroy you. And so you have to make sure you're not destroyed. You have to make sure that you don't lose it. And you can obviously have children that you could use as like a focal point for everything and anything as your focal point to stay healthy, to stay happy, to stay moved, and to keep pushing forward.
I think a little different, Concrete, when you're done.
That was beautiful, Brother Concrete.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, I do, Birdie, if you don't mind, I do agree that definitely put God first in this situation, and whatever that looks like for you. But you have children, 2 of them, and with Mama parading around like that, when I say that, that's another word for whatever she's doing out there. But bringing it back to the home, that's that energy coming back into your home. She can bring it to your home. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So some hard conversations have to be had, because like I said, I do agree with having, God in this situation, but I do think that God will guide you in those hard conversations.
I'll go after you, Miss Fifi.
Okay, and that's all I have.
Sure.
It'll be okay.
I'll say this, Miss Fifi. Your intuition is on spot on. You need to get this man hope now. One thing they always taught me was, whenever I say a word of God and not my own, I must try to get them niggas hope. And watch what I'm gonna do. This is what I think is masterwork from the Lord. Whoever can answer this will be King Arthur, for he will lift the Excalibur, and the woman who helps them will be the Lady of the Lake. But the one who is strong enough to lift it, they're not doing on his own. So the question is, when you doubt, whose mind are you trying to change?
The hope that he needs, Birdie, and I'm gonna let you go because you've heard it, both of us. The hope, Jacob, is his children, his legacy. That's the hope that he has to hold on to, because she's out there doing Lord knows what, like I said, and just have hard conversations, and everybody in your union, that's kind of,
Birdie, your Lord told you, you must be willing to hate your own spouse, your children, your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, for his sake. If you're not worthy to be a disciple. So that means he look at you more precious than a sparrow, more precious than a lowly sheep. So that means whatever you must do in this world, and what must not be done, you cannot sway for your brothers, you cannot sway for your sisters, let alone you cannot sway for your children or your spouse. For if you do, you will have failed where Job had stood.
Okay.
I guess Tom Creek dropped the mic and just kind of, he said what he said.
That nigga said amen and disappeared.
Right, he's like, oh,
that nigga scared the shit out of me, man. I'm telling you.
No, that's all good. I just said they saw me, so that's why I'm kind of hanging out.
You know who gives us rest, Miss Fifi?
Say it again.
You know who gives us rest?
Yes.
Meaning, if you wanted to close your eyes, you can't put yourself to sleep.
I know.
Meaning, when you do close your eyes and you in that darkness and you can't see, God is going to give you comfort in the dark, for he is that light. And the only thing that ever give you comfort in the dark is the light, right? That's Fifi.
It's nothing bad.
Now, the light shineth, and the darkness comprehended not.
Bernie, are you in the, excuse me, Jacobus, are you in the U.S.?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, so there are laws in place. Not saying that I'm just it's different in I'm sure, in your country.
Wait, what?
And you said you was Nigerian? Oh, you were born here, my bad.
I've been having to change my answer on that because
It's okay.
the Nigerians, when someone asks where you're from, they don't care about where you were born. They ask where your blood is. So
if you were born here, you're African American. Yeah. So I just wanted to I just didn't know there was some sort of culture.
I've never even been to Nigeria.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Yeah. I don't trip off of that.
So, Miss Vivi, I'm gonna shut up, but I just want to talk to you for a second.
Not too much.
I ain't gonna do no heavy lifting. No heavy lifting. It says, though I speak the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love.
Successful.
Now, mind you, this was the first 4 years when they did that interview. So they only had 4 years of data. There's more data that came out, and I was reading it like 2 years ago about how these children know. And that's where I got
Tell them what else she said. President, what is it hurts us?
Oh my God.
Tell
Oh
him.
my God.
No. Tell him.
I mean, I don't expect. I know Sapien for the last 2 years. If I know.
I think you gotta see this.
He's not
You
going
probably
to change.
remember it more than you might remember this more than I do. This is a direct quote. That it hurts us that we're forced to kill children or something like that. What was it? I gotta find the direct quote.
I think that was Golda Meir or Daniel Away.
It's we will never forgive them for making us kill their kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
For making us kill their kids, so we'll never forgive them.
And you know what? I don't know if you heard me speak about it. I did mention this a few days ago in this room. They have a minister called Itzhak.
But I work for the fucking government, bro.
He's good, pal. Like, why?
GS13, bro. I don't have to fucking. Oh wow, that's pretty actually high. Yeah, dude. I'm good, man. And my job's gonna be remote anyway.
What is GS gay sex?
No. No, it's not gay sex. That's fucking funny. No, I came in at 11, and then I got promoted to 12, and at 13 I got picked up. So it was really fast in 3 years. Now I'm going for 14.
What's wrong, Cindy? Why are you sighing? How may I do this today?
But yeah, I like Tampa. I wouldn't move down to Orlando or anything.
Orlando's perfect.
No, bro, what are you fucking nuts?
You don't know anything about Florida, man.
Man, my family lives in Jacksonville and they live in Tampa.
I lived all over Florida. I'm going to tell you this right now. South Florida is not at all where you want to be.
I love Clearwater, though.
Oh, Clearwater's okay.
Clearwater's different. I visited last year.
Yeah, well, not what just happened over there with the pew-pews, but yeah.
Well, yeah, they just that was a fucking team takeover or whatever. But like, it's all Scientology, and it's a very empty area. No, it's not
Very
Austin.
empty.
Never met a Scientology.
Well, you're gonna go to the headquarters. You're
I
gonna go
spent
to
like 3 weeks in Florida.
I have.
Joey. The headquarters are in Clearwater. Everybody is.
I met John Travolta, Tom Cruise, Grant Cardone, my friend who passed away, God rest his soul.
You want to come with me to be a Scientologist?
I actually do want to go into the Scientology.
You're stupid.
building.
There you go, Sangre. That's your answer.
What?
Hey, listen. When I was in Florida, I met Lil Wayne. I met Diddy. Like, I mean, Florida was like
Did you get ass
a
raped?
spot. No.
Why?
What do you mean?
Why does Sangre leave? Why are you doing this shit, Bow Wow? I hate you.
Bow's just doing Bow things. He's being a Bow boy.
Bow makes everyone like. He's trying to like. I don't know what he's trying to do.
He's trying to hook you up.
With.
Angry. Bow's actually a wedding singer. You know that?
Oh my gosh. He's a wedding singer. Wedding crasher.
No, I doubt that.
Well, I'm trying to find a picture of my house out there.
I was in Clearwater like not too long ago.
Yeah, what happened?
I just went to. I was supposed to go to like work out because the gyms are really good there. My friend works for a YouTuber. Supposed to. I got invited to 4th of July in Sarasota.
Yeah, Sarasota's a nice city.
Because everyone from Clearwater was going to Sarasota for some reason. I guess it's better, like nightlife or something. I don't know.
It's like a newer city, right? Where?
Yeah, because Clearwater is just a beach touristy vibe. I stayed on the beach in a nice resort. And I just stopped for a day and checked it out, basically.
I used to live in Tampa, and I know a lot about Clearwater. And let me tell you, I'm kind of glad that it's actually like. I'm kind of glad that all the scammers of Scientology took over, and they bought out most of the town.
It's empty.
It's empty as fuck. So it's really it's super cool because they've been trying very, very hard for many years to kind of get the hype that Miami did, because it is you get sunsets. It's basically you have a beautiful row of high rise hotels, and they're all gorgeous. They're all like top tier fucking hotels, and
I stayed in one.
And there's no fucking ooga boogas like anywhere remotely. And it's just super clean, super pretty. You get sunsets, okay? And they could basically, in terms of like scenic, like for scenery and all that, it definitely beats Miami for sure. So.
No ooga boogas?
No.
What's a ooga booga?
We don't know. I still don't know what it means.
Ooga booga.
Does anyone know what it means?
I want you inside my pussy.
What? Who are you talking to?
Tommy.
Oh.
Fuck you say? Inside my pussy.
Oh?
What?
Oh?
I want you to inside my pussy.
What are you talking about?
What the fuck? You can't choke me, but I'll take ketamine.
Oh, damn.
Jesus, bro.
Oh, no.
Fine, you can choke me, but not till I pass out. Fine, you can choke me till I pass out, but make sure I don't have a stroke 3 days later.
Are you okay now still? Are you feeling...
Yeah.
You're feeling normal? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I have a brain injury.
Oh, wow. Do you feel normal? Like, okay?
It's a little weird, but yeah.
Okay. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, me too.
Hold on, Sheba. It's gonna...
Just hold on, go on.
Just hold on.
I want to ride a roller coaster with you someday.
Me too.
How far do you live from Busch Gardens?
4 hours.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. 4-hour drive. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow, that's pretty fun.
Yeah. We'll do it. I gotta put it on my vision board.
Yeah, I'll put it on your vision board.
Because I have Disney on my vision board. I think I should switch it to Tampa.
Busch Gardens, yeah.
You're closer? You're not closer.
Is it closer?
To you? Mm-hmm.
Oh, what? No, it's all the same.
It's all the same, either way.
Yeah, I mean, Busch Gardens has better roller coasters than Disney.
Or Universal Studios?
Or yeah, Islands of Adventure, it's good.
Yeah, I like Islands of Adventure. But I haven't been to Busch Gardens in a long time. Wow. I don't remember. Islands of Adventure versus Busch Gardens, which one?
I don't know, I guess it depends. Like, what you like. I would want to go to Islands of Adventure more, probably. Even though Busch Gardens has better roller coasters. More roller coasters. Islands of Adventure is like a classic.
Mm-hmm. You did end up going to Disney, right?
No.
No. Dollywood or something? No.
No. Didn't end up going to either of those. He was gross.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're gonna go. This is our year, so we're gonna go. We'll go to the Scientology building. We'll go to Disney, Universal. What else are we gonna do in Bow Wow this year?
Do you eat with your mouth open?
So
yeah.
what?
Ew.
What? I mean, I want to annoy you. It's extra annoying.
Fucking gross. Did your parents teach you like how to chew?
Mm-mm. No.
I didn't know you were a cow.
Excuse me? Let me eat. Stop giving me an eating disorder.
No, that's what cows do. I'm saying they I'm not saying that you look like a cow. I'm saying that's
Oh my! Can you?
Cows chew like that.
You only wish I would chew on you.
Wow.
You wish.
You know what's really funny? I'm like looking on Facebook. There's these girls that they're pushing 40, and they were like super pretty, and they're still pretty, but girls they end up gaining like 100 pounds, and they're like so stubborn. They lost the plot. Like, bitch, you're like almost 40, you're 100 pounds more, and you've been struggling all this time to like find a guy. Just give it up. Like, you're done. You're fucking 40 years old.
Why did you talk? Are you talking to yourself?
No, I'm just like looking at this girl that I know that like I had a crush on years ago. This bitch has like a pretty face.
Why can't you just go to the gym? Take her to the gym. Stop it.
No, they're saying she's too stubborn to date. She's been always stubborn to date people, date guys. No one's good enough for her. No one. That's the problem.
Did you try to date her again?
No, I mean, other guys like tried, reaching out and all types of shit. I mean, I reached out to
know?
Because I know how, because I know her.
Okay, well, why don't you like work out together if you think she's overweight? Like, why don't you be the one to like?
Because she's not going to respond to me that way. She's so in her own fucking
How do you
way.
know?
Because I know. What do you mean? How do I know? I know. Like fucking that. You don't. What are you talking about?
Like if you work out, if you date
the
somebody,
girl's not gonna go and hang out with me like that. Okay?
Why not?
She's too stubborn. Because that's how they are. They're all stubborn. They get in their way. They're like, oh, I'm gonna find something better. No, bitch, you're 100 pounds more with a pretty face. Like you failed at every fucking relationship because you fucking find a problem with every guy, and now you're not married, and you're fucking saying that you're 100 pounds more. What the fuck, bitch? Get out of your way. Get out of your way.
Are you talking to yourself?
Bow wow. Ew.
Bow wow. Ew, what?
Bow wow. You crack your knuckles?
No, that's Grinder.
Wait, was that Grinder?
Sound like Grinder notification.
Yeah. Beaver, was that Grinder?
No.
I gotta.
Yes. Okay, so why don't you try to date her, and why don't you go to the gym?
No, it's no dating her. Like, I haven't talked to her in years. I'm seeing her on.
How are you saying?
I'm looking at her on Facebook, and I'm looking through different people and different friends on
So
Facebook.
how do you know that she's had all these?
Because she's still single at 40 and has a pretty face and 100 pounds more, and she still thinks she's some hot commodity. Okay? That's it.
How do you know if you haven't talked to her?
Because I know who she is. I know her mannerisms. I know how she talks. I think she's hot shit. Just give it up. Fucking settle down and shut the fuck up.
Did she reject you?
No, it's not about rejection. It's fucking in conversation. You're like trying to date the girl or trying to take her out, and then you hear from other people in the community. You get people that know her. Oh yeah, she's a bitch. She's like thinks she's hot shit. I'm like, yeah, I got that whole perspective from her. Yeah, years ago. These are all things that I put together over the years.
Why are you being so?
word. What is the proportionate response to a crime? If I slap your child, will you kill in response? Do you kill my child? Or do you come and complain to me? Or do you slap my child back? That's the point. Okay, but what you do, for example, if I slap your child, you come and kill my child. Is that a proportionate response? Of course, I was wrong to slap your child. Okay, but is it okay to kill my child just because I slapped it? That's the point that we are talking about. So I want you to go and read these people, because at the end of the day, you and I don't have any stakes in it. Okay, let's face it. And I could be lying, you could be lying. But these people, these are all known names within Israel, inside of Israel. And I've also written who is who, like what is their, kind of thing. Like this guy, Michael Safard, okay? He has been arrested several times by Israeli police because he stood up against what sometimes IDF has done. And Yonatan Shapira and Avner Guariyahu, all these are people who served in the IDF, and they came out and they said what we did in the IDF and what we were allowed to do and told to do in the IDF is unacceptable. So how is it that when I can access them, I can read them, I can hear what they say, I'm sure you also can do that. That's all I'm saying. I will now shut my mouth up.
They weren't slapping children on October 7th.
Maxie, is your dumbass here?
Wait, what?
Dumbass shit.
Wait, what did you say? Ace, I have a question.
Can you repeat what you said, Steve? We did not hear you. Sapien, can you repeat what you said? Sapien could not hear you. You're on mute. I guess not.
Ace, I have a question real quick.
No, can you please repeat what you said? Sapien didn't hear you. Why are you so scared to repeat it? I'll answer your question after.
Uh-huh.
Lord have mercy.
You mean me or Sapien?
Yeah, you just said something right now, and Sapien said I didn't hear you, so it was a comment you made.
Oh, well, I have a question.
No.
I also did not hear what you said. Maxie, I didn't hear what you said. You said something.
October 7 kids, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, yeah, I just said that they weren't slapping kids on October 7th.
Who said that they were?
You missed there was like an analogy that like it's not proportionate response. Like if I slap your
we're not
kid,
talking about October 7th.
like you kill my kid.
We weren't talking about October 7th.
They wasn't slapping niggas on October 7th.
Nobody
Like,
was
that's
talking
so
about October 7th. Hold on. Back.
Hey, Ace, I got a question for you though.
Hold on, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You missed the context of the conversation. It had nothing to do with October 7th.
But like what else is the context? Like the response, the response is because of October 7th.
We're not talking October 7th.
The response is because of October 7th.
We never talked about this. Is nothing to do with
This is all because of October 7th.
Okay, what happened prior to October 7th?
Okay, but all this is because of
What
October
happened
7th.
prior to
What
October
happened on October 7th?
See, I can't have this conversation with you. You're a dickhead. See, can you please take care of your friend?
I'm just saying what happened on October 7th. Like, I'm just asking.
You're embarrassing yourself.
I know what happened on October 7th.
Okay, we all do. Now go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, we all do. I hope we all do.
Answer your questions.
Okay, I do have a question though. So, like, if I fuck on my friend's ex bitch, is that problematic to me?
What happened before October 7th? What happened before October 7th? Just answer it. What happened before October 7th? Then we get October 7th.
So anyway, if I fuck on my friend's ex bitch, is that problematic?
You being a hoe, this has nothing to do with you being a hoe. This is not therapy session. Sorry.
I mean, Maxie.
I'm a hoe for fucking on my friend's ex bitch.
Maxie, you should make sure to let them know that you got crabs, okay, before you do it. Thank you. Anyways.
Wait, I'm a hoe. Wait, Ace, I'm a hoe for that?
I don't need to. Your conversation is very whole. Like this is not a whole room. Okay, go talk to your fucking.
Yeah, go talk to your buddies on the side.
You know what's dangerous is when people who lack brain cells have opinions on important matters, especially when it deals with human rights.
He survived natural selection. That's the sad part here.
No, it is, Steve. We deal with a lot of retards in the cell, so it's a normal thing. It's not just one.
At least I know what October 7th is, or what happened.
It's okay. They were slapping kids on October 7th.
Yes. If you want
I know what happened. I know what happened on October 7th.
So
make sure to let your partner know you got crabs, okay?
So let's explain to what happened October 7th. Fayez,
Assalamu alaikum. I just want to say one thing about October 7th. I don't know what happened on October 7th, but I know what I did on October 7th. I had one of the best dinners that I ever had on October 7th. So go ahead, Dean.
So yeah, what happened on October 7th, Maxie, we'll explain to you what happened October 7th. We'll give you a brief version. There's been many rooms.
I know what happened on October 7th.
What's that, Maxie?
I know what happened on October 7th.
So if you know what happened October 7th, as we all do, at least we think, some of us think we do, what happened before October 7th, Maxie?
Well, the response is because of October 7th, so like, why is that
the question is because October,
Maxie, the response is because of October 7th.
Maxie, have you thought that October 7th could be a response to something happened by the Israelis? Have you thought about that?
Okay, what response involves raping women, putting them in trucks, mass murder of like innocent festival goers?
Okay, wait a minute. There we go.
Israelis, like,
there we go. You just checkmated yourself. So you just said what response involves mass murder, raping women. Do you know Israel has been mass murdering to a multiple degree of anything that ever Hamas has ever done? They've been mass murdering to the point it's been deemed as a genocide, determined as a genocide. They've also been proven by the UN and multiple. No, hold on. They've been proven by the UN and multiple human rights organizations as committing rape, even using dogs to rape people. Sodomize men in the back with dogs. They've been actually doing that to Europeans who are in international waters. They have every right to be in international waters. What did Israelis do? They illegally kidnapped people, white Europeans, because I know you care about white people probably more than you do about Arabs, because you're bigoted. They kidnapped white. Yeah, you are. I've heard you speak before. They kidnapped white people on international waters, raped them. Multiple counts of rapes by many white Europeans, women and men, have testified. We have a video of them being beaten, and Ben Gvir celebrating it, so forth, and happy about it. It's disgusting. So you just checkmated yourself. What kind of people?
They weren't even handcuffed.
No. What kind? You are ridiculous. What kind of people commit a genocide in response to anything? Israelis have killed, estimated actually at the land.
They were trying to get rid of Hamas.
Oh, but that is chicken and egg. Maybe the Palestinians were trying to get rid of the cancer of Israel, the Israeli society who supports a government that and not Greg Rabbi. They don't mean they want to kill every Jew. No, they don't. They want their land back, and they should be back governing the land, because when they were governing the land, when the Ottomans were governing the land, when Muslims in general were governing the land, they weren't doing this insanity against the Jews. No way. But Israel has proven it has. They did mass murder, as you said. Do you know what is mass murder? Mass murder. They did rape. They did all sorts of vile actions. They've been a famine. Hamas never famined or starved to death Israelis, but Israelis sure have done that. It's been very calculated. And it's intentional.
They just took bombs in nightclubs.
UN just said intentional. No. But what's worse than that? What's worse than that is a genocide. Bombs in nightclubs are wrong. right? But a genocide's far worse. Starving children to death is far worse.
Using human shields like Hamas is using in colleges.
Using human shields, Amnesty
Apartment
International.
blocks is like crazy.
Yeah. If human shields, you just check that yourself again. Amnesty International and the UN.
So are we not going to
Israel has been
talk about how they're using human shields?
Yeah.
Humans fucking shields. That's so crazy. Like they're literally using human shields in the universities. It's been documented.
Exactly. Israel's been documented.
They threaten people if they leave. And
Do you acknowledge
the death count.
Do you acknowledge that Israel's been using human shields?
Do you acknowledge that the death count is in the hundreds of thousands?
No.
Propaganda.
It's actually estimated by one of the America. If you're an American, one of the leading American medical journals called The Lancet. You have to be
really nice. You can listen to some highlights of like some of the
to get an article
funniest,
there.
most interesting investing I've said. So I'm really excited about it. It's going to be awesome work we're going to do.
August, April.
All the new houses they might want to enjoy.
What was it? 25. Sorry. 25, that 186,000 houses are
That's actually not true.
The article is true. The article is
Atlanta is actually not that regular, actually.
If we could relaunch
you don't know what you're talking about. In America,
are you a physician?
Okay, name me the top 3 minutes.
Are you a physician?
Name me the top 3 minutes.
No, are you a physician? Are you so? What's the top three journalists?
Maybe or something.
You name me I will because you're ignorant.
Yeah, please.
Brother Dean, you're wasting your time.
JAMA, Journal of American Medical Association, and NEAGM, New England Journal of Medicine, and The Lancet.
So
these are three doctors use this to inform clinical decision-making, epidemiology, and so forth, studies. It's a top medical journal, right? So anyhow, they estimated back a year ago 186,000 were killed. There's also other estimates. Harvard University had a study that estimated there's up to.
Is it a study or a political piece?
No, it was a
because
study. It was a study. Nope. Lancet is a medical
just because it was released by the Lancet or whatever, it doesn't mean it was like an actual study.
The Lancet doesn't allow. This is not the New York Times.
I mean, a lot of times they do.
Actually, do you know what medical journals?
Sometimes they even have like pieces that fella consider that sanctions could be response to government actions against some people.
The Amnesty International back in 2000, was it 12 or 13? They investigated the claim that Palestinians are using human shields, and their conclusion was the opposite. They said actually, in their research, they concluded that Israelis were using Palestinians human shields. Numerous accounts, cases, documented cases of Israelis using Palestinians, children, women, men as human shields. We've seen it. We've seen videos of it. Now, on the other hand, they conclude that Palestinians were not using their own people as human shields. They said this, and this is very easy to understand. In the world, perhaps the world's most highly densely populated areas, by virtue of that, people they have no choice but to fight in areas where there are a lot of people around. There's no wide open land where they can fight, independently, away from people and so forth. They have to fight. They have no navy. They have because Israel won't allow it. They don't have an airport. Israel won't allow it. They don't even have a tank. So by means of it, they have to fight in this type of environment. But they haven't found any case. This was according to
It's interesting that you mentioned Amnesty International because Amnesty International also has an article about Hamas torturing Palestinians and killing Palestinians.
Yeah, because Edward, if he's here, he actually could speak to you on the specifics of that. There are Palestinians who are traitors who actually.
Oh my God, traitors! So we torture and kill traitors. That's so crazy.
Israel's arming a Palestinian family. Not all the family members. There's a large family, as Edward mentioned. There's about 7,000 or 8,000 of them amongst of the family. It's a large family that are militant, but most of the family are not involved in the opposition group. So the opposition group that actually was involved in stealing humanitarian aid from Palestinians, they were trying to overthrow the Hamas government. And as any government would do, they would execute or imprison those people.
As any government would do. So
the U.S. had laws for
we execute and butcher opposition.
For treason.
That is also crazy.
There's countries over, including the U.S., that has laws on the books, and historically, the U.S. for trade.
That sounds like barbary to me.
Yeah, well, you're a country than America, which is my country.
Country.
You're an American. So the America is a very barbaric country. So our government's very barbaric.
Torturing Democrats.
Yes. So traitors. Historically, the government.
When does that happen?
Historically,
you clearly don't know your fucking history, do you?
I do know my history. I know that Democrats don't.
I think MaxiPad.
That's like third world party.
MaxiPad.
Sorry.
Yeah, you are.
Like that's not.
Hold on a second. Hold on, MaxiPad. Hold on a second.
I'm like, that's so third world.
I don't want to hear your voice. MaxiPad, didn't your people get tortured and butchered by white Europeans?
I don't know.
You made it, right? Yeah, did they? Didn't they get slaughtered?
I don't know. My people are technically white Europeans.
Aren't you?
Well, some of them are white people.
Aren't you native?
That kind of doesn't matter to the point that.
I mean, I don't even know why you're entertaining this.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
There used to be.
Hamas.
Hold on a second. There used to be Kyle on the sound, right? He was a son of a bitch, retarded bitch on the sound, right? That used to bark a lot, had crabs, and had a lot of problems.
There was an Amir Car 69 at Google.
There was Kyle on this app. He would take forever to repeat. It would take whatever it would take him for whatever. Like it would take him like so much time just to say one thing. So there's no point of engaging with that person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but thank God he's gone. That retarded, that native Kyle is gone with crabs. Thank God. We don't have to worry about that retard anymore. Thank you. Anyways, what's up with your whiskey?
You don't have to worry about Amir 69.
Amir 69 is still here. I'm here. I'm still here.
69@gmail.com.
Why do you keep saying 69?
Yeah.
Amir Car 69.
The only thing he has to live for.
Amir69@gmail.com. Yeah.
Hey, bro, this is.
Do you want to email me something, Maxi?
No, hey, bro.
MaxiPad?
This is a room about the war, bro. This isn't a sexual room. You keep
he's trying to. Oh my God, he's trying to flirt with you, bro.
I understand that.
He keeps talking about.
What a docile bitch.
He's into 69, bro.
Yeah. 69. That's all.
Crazy.
What's wrong with that guy?
But anyways, what you been up to, whiskey?
Man, voila, he's staying out the way, man. I ain't really been on this app. My karma went all the way to 20%. I ain't been on the app for real, man. I took a little break from it, you know what I mean? But I remember when you guys were on day 1 of the war, and now I see it says day 95. I'm like, man, it 95 days that fast.
General, you see what I did there?
Yeah.
You see what I did there?
Was that the Kyle guy?
When you speak to, say, PM, I'm not going to make any comments, whiskey. Just read between the lines.
Yeah, he's trying to make a new account and be slick. He try to be slick.
Read between the lines and then just remember it. Because I hate it when these annoying B-word, they come into this room for no reason. Especially him. Freaking annoying as fuck.
There's two of them, Sapien and this comeback.
Sapien, I can tolerate. I mean, we can go back and forth, right? That's okay. It's for the audience. But this retard bitch, oh my God, nothing gets through his dickhead.
So the war's still going on, huh? We're 95 days in. I haven't paid too much attention to it.
Yeah, so Iran warned Trump that if Netanyahu keeps on going inside, what is it called? If Netanyahu keeps going inside Lebanon to Beirut or something, they will try to then Iran will actually pretty much attack northern part of Israel. You see what I'm saying? And
yeah. Ghost.
And Ghost says I think busy right now. Anyways. What else is near the whiskey? Anybody else wants to come up? Welcome, come on up. Hey, what's up, Jelly? How you doing today? And Duran is probably sleeping. Carrie, you want to come up? Hey, Porsche. How's the Porsche doing for you? Are you riding the Porsche?
Good morning, good night. How's everyone doing? Dion, get up here.
Duran, you want to come up, bro? Duran is probably busy at the family, man. Duran, do you have your permission? Do you have your wife's permission, brother, to speak on this app? Yeah, I'm doing good, Jelly. How you been? Long time no talk. Same old, man, you know. I just been involved in politics. I troll as well, but not as much. But Duran, do you want to speak anything, bro? You scared? Duran's probably scared. Carrie, are you scared?
Sorry, man. Who's Duran? Who's Carrie?
Duran, you know, Duran, maybe Zionist. Maybe. He's Muslim. Going
Ruski.
Is
it Duran or is it Diran? Is that you in the picture or is it DJ Khaled? I can't tell.
Oh my God, that's a good one. Bro, DJ Khaled is a fucking embarrassment.
We the best. Man, that guy is terrible, man. What's the dude? Does he just like scream in records, or does he actually produce something?
All he said, DJ Khaled, that's it.
He's a real producer. Like he got hit records with a lot of artists. He's not, but he's a sucker.
He's got family, by the way, in the West Bank, DJ Khaled.
Yeah, I know, it's sad, man.
So why isn't he vocal about it? It's kind of strange.
So he's working for the special group that you love so much, Carrie, that you don't want to speak up against. You love them so much,
Who does he like, Hamas?
No, the special group that Carrie loves so much, right, Carrie? Don't you love them?
Who does he love, Daesh?
Come on, Broski. Read between the lines, brother. Brother.
I don't know. I don't think.
They got an anonymous account down in the audience. Do you see the anonymous account? Read between the lines.
I don't consent to being recorded.
Yeah, he's in love with that particular group that's oppressing and suppressing Palestinians. Do you understand that? That's oppressing and suppressing Palestinians.
Listen, let me tell you something about Kerry. He's very famous among the Armenian people. He's the first Armenian to be on BET channel.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Were you on BET?
I was in a movie.
What were you doing? You were in a movie?
Yep.
What movie were you in, Kerry?
There's one movie called Weekend with the Family, and another one called Only for One Night.
Okay. What are those like two-star movies?
No, I was not starring in it.
What were you, like just the pizza boy?
No, just a character in it.
What were you, an extra? Were you an extra? Were you like, what were you?
I was in an extra. The first movie was Weekend with the Family. I had a scene with Karuchi. I don't know if you know who Karuchi is.
Yeah, Chris Brown's old girlfriend.
Yeah, I was in a scene with her.
She's pretty sexy.
Yeah, she was hot.
What is she, like Chinese and black or something? She's mixed, like Asian and
I
black.
think she's half Vietnamese and half black.
I didn't know. Kerry, you're a celebrity. I didn't know that.
Hey,
Wow.
excuse me, but that is a bad bitch.
She's really hot, yeah. When I first met her, I didn't know who she was.
Hey,
Let's
she
not
had
call the
Chris
ladies the
Brown.
B word,
No, I'm sorry, bro. But hey, no, but that she's fine. But Chris Brown was crashing out over her, and he's way bigger than her.
Yes, he was. I think she got a restraining order against him.
Yeah, he was going crazy over her. So what? So you like you support who that oppresses Palestinians? Who does he support? I mean,
bro, like, can you not read between the lines, Wooski? I said he lets. Hold on. Anybody can read between the lines. If there's a certain group of people on that land that's oppressing and suppressing Palestinians, make it make sense. Who is the group of people? Who's that group that's oppressing and suppressing Palestinians?
He's a Zio.
Oh my God. Yeah. He's in love with Zionist Jews. They're oppressing and suppressing Palestinians, bro. Oh my God.
Amir, it's okay.
Like literally.
Don't worry about it.
I didn't know that. I thought Kerry was a nice guy.
He's a nice guy. I was kidding. I was putting his leg. Oh my God.
Are you
bro, you can't even read between the lines, Wooski. Come on, bro.
Are you sure about DJ Khaled?
Like it's so easy to understand. Did you understand what I said? Bro, if I'm hanging out with you and if I say something in code language in front of somebody, you're not gonna understand, brother.
Right.
He still doesn't get it. He doesn't.
No, I'm agreeing with him. I get it. I'm agreeing with him.
So who's that anonymous account? I don't consent to being recorded.
Oh, we have a meow man here now.
What the fuck? It's a cat now?
We got a cat.
You're telling me there's a clubhouse cat now, bro? That's crazy.
Oh, well.
So, Kerry, how do you feel about Hamas?
I don't know too much about it, so I don't want to say the wrong thing and then constantly get a bunch of questions. I don't know too much.
Kerry, I didn't know you were a celebrity, Kerry.
He's like a C-list. He said he's like an extra. Like
no, I mean he's a quiet celebrity, like Kerry.
Yeah, I mean I was projected to be something big, bro, and then fucking COVID fucking fucked everything up.
Oh my! So oh my God! When were you gonna tell me that you were a celebrity?
I mean, I don't know. I would have thought. I didn't want to make a big deal about it.
Same price, $4.
I was trying to keep everything just low key, quiet.
That's crazy, man.
So Kerry. So so you're an actor. That's your thing. That's your career. That's what you do.
Yeah.
And where are you from, brother?
That's okay. I mean, I don't want to talk too much about where I'm from, what I'm doing, things like that.
Yeah.
What's the problem, bro?
That's why you don't speak up as much.
Wow, bro, are you ashamed of who you are?
Oh my God!
I think you're ashamed.
You're like DJ Khaled.
I'm not ashamed. I'll tell you, I'm Palestinian.
I'm not trying to.
Don't try to play the reverse card, bro.
Very nice people.
Come on, gang.
Very nice people.
I appreciate it, bro.
No,
I met
smart people.
I met a few very very smart people.
Oh. You met a few very smart people.
No, I said I met a very few Palestinians. They're very smart people.
Okay, where are you from though?
Don't worry about where I'm from, bro. I don't want to fucking talk about where I'm from.
Damn, bro. All right.
Yeah. I'm Armenian. That's all. In America.
I love America.
I'm Armenian in America.
Bro, I love America.
I don't consent to being with.
We heard you the first 3 times.
All right, Carrie.
If you read Clubhouse's terms and agreements and all that, there's nothing you can do about it, brother.
That is true, Carrie. But Carrie, I didn't know you were. I didn't know, man. That's a Duran. I didn't know, bro. This guy was a celebrity.
Yeah, way to go, fucker.
Jelly, you wanna come up? Wow. How you doing, Jelly? Okay? You wanna come up?
I'm
here. Trolling on this app? She's probably trolling. Yes, just kidding.
I think you're the celebrity on here, though.
Bro, nobody knows me, bro.
Everybody fucking knows you, bro.
I'm nobody. You're literally on fucking TV, man. I'm not on TV.
That's 1 or 2 times. There's a lot of people on TV.
It's good, good. Anyways, Duran, what you been up to? You working, bro? At nighttime you work? What kind of work are you doing, man?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Ace?
What's up?
Ace, you know what I said to that idiot?
Which one?
That retard that was in here, Maxi Pad. You know what I told him? I said that Kyle with Crab that used to be on this fucking app, fucking piece of shit, garbage. You know what that means, right? It used to be on this app, and that kind of pissed him off. You know what that means, right? You understand what that means?
The crabs that you're telling him, but that's what.
Okay, there was a Kyle guy on this app.
Kyle.
That was gay, and he had crabs. Yeah. And he was acting like a son of a whore, like him.
No, crab.
You understand? Read between the
I
lines.
get it.
He was just in here. The crab man was just in here. Hi, Ace.
Hey, what's up?
Bro, that guy's voice was so fucking annoying. My God.
That's why Carrie can get. And Carrie's a celebrity, by the way, Carrie. I mean, Ace.
Amir, leave it alone, please.
He's been in 2 movies, man.
Oh, that's why he didn't take a definitive stance.
This
because he got a Hollywood career. Ooh, I got you.
Javon, you thank you for the update. I didn't know that, man.
Yeah, you just had to drop the bomb.
Yeah, that's good, man. Oh my God, that was good, man. Carrie, there's nothing to hide, man. John, Carrie's a celebrity, bro.
All right, brother. I'm sorry I said anything.
Which movies? Tell us.
There was 2 movies. That's what Carrie said. He played a character. Were you a hero or a villain?
No, it was comedy. One of them was a comedy movie. It was one of my big ones. Big scenes. Yeah, and the other one was just like this office political guy. 2 lines, no big deal.
Ace, he was in James Bond and Big Mama's House.
Oh. Jonathan, did you know that he was in the movie? He was a celebrity.
No, I did not.
I think I have to
No, listen, you guys, we have a movie star with us today.
Yeah. Can you bring more movie stars on this app, Carrie, in my room?
I can't, bro.
You know anybody? I did run into Danny Trejo and Jay Leno at the Buccaneers Studios. And I ran into, that guy, that chubby guy from Three Stooges at the airport. Turned out he's a fucking Canadian, man. I think we need one of those guys on the staff. There used to be a comedian on the staff a long time ago, but he disappeared.
There used to be a lot of celebrities when Clubhouse came out. I think they were getting paid or something.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know. Didn't Kanye come on here once? Kanye was on here. Elon Musk was on here. Yeah.
I hate Amber Rose, but yeah.
Yeah, Snoop Dogg was on here too. Tiffany Haddish, Snoop Dogg, Dane Cook was on here.
Tiffany Haddish, an idiot. Oh.
She's a good comedian.
She's pro-Israel. Oh, Tiffany
Yeah,
Haddish?
she's a Zionist scumbag.
She's a Zionist sicko.
I didn't know that. Fuck her.
Elon Musk came on this app as well. Elon Musk. Back in the days, it was a good time. You could build connections.
You guys should make a website where you put in the celebrity name and it tells you Zionist or not Zionist.
Yeah, you should do that, Deron. And whatever money you make sure I get a 50% cut.
And then you could score the movies depending on how many Zionist and non-Zionist they use.
I should get a 50% cut. I wonder whose anonymous account is. Is that Andy? Hey, that can't be Buttercup. Buttercup was a loser, man. That's fucking app.
Bro,
annoying as fuck.
Amir, I couldn't believe.
Deron, you agree, right? Buttercup was annoying as fuck, right, on this app.
No, she's entertaining. I liked her.
But she's a shapeshifter.
Yeah, I liked it when Benny Adam was sitting on her. Those times.
No, so I tried to get them together, and she turned it down. I said, look, the brother Benny, even though I feel like sometimes bitch slapping Benny Adam, for something.
Because she likes you instead, Amir. Did you figure that out?
I said, how about you guys exchange phone numbers, Because I've done this before on this app. I've done it with quite a few people because I used to be part of the Muslim singles room a long time ago. And some people, they got together, got to know each other. So I don't know if somebody got married out of that group, but there was about 4 or 5 marriages that I've seen on this app that happened. So I'm like, maybe because Benny Adam lives in Canada, right? It's about 8 hours drive from Toronto to fucking New York, and she's in New York.
Hi, Amir. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Paris?
Why do you and Munir have problem together? I don't understand.
Fuck him, man.
No, where did the start fight? Like,
when did you learn to meow? How long was that ago? Yeah.
When I came on this app.
You learned it from this room.
I saw that you liked it.
Just say yes. Just say yes. Yes, you learned it from this room.
Yes.
Okay, so the same time you learned it from this room, the same time when I started opening up rooms about about Iran, that's when he started coming in. When I was doing rooms about Palestine, I didn't see him in here much. You know what I'm saying? So he started coming in here, started creating problems, one after another. And the same question, he'll ask me the same question. Okay.
Like what, I mean?
John, can I tell him, Amir, John, what happened?
Yeah, go on.
The context? Okay, so the context is this. I was in this other room, small group, and I think Snap asked a question, which Zionists do you guys hate the most? And we all asked, Abel, whatever. That was just a random question. But Nir goes and randomly says, Amir. And we're all like, he's not a fucking Zionist. What are you talking about? Like, he's not. Are you stupid? He kept going on about it. And I'm like, every one of us are like, he is not a Zionist. You're crazy. And he said, asking, why would we open these rooms, John? I mean, everybody said, no, there's no way. Then he's like, well, there's Palestinians. You know that question you asked, the controversial question?
Yeah.
Apparently, you disagreed with them, blah, blah. I'm like, that doesn't make him a fucking Zionist. I mean, are you crazy?
I'm like, I can disagree with him. Anyone can disagree with him. I'm like, that does not equal just Muslim Zionist. I'm like, yeah, I get it, but he's not a fucking Zionist. He's not an anti-Zionist. I'm like, he is. I'm like, the question he asked was about Palestinians getting their land back. How is that?
That's why I asked, because you remember you were in the room, right?
Yeah, I
was shocked when he started.
No, but then he stopped. Do you remember when I told him? He goes, well, okay, maybe not a Zionist. He's obsessed. I don't get why, but then I left him.
No, I don't see why does he hate Amir so much. I don't understand.
I don't know. I honestly.
These are the things that occur.
There must be a reason behind it.
But why lie about calling for Zionists? That's fucking disgusting. Especially when
are we talking about Munir Heather here? Sorry, I'm intervening. Are we talking about Munir Heather here? Sorry, boy, he's got a disease. He hates everyone.
Johnny, earlier today, I think Pearl, she gave me 20 coins or 25 coins in the chat. He started calling her out. Oh, why are you giving this guy 25 coins and this coin and 25 cents? And so he has a problem. I think there's an insecurity problem here, John. So he keeps on, look, I'll give you an example. If somebody was to come up to you and tell you, oh, you're a Reza Pahlavi supporter, Reza Pahlavi, you say one time, no. At one point, you're going to stop, correct? You're going to get you're going to get pissed off. You're going to be like, shut the fuck up, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what he does. That's what he did, and I cursed his mother out. I don't really give a fuck.
I want to see that there must be something behind the hate. I understand every time he comes to the room, he starts the hate on you. I can completely see it. But there must be a reason behind it. That he starts hating you.
Because I know the history of his country, and I go back and forth, and I call him out on his bullshit. Right? I told him that I don't agree. So he keeps on coming in here. He was kept on asking me questions about, oh, what about the Balochis? What about this? They should have their own country out of Pakistan. They don't want to be part of Pakistan. I said, I literally told you, I don't even fucking agree the way the Pakistan was built in the first place because of the genocide. Then why are you asking me these other questions that are internal affairs of Pakistan? That you have to take it up with your fucking government of Pakistan.
They're not being suppressed the way the Palestinians are. That's balkanization. What is wrong with them?
And then he chases around Persian chicks. Everywhere you go, you're going to see Sayla or any of the Persian chicks. He's going to be following them around. There's no chicks in the room, he's going to take off. No, seriously, he's just a fucking simp, man. And he dumps on this room, like about Pakistan, bro. This room is not about Pakistan. We don't know the internal affairs. I don't live over there. I don't know. I can just read up the news and go off that. And last time, Kay, you know the guy Kay, right? The Iranian guy.
Yeah, I'm Kay.
So he questioned him on something to do with Iran, right? Mm-hmm. This guy couldn't even source up on the claim he made. And then he gave him an Instagram video. Now, Instagram and YouTube, there's a lot of AI videos up there.
Exactly.
Okay? So you cannot use that. It's got to be, nowadays, it's got to be proper news source. You know what I did? To help out money, I had to go fucking on my Perplexity, find the actual news source, a news agency. I put the link in the chat to defend Munir. Otherwise, Kay would have cooked him alive.
Oh my God. But John, do you see, even if you have disagreement with somebody, how fucked up it is to call them something that fucked up? Zionist?
He calls me Zionist. He calls me a whole bunch of names in the fucking chat. I'm like, okay, I'm going to ignore it because there's no point of engaging with this.
He's like, how many palaces are in there? Like, you idiot. So he ended up backtracking. And I don't know. He's obsessed. He has to ignore him, John. I just stop. This is really fucking annoying. He always finds a way to make it up.
Is insecure, John?
No, before that, I was like, okay, this guy is mad. He's going to talk about Amir. But when today he started calling you out that you are a Zionist, I was like, bro, this guy has been opening room against Zionists. What the fuck are you saying?
Yeah, me, Sadat, you, Wadi, we all were like, the fuck is wrong with you? And then he tried to bring up, there's a Muslim Zionist. I'm like, so what? There's a lot of type of Zionists. That has nothing to do with them here.
my God, today was crazy, man.
Yeah, it's insecurity, man. To be honest with you.
And he does make up some stupid shit. Remember at the beginning of when he said that apparently Iran is somehow responsible for the war between what is it called, Afghanistan and Pakistan picking up again? They're the catalyst for it, apparently. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? They've always had issues. He's making shit up all the time.
He's a supporter. So when I called out his bullshit, right? So he thinks that I support the Pakistani military. I don't, because the Pakistani military has been responsible for the genocide of the people in Bangladesh. So I'm saying there was a genocide that the Pakistani military did, and I don't really support it. And now, since they have a country, of course the military is going to defend their nation. And that guy leader, Imran Khan, he got caught up with because he started attacking the Pakistani military. It's literally a military nation. Everything's run by military in Pakistan.
Yep.
So you don't, and Imran Khan actually came on Mario Nawfal's show on Twitter.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, I was there. I went in there and I even gave the link to other people. So this is the thing, and and he was putting the blame on the Pakistani military. He said, "Oh, they spent $15,000 or $20,000 on me, and to get press fake charges on me, and blah blah blah." He told Mario a lot of this shit, right? And I spoke to quite a few people, right? I spoke to somebody that I know, even somebody, what I learned about it is that this guy, Imran Khan, is a good guy, but at the same time, you can't go after the Pakistani military. And that's what got him arrested.
I think it's more of that. I think he's also trying to create a union of all Muslim nations coming together to make a defense pact. That was also probably
he's a good guy. He's an honest guy. I give him that. But at the same time, you can't attack the Pakistani military.
He didn't play it out well.
He could have done like little bit pushback, not too much. You see what I'm saying? He started doing too much, and that's when Pakistan is like, okay, we're the one we put you in power. We can take that shit away from you. So he has a problem with Pakistani military.
I know. He's all of his issues are political within Pakistan, and this group and that group. Oh, God damn. He's trauma-jacking all day long.
I brought up that Gandhi was a pedophile. You know what he does? He would start saying, "Oh, the guy that was the founder of Pakistan, he's a younger age, he's a pedo." I'm like, okay, source up. I look into the sources, and he got married to a girl that was 18, not fucking under 18. I don't know, man. It doesn't make sense.
He said Gandhi was a pedophile?
I said Gandhi was a pedophile because there's multiple sources out there.
Gandhi is a pedophile.
He slept with his niece butt naked. He didn't. I think he didn't touch her, but he was trying to, try test the waters if he can, go through this temptation.
Wow.
Yeah,
right. So try testing and go through that temptation.
And then he said some racist shit towards African nations as well. He has said some racist shit.
Little boys for me.
Oh, yeah. Oof. No, what he said was when he went to South Africa during the apartheid, he actually wrote a book and said, these black South Africans are beasts. I understand why they need to have the white South Africaners, rule over them.
By the way, guys, I want to give you guys a heads up. Carrie is a celebrity, so we have a celebrity amongst us sitting here in this room. I didn't know about it until today.
Why are you doxing people, Amir?
I'm not doxing. Somebody already told me. Deron said it in this room. It's a public space.
What fucking you, Deron, man?
Deron is your Armenian brother.
Fuck him.
Come on, Carrie.
Hey, Carrie, come on now.
Come on, you're a celebrity. Just
no way your status to be speaking, brother.
Yeah, brother. Yes, correct, Carrie. We're here for you. I appreciate the love. Telling people to appreciate the work you've done. I don't know what kind of work. I'm not looking to these shows, maybe whatever you've done.
I couldn't believe the things that thing was saying. Trump was saying to Bibi today. when you guys were talking about it earlier today?
That was good, huh?
That was fucking insane, man. Do you think it's real?
Trump has lost his marbles because Iran pretty much threatened because the ceasefire wouldn't happen, Kerry, and then American economy is actually going to go to fucking recession.
Oh yeah, we're fucked. Yeah, we're definitely fucked on that point. But do you think it's real though, or has the pressure just amounted so much that he said, okay, I gotta show something?
I believe it's real because he's fed up and tired of this situation. That this Netanyahu, every 2 seconds he wants to start fucking war in the Middle East, and people in America are fed up and tired. So he has to give an answer. Here comes Iran. You wanna attack him, Kerry? This is a safe space. You wanna attack him?
I don't know why you told everybody that you should have.
You can tell him in Armenian. How do you speak Armenian?
Sorry, sıkılpanısı.
Bahsetsin İvorya'sı bana haytni marta.
Let's keep it the tribal language.
Wait, how does Duran even know this? Are you guys hobbies outside of Clubhouse?
Because Duran came in here, he goes, we have to first Armenian
But how does he know? How does he know?
Because Duran knows about everybody. He knows deep dark secrets.
Our Armenian community is really small. We all know each other.
Yeah, it's like Jewish. Everybody knows everybody.
Yeah, it's like when we're kids, we all used to hang out with the Kardashians.
Right.
Yeah, he went to school with Kardashian, right?
You know what? Carrie here.
Black Rabbi went with Kardashian as well. So
Carrie knows the term.
Did you see Black Rabbi over there? You didn't see Black Rabbi in your classroom, Darren?
No, I didn't see Black Rabbi.
Oh my God. Did you see White Rabbi?
When we were kids, it was the 90s. It was a different time. They didn't let black people to the parties, to be honest. No, sounds good. Isn't he from Compton, though?
So he's got a spot in Crenshaw, but he said he went to West Covina or some bullshit. I don't know. But he said he went to school. He went to school with Kardashian.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, probably. But he said he went to school with Kardashian or Sisters of Kardashian or something.
No, he didn't.
That's what he speaks on, bro.
I think they grew up in Brentwood.
They grew up in Calabasas. They didn't grow up in Brentwood.
Calabasas. There you go, Calabasas.
No, they're in Calabasas now, but were they in Calabasas when they were kids?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You're mixing it up with OJ. OJ was in Brentwood.
Wow, you went to school with OJ?
I mean, I don't believe anything that guy says, bro.
Jerry, are you like 50 or 60?
No, not me. I'm talking about the guy you were talking about. I don't believe anything he said.
Black Rabbi?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't trust the rabbi, the new leader? He's going to be a leader in 2032, man.
I wonder what his parents think of him, because his parents are Muslim, right?
Yeah.
Don't say that, man.
Bro, we have a lot of losers that become the president of this country. Trump?
Yeah, but don't say that. Like, don't. Because if it goes there, considering the things he said in this room, I still have
to become famous. I want to become famous. Can you imagine? I'll be famous. Oh, wow, this Amir guy used to, and I'll become famous as fuck. Iran, can you imagine? If this fucker actually becomes the president,
you would get famous off of him.
My YouTube, oh my God, on my YouTube, a whole bunch of fucking
TMZ will be parked outside your house.
TMZ, wow.
And then we're gonna have Sapien, he's gonna be covering the story. It's like Amir said this, because he was doing the YouTube videos for TMZ. Wow. Hey, I gotta tell Sanjeev as well. Sanjeev, we have a celebrity in the room. I didn't know this.
I feel so bad for saying this. Amir, please. You're embarrassing us.
Okay, this is the last person, Kerry. I won't say it anymore because Sanjeev is very respectful. Sanjeev, please don't tell anybody. We have, you're the last person I'm telling the secret to. Kerry is a celebrity.
Whisper it in hushed tones.
Kerry's been in the movies.
Carrie's been in movies. Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Can I get an autograph?
Everybody, we have a special guest.
That's the last person. Sanjeev is the last person.
No, listen. We have a special guest with us today, Mr. Carey. What movies are there again, Carey? You might have seen them. In some of the scary movies, or
I was in Titanic. I was in Titanic.
Yeah, he changed the boat.
Sanjay, you remember Titanic?
Yeah, he left the boat.
But did you go down with the Titanic? Or
No, I left. I was the first one to jump off.
But you don't act in any scary movies, right?
Hey, kid.
No,
Is
nothing.
there a lot of pig's blood at the end?
No, nothing scary.
Well, what's going on in the world?
I don't know. Trump, they're trying to make a deal, but
they're having a go at each other. They bombed some island, and those guys retaliated back. And what kind of a ceasefire is this?
Even I don't get it, man. It's just
I seem to understand what's going on.
It's it's a crazy type of ceasefire. Let me see.
Where is the black rabbi and where are all the cheerleaders?
A black rabbi, he was here earlier. He was just bullshitting again.
Did you tell him about the way Trump addressed his supreme leader?
Yeah.
My God. He must have felt terribly humiliated.
He would not concede, Sanjeev, 2 days ago, he would not concede that the objective of Israel was different than American objective and relate to Iran. And the Israeli objective is very demonic. Extremist fucking garbage, shitty fucking objective. Like they actually want to do a regime change. And they want to destroy infrastructure. But America doesn't want to do that.
Bro, you remember when we were having that convo about his Trump's base getting pissed?
Yeah.
He's feeling the pressure of that base. That's why it's like erupting. Nobody wanted this shit.
So the United States military, CENTCOM said its forces conducted self-defense. Go on, Kerry.
No, it's okay. That was it.
Oh, I can't. How the hell did I stop a celebrity from speaking? Go on, celebrity.
So how old were you in your first movie, Gary?
Let's not make this about me.
Bro, is it really about you?
No, but it's not every day we rub shoulders with a celebrity.
Yeah, we don't ever get this opportunity, so we want to take advantage of it.
It's not a big deal. It's just
a big deal for us.
No, it's a big deal, man. It is a big deal, bro.
Yeah. It's really not. I want to be respectful to the topic, and I just want to participate in it.
Carrie,
change the topic. I'm here to scary Carrie interview.
Scary Carrie. What about cash and carry?
Oh yeah, they have a cash and carry Western Depot.
Carrie, you should
Western Depot.
Cash Patel. You guys could form a boy band called Cash and Carry. No, Derry Carey. He's the milkman in every movie.
What about Fairy Carey? Would that be all right? Carrie, listen, don't take any offense.
No, but I don't care. It's okay.
We just ran into the words Carrie.
I appreciate it.
We're just honored to be in the same clubhouse room as you.
Well, totally random. I don't know if you guys are into movies, but this kid that's 26 years old made a movie called Obsession. And every weekend, it's beating the previous weekend. And it's never been like this since E.T. in the 80s.
Obsession.
Yeah, he made it for $750,000, and it's already done $100 million.
We gotta do that, Kerry.
Yeah.
Was Carrie in the movie? Maybe he could be in the sequel.
Maybe.
Hey, what's up? How you doing today?
Hey, Amir. Hey, been a while.
What you been up to?
Not much, just usual stuff. Just trying to get by. Wondering what's going to happen to gas prices. And hoping that things will eventually calm down, but it's just
apparently
crazy.
Trump crashed out on the phone with Netanyahu.
We just went down to 398 at my store.
Oh, wow. Really? Where are you?
Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Right. Here, I paid $6. It's not free as well. I had to pay $50 to fill up that thing. Usually it's like $35 and $40.
Oh, you know what, Amir? I sold the Ram truck I had and I bought a Honda CR-V.
me, bro. I've been saving gas like a motherfucker.
Yeah. If you switch over to Prius, you save more money, or like something smaller, hybrid.
Yeah. I'm kind of a bigger guy, so I don't know if I fit in the Prius.
Yeah, that's true.
Switch over to electric.
No, they got Highlander hybrid as well. The Highlander is pretty big. Highlander.
Highlander is nice.
You need to switch over to electric to save money.
I always thought that the electric, like the Prius, was not a good kind of idea because it's like too complicated of a vehicle because it's electric and gas together and all of that. But it turns out that the Prius has like a way simpler transmission than even a gas-powered car.
Yeah, but here's the problem. I'm sorry.
Go for it. No.
Here's the problem with electric. There's too much radiation going through the car. So everybody driving with electric cars, there's so much radiation. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but it's not fully electric. It's not fully electric, the Prius. It's half electric, half gas.
Yeah, there's a Dodge Hornet that's the same way. There's two sides of it. There's a gas tank on the left side, and on the right side, when you open it, it's the charge. That shit is crazy, man.
No, but this one we don't have the charge. So in Prius, the gas engine charges up the hybrid batteries. And then once the hybrid batteries are fully charged, then it runs on hybrid battery. It doesn't run on gas.
That's amazing.
You understand?
And every time you brake, and every time you press the brake, instead of just going into the brake pads, it goes into the battery.
Braking,
Yeah, which is kind of amazing, frankly. Pretty great. Yeah. So I really got kind of converted.
Toyota's having record revenues because all the other car companies invested heavily in EV, and no one's really buying EV. And Toyota stood their ground on hybrid and said, no, people aren't ready for EV. So they're killing it now. Like, they're selling more cars than ever.
Well, when you guys drive an electric car, does it feel as satisfying as hitting the gas, the accelerator?
Yes, it does.
Not to me. I don't know.
I would like gas anyways. I would be in anyways. Plus the car I have gives me fake exhaust sounds and all that nonsense.
What car are you driving?
Yeah, there's
it doesn't have fake exhaust sound.
Honestly, it does. It pushes the fake sound into the speakers.
Yeah, it's the alien. Yeah, it's the alien sound
Is
because
that the BMW?
No, it's Ioniq 5N.
Oh, the Hyundai's. Okay.
Yeah, Hyundai.
Interesting.
It has that sound in the general for people that can't see or whatever. Like, remember Edward was telling us that he was part of the
all electric cars by law have to have a humming sound outside.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have it in America. That's how.
Because otherwise, it'd be very silent. You wouldn't know it was coming.
It's true.
Not safe for pedestrians.
Yeah. To be fair, going forward, I think the best kind of transmission you could have is a hybrid one, where it's combined of you've got electric batteries and you've got an engine, a small engine generator maybe.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That combination, I think, going forward,
is the best way.
It's probably a good combination.
And it only takes about less than 3 minutes to fill up the tank, bro.
Well, as long as you
this battery business, I think it's not going to work out. All these governments.
Your battery takes forever to charge.
But it's not even that. Like the UK, they've set a date that all gas combustion engine, as in ICE cars, they're going to stop selling them by 30 or 35.
But aren't they
unrealistic?
They said that they're going to roll that back. They rolled it back in the US.
Yeah,
it's unrealistic.
What's not realistic is the electric grid can't handle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you drive around West LA.
No, but on top of that, they try and say, it's an environmentally friendly vehicle, the electric car. It's not. Where are you getting the battery materials from? You're getting it's conflict material. You're getting people in the Congo digging up lithium.
It's still not blue in there like gas.
Yeah. And where does the battery go when it's been used and depleted? Into landfill? That's true.
No, we send it to India, and then they make those TikTok reels showing how they recycle it without breaking the samples off the floor. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening.
Look, man, as long as you don't buy a Chrysler
so you should be all right on the.
But California has passed a law. I mean, by the way, 2035, it needs to be zero emission by 2035.
Same in the UK.
So that means it's going to be electric.
It's going to be. It's foolish. It's stupid. I think they're going to walk it back.
Have you guys tried self-driving FSD on the Tesla?
I tried it. Autopilot, yeah, I did.
Yeah. Isn't it crazy? Like,
it's crazy, but I don't trust it.
Dude, I put my sunglasses and I put my laptop in the middle, so I'm like checking my emails and working while it's doing FSD. It's very good. There's Mad Max where it drives like a human, where it like swerves in and out of the lane for you automatically.
I do not like that lane assist. That lane assist, I don't like that shit, man.
No, lane assist
isn't too bad actually.
You know, talk about FSD, full self-driving, where you just put in the destination and it does everything.
Yeah, but you still gotta touch the.
It drives
not anymore.
It drives for you.
Yeah, it drives for you.
Yeah, I don't trust that. I don't trust that shit.
As long as you look forward, it'll work. You don't have to put your hand on the steering wheel anymore.
Also, you can't fall asleep.
No, but if you put sunglasses, it can't see your eyeballs. It just sees your face pointing forward, so you can close your eyes.
What about the glasses with the fake eyes on them?
You don't need it. Sunglasses are fine.
Fake glasses with fake eyes.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the one thing I don't like about the Tesla FSD, the whole system, the whole car relies on cameras. There's no radar, there's no LiDAR, it's just cameras.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
so the whole thing is just based on cameras. So if that camera fails, if the camera
you have
can't
autopilot
it doesn't work.
in your Ioniq Gemma, you don't have autopilot?
It does have autopilot, but it's limited. It's not legal in the UK.
I mean, only Tesla has FSD. No one else has it. Everyone else has like lane assist, or stays in your lane and it goes straight. But nothing where it takes you from your driveway to the
they have adaptive driving. I think it's called.
Yeah, which slows down, speeds up according to the car.
And it'll turn in the lane or whatever. If the lane turns, it'll turn. It won't have any autonomous driving.
As far as I know, the gas vehicle, Ford Escape was like was it Ford Escape or something? They came out with a parallel parking. All you have to do is, find a space and between the cars or whatever, and then turn on that parallel parking. It parks the car for you. So I'm saying,
so a lot of cars do that now, actually.
Yeah, that was a good option. It came out like a long time ago, back in I think 2017 or something.
The Mercedes all have. I think even Mercedes has an FSD, but it's expensive. You have to pay for it, like a subscription. But yeah, Mercedes does have a very good FSD apparently. Yeah, Tesla's $100 a month. I calculated it cost me like
they turned it into a subscription model.
Yeah. So I calculated it's like a lot. $100 a month. Yeah, but it's like you have a full-time chauffeur.
Tesla's an ugly car. It's an ugly car for what you pay for.
Really? I mean,
it's true. Like the inside of it, like you want what it's worth, right? You sit in a car. The quality of a Tesla build quality is really bad.
Have you been in a new one, the premium one?
Yeah, I've been in a Model Y, the new one.
Yeah, it's pretty. They got a lot better.
The body panels don't even align on it correctly. They're still having problems with that.
Yeah, they just patented this.
Like, don't get me wrong, the efficiency of a Tesla you can't beat. But the car as a whole, if you're spending $100,000 or $90,000 on a car, it should look $90,000. A Tesla does not look what you pay for.
Yeah, the one I got is $45,000. I got the Tesla Y Premium, rear-wheel drive, and I like it, man.
You got the Y?
I got the Y. Here's the thing. I also have a Porsche that's manual, so I'm like a manual driving kind of guy, when I want to have fun.
Yeah.
But now that I'm driving my kid to school and it takes 45 minutes each direction, FSD really takes off a lot of stress.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have to really worry about, do I have to brake? Do I have to left turn? Am I in the right lane? You know, I zone out, man. I completely zone out, and I have no idea what's going on in front of me. I'm on Clubhouse checking my emails, you know. Like, yeah, it's like having a full-time driver.
Yeah.
It's and yeah, it's just a plain car. It takes you from point A to the point B with the least amount of stress. It's not a sexy car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the new Model Y looks nice from.
To be fair, I think if the Americans and the Europeans let in the Chinese brands, you know, like Zeekr,
don't kill it, man. Yeah.
they would kill Tesla overnight because they could beat Tesla at its own game.
Yeah.
In FSD, in electric vehicle efficiency, the look of the car would beat Tesla.
Is there Chinese cars in Europe?
There's like 10 brands that are Chinese and electric.
Didn't the British do a deal with BYD? Didn't they?
Say again, sorry?
Something? Didn't the British do a deal with BYD for the Chinese cars to import a bunch of Chinese cars?
I'm not sure. We are slowly allowing them in. I think there's a few big brands coming to England or the UK this year. But they are becoming very big in Europe. Like BYD, when it entered Europe, I think only a few years ago, it's got a big market share of the European market now. Within a matter of 5 years.
Yeah.
Because they are good quality cars. They're not bad quality. And you get a lot what you pay for. Like when you can buy a car from China, what, 50,000, 60,000 pounds, and that car is equivalent to what we sell in the UK for maybe 100, 150,000, where the doors is fully equipped, top of the range, even your doors open themselves. Like these are things that you generally a Rolls-Royce, a high-spec Land Rover would have, and you can get that for half the price.
It's crazy. In the 90s, when we were growing up, China was like known as a cheap products.
Yeah.
Cheap. Now it's like, now it's not just cheap; it's quality, and they're more advanced than anyone else. It's funny.
They make the iPhone in China. It just depends. Like, you know, they make bad stuff in China. China will make whatever you want.
You can get anything. It depends what you're willing to pay for.
Willing to insist on.
Yeah.
Just have to say like this is the standard.
You can get the cheap stuff. You can get the more expensive.
Right.
But isn't the new chip made in Israel?
Which chip?
For the iPhone 17.
I'm not sure about.
Yeah, it is.
Manufactured?
Yes. Oh, the technology of it is.
But a lot of the iPhone chips are based on ARM technology, which is a British company.
But the iPhone's assembled in India too. The iPhone's assembled in India as well.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah. And India
was testing it out. Yeah, weren't they testing it out with 1 or 2 factories to see how?
No, they've set up their own plants here. I mean, most of the components are imported, but some percentage you get some value-added stuff by assembling it together.
Yeah, but don't you think, Sanjeev? Don't you think they would struggle to manufacture a lot of it in India because it doesn't have a localized source? So, you know, like in China, they don't really need to go far for components. Basically, everything's there in the country.
Now you see what the main thing is. After China, I think probably India or China, India and China are one of the largest mobile users in the world by the share of the population.
Yeah.
So that's why I think Apple thought it would be wise to put up a plant here where you could possibly import the key parts and the rest, some accessories could be made in India and they assemble it here. They've got a couple of plants here. Yeah. So
plus, I think they want to diversify away from China.
Yeah, they don't want to be. That was China +1. But no, India really missed the bus on that one. But Apple is.
I don't think anyone can compete with Chinese manufacturing at the moment, though.
Yeah, of course. China is the manufacturing hub of the world. Now, the US has imposed a tariff of 12.5% and 10% on 64 countries. Now, Trump has come up with another idea. This is called forced labor. And I don't know from where his investigation he arrives at. And I don't know how his inspectors have visited 66 countries, including the UK, Mexico, and many other places, India too, and Pakistan, and of course there's a whole South Korea and many others, and they've graded them into 12.5% tax and 10%. On whether the countries that have made an attempt to move away from forced labor. So forced labor is something where you coerce the labor into producing with possible intimidation or withholding, some kind of pressure tactics. And I don't know from where Trump has come up with this idea. In India, for example, there's huge unemployment. Why would anybody need to be coerced into working? People would gladly take up a job. So I don't know from where his intelligence comes, and we've fallen into the 12.5% category, along with China and many other countries. And 10% is guess who? Pakistan. Wow. On the contrary, child labor, forced labor is more prevalent in Pakistan than in India. So I'm quite skeptical about this new way of trying to come around the tariff. And apparently there is a 30 or 60-day window before this kicks in, because they're waiting for the US citizens' feedback on this. I don't know what's going on really. This guy is bizarre. I mean, how do you go to every country, 64, 66 countries, and find out whether labor is being forced or they're going willingly doing the work?
I'm not sure about the specific claim, but I mean, I don't need to.
It's there in the media, Indian media today, and the US delegation in India.
What I was going to say is we don't need to go far to understand that Trump is a lunatic. He's just an idiot.
Absolutely. I think people in India
He's been doing this for nearly 2 years, so this is nothing new for us.
Yeah.
I have a question. Are there people outside of America that are pro-Trump? No,
Yes,
not including Israel. Like, you know,
a lot of far-right people in like Europe.
Yeah, there are Trumpies everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, because he's emboldened them. You know, a lot of far-right, bigoted people, nationalists.
Yeah.
He's emboldened them.
So these are people that want the same in their country, like conservatives, nationalists.
Yeah, exactly. There are.
You know, we have every country has problems, right? Economic, social problems. And what Trump has given people is blame the brown immigrant.
Yeah.
Blame the minority. And that is your escape. Even though most of the problems in, for example, Western countries are the mismanagement of the government. If your NHS, for example, is failing, it's not the fault of the immigrant that doesn't use the NHS.
Yeah, you go to a private practitioner.
Yeah, exactly.
So blame the minority. I wonder who else has done that in the past we could learn from historically.
I know, right?
Even the EU hasn't escaped the wrath of Trump. They are in the 10% category. UK also, I think, is in the 10% category.
Yeah, he's tariffed everyone, or most of the countries on the planet.
I don't know whether this will also.
I don't think he understands how tariffs work, though.
Yeah.
Because when you tariff, it's the country's not actually paying it. It's your consumer.
Yeah.
The American people are paying for it.
True.
Which ultimately causes a recession.
That's true. And all that money which he collected by the tariffs, when he charged 50%, 40%, 30%, where is all that money gone? Has he refunded it back to all the companies? Because that's what the companies said, that the tariffs were illegal. So give us our money back. What about the consumers who paid a higher price for things because of these illegal tariffs? Were they refunded? I'm not too sure. You guys should be asking for your money back for whatever you paid extra during that period of time.
I think I would even go a little further. I'd say they need to do the election again and get him out.
Because right, the guy needs to be dumped.
He's an impulsive 5-year-old. Have you seen his tweets?
Yeah, he just gets up.
I think he wakes up in the middle of the night and starts barking.
3 a.m.
let's not attack the pillar, but United
The orange orangutan.
America. Yeah.
Yeah, but surely we will now if injustice is being heaped on us. What do you expect us to keep quiet and be subservient? I mean, the government is subservient, but not us. We can do little. Our government is like, oh my God, yes sir, no sir.
So Modi, is he still in love with Netanyahu?
Oh, I think it's the honeymoon. The passions have cooled a bit, but he dare not speak a word against him, or like say, no sir, we don't agree with you. I don't think he just kind of avoids that. He's mortally afraid of the US and China.
So nobody asked him a question. I know the journalists about Israel.
He doesn't have he hasn't, can you believe it, Amir? He hasn't had a press conference in 12 years. He's been ruling India because he doesn't know what to answer.
Is there a term limit? Or he could keep running forever?
Yeah, you can root in perpetuality in India. Every time the party which he comes from, the BJP, is like a juggernaut. They are a financial giant. They seem to have accumulated so much money. They're one of the richest political parties in the world.
No corruption. That's how.
Yeah, of course. Most of the government agencies are in bed with this government.
Is there healthy opposition, or there's no opposition?
There is opposition, but what can you do with all? Everything is compromised, from the election commission to your vigilant committees to your economic figures which come out. Your GDP figures, IMF said, are inflated by 1.5% more. So the GDP per capita is poor, I don't know, and there are about 800 million.
The other big part is, besides the corruption, it's the population of India is unfortunately still very in line with the principles of the BJP. The whole Hindu, the Hinduvata, the Mahabharata, that whole idea. Some people are very much in line with it.
Well, you're right on that point. I would grant you that the Hindu. See, basically, Hinduism is a way of life. It's a very pacifist, very peaceful kind of a religion, you can say. But the Hindutva is like Hinduism on steroids.
It's a supremacy. It's a Christian nationalism.
Yeah.
Same idea.
Yes, that's right. Ultra-nationalists. And a little tolerance for the minorities and stuff like that. And then, obviously, you have just yes men running the government who have completely messed up the economy, and they refuse to admit it. And they keep making the same mistakes again, time and again. So what do we do now?
So, question, I don't know this. So how long can Modi stay in power for? Is there a limit?
He's now 75, I guess.
No, terms. Forget his age. How many terms? I know he's had.
No, there's no law in India, unfortunately. You can keep standing for elections, and you can keep having the election commission, which is completely partisan and favors his party. So he can rule till perpetuality. They should actually have something like not more than 2 terms, like you have in the US.
Thank God for that in the US. Thank God we have
Just imagine if Trump was there forever.
Seriously, yeah.
Oh gosh.
It feels like he's been here forever. The problem,
every day.
It's only been 2 years and it feels like it's been 10.
It hasn't been 2 years yet, has it?
1 year, it's like a year and a half.
Maybe 2 years.
It's unfortunate.
So, Devon, do you like your Porsche better than Tesla, or?
Oh, I love it, but I used to drive it every day. I have about 250,000 miles on it.
Oh, what? Porsche?
Is it
Porsche.
911? Is it 911?
Yeah. kid now. I need a car seat. He's older. I put a car
Get
seat
the
in the car.
Panorama, so that's to get the Taycan if you want to do electric.
No, he needs to get the new Cayman.
The new Cayman sense. Cayenne? It's really nice, yeah, the new Cayenne sense.
Well, 3 months ago, I needed to get an SUV. I was going to get an old Porsche Cayenne, and some of them come stick shift, and they're like 500 horsepower, and they're cheap. They're
old, really? I thought they were all automatic.
I think the Panamera is good.
No, there was some that come stick. It's on carsandbids.com. And, but then the Iran war started, and I'm like, fuck, the gas is going to be crazy for the next few years, so I got a Tesla. And I don't regret it, man. I'm saving.
You should have got the Taycan, the Porsche Taycan, the EV.
Yeah, even if you were here, but I love FSD. It's like the car just drives from.
It's autopilot.
Yeah, oh gosh, I would have trusted it.
If it wasn't for that, yeah, the Taycan's really nice.
I trust you.
You know, the one thing I hate about Tesla is, you know, the handle, the door handle?
So stupid.
Yeah, it's electric.
It's so dumb, even though we open it.
Because I've looked into this, as in, there's been a few crashes. We know with the Cybertruck and the Tesla
locks you
cars.
in.
And the car, because the 12-volt battery is at the front, and if you've hit the car at the front, the 12-volt battery's disconnected itself. So then you've lost power to the handles.
You can let me die.
Yeah, because a lot of people have had issues with, you know, the Cybertruck. I think in California, there were some kids that died because they crashed the car and the 12-volt battery obviously disconnected because the car hit the 12-volt battery.
That is stupid as fuck. How did that pass safety center not to have
so those door handles are now actually illegal in China. You have to have a manual door handle.
That's true, yeah. I mean, on the bright side, at least I'll die happy knowing I'm dying.
Oh my God, stop.
You're dying what?
Die happy. He said he's going to die happy.
Who the fuck will die happy at Tesla? For fuck's sake. Yeah, that's misery as it is.
No, but I think we need to change our legislation as well, as in these electric door handles. Maybe it's okay to have an electric door handle, but there should be a backup.
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. Safety provision. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There should have been some sort of safety provision in case of. But surprisingly, this even passed. Nobody thought that through.
It has to be easily accessible. So, because obviously, when you had a crash, adrenaline, you know, you're panicking. It should be easily accessible. You shouldn't have to lift 3-4 plastic pieces in the door to actually access.
Oh, you can't access at all. Did you hear the people that have been locked in their Teslas?
Yeah.
So, if you're on the inside, there is a lever you could pull. There's a manual opening.
Yeah, but when you're in a crash.
Outside.
When you're in a crash, car's burning.
Yeah, I don't know how you do it from the outside.
But when you're in a crash and you're inside, and you want to just get out, and you're not, come on, the whole figuring it out.
Outside, you will break the window. Yeah, the firemen, they will break the window, and they'll pull the same latch.
Brother, I mean, with regards to this specific case that I was looking at was a Cybertruck. So even the windows you can't break.
Yeah, that one sucks. So the new Tesla's, the lever is right next to where the window switch is. So it's like right there. In front of it.
Okay.
Yeah, so they made it very easy. I think they changed it because of that.
Yeah. Because the older ones didn't have it at all.
Yeah, the old ones, I think you had to take a panel.
Yeah.
It had it, but it was like...
They should have done a recall to fix that for older ones.
Yeah.
No, but they're going to break the door anyways with the axe.
You have to wait for the emergency services to get there to break the door.
The same thing, General. If the car is smashed on the side, and if shit is leaking all over the place, you won't be able to save that person because it's fine. The doors are all jammed in. Even if it's a handle, you can't put.
Yeah.
I actually look, not to flex. It happened in front of my parking lot. Okay, some lady, she crashed into this one car. She had a child in the back.
Of course, it was a
lady. And the lady was in the front.
Was she Asian?
I saved the child, right? The woman I could not because the thing wasn't opening, the fucking door. And then I realized if I touch her, God forbid, if she filed a lawsuit against me, I had to be careful because there's a fireman that happened a long time ago. He tried to save them, and they filed a lawsuit against the fire department.
What for?
Because apparently, I don't know, they got hurt while they were trying to get rescued by the firefighter who was rescuing them.
These ambulance
No, it's happened. Somebody gave somebody CPR, but you know what? You have to do a chest compression, save this person's life.
Broke the ribs or something.
Yeah, I'm like, you motherfucker.
You should have let him die.
Almost.
Yeah, but the good thing is they within 1 minute, 2 minutes they showed up and they took they opened the door.
No, but these kind of cases, when these kind of cases come up, the judge should throw them out. As in, are you being for real? That he saved your life?
They don't.
But there was one case, I think a couple of years ago, where this rich billionaire woman was in her Tesla, and I think she reversed instead of going forward, and she reversed into a lake or a pond that's on her property. And she sank. And then the electricity went out for the car, and she couldn't open the door, and she suffocated and died by the time the firefighters got to her. Yeah, it was a huge case. I don't know if you guys remember.
So that's why you need manual.
Yeah, so ever since then they have like manual. Well, you don't need any power to open the door.
Yeah.
Yep. Let me see what's in the news right now. If there's anything new.
Is the war back on? Like, are they hitting each other or?
Yeah, they are.
Are they?
Yeah, they did.
So Iran is hitting American bases and other countries.
US strikes Iran Kashmir Island. IRGC respond, I think.
Stupidest idea they fucking got us into.
Yeah, U.S. strikes. U.S. hits Iran's Qasem, says Tehran targeted Kuwait and Bahrain. And the United States military said its forces conducted self-defense strikes on Iran's Qasem
Everything
Island
self-defense the Americans are doing.
and defeated multiple Iranian missiles and drones as civilian vessels and regional allies Kuwait and Bahrain came under attack.
I don't trust. When the Americans say we intercepted everything, they were doing the same thing. When Iran was hitting all their bases in the GCC, they were saying, "Oh, nothing's been hit," and then a few months later, all the newspapers came out with, "Oh, look at the damage that the Iranians have done. They've knocked out these big radar systems." So I don't trust anything the Americans say.
Yeah, so Kuwait military said air defense systems intercepted incoming drones and missiles, while Bahrain's interior ministry said warning signs were activated. Iran's Tasnim news agency cited the IRGC confirming it launched retaliatory missile and drone attacks on U.S. bases in the region, but did not name Kuwait or Bahrain following the Qasem strikes. Donald Trump has hit back at reports that negotiations with Iran to end the war have stalled, saying that conversation between us have been going on continuously. Israel continues its deadly bombing campaign in southern Lebanon a day after Trump said that Israel's leader, Benjamin Netanyahu, had agreed to call off planned attacks on Beirut's southern suburbs. 3,468 people have been killed in Israeli attacks in Lebanon.
Is it true we negotiated directly with Hezbollah?
He said that he did somehow were able to get in touch with Hezbollah. Bro, if Trump can fucking work out a deal with Hezbollah, what is the problem with Israel? It's got to be Israel, right?
Yeah, but that'll also be the first time in history America's dealing directly with Hezbollah.
No.
We're
Bro, Hamas, literally, they did a direct dealing with Hamas. Hamas, in good faith, gave them one hostage to America, directly to America.
Yeah, that was Hamas, but not Hezbollah.
See, the same shit. The America claims that Hamas is terrorists and as well as terrorists, right? But at the same time, you're working with Hamas and Hezbollah. And it was sort of like a mocking Netanyahu that, look, we can do it. Why can't you do it? See what I'm saying? We can make the deal. Why can't you make the deal?
Yeah, do you remember when Trump had to negotiate with them?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I think, this recent report that, he had a shouting match with Netanyahu, I think you need to be very careful by sky falling for this.
Yeah, I found it a little bit sus. Yeah.
No. It's just they've done this in the past and they've come out later and nothing's been. It's just to fool and kind of mold public perception.
Yeah, but that's how white people are, General.
They're manipulating the people.
No.
That's what I was.
Leaks.
That's why I asked how legit it was because.
Yeah, no, I don't believe it for a second.
General, do you not know the white culture?
Yes, I do. However, you've also got to understand how manipulative and why they're doing what they're doing. Are you for real that they're going to leak? Hold on. Are you for real? Are we that naive that they're going to leak these comments that Trump had an expletive-laden shouting match with Netanyahu, and Trump was okay with it? Trump would be strangled to death if he did anything like that.
You don't remember, like, maybe 8 months ago, Trump just came out of the plane and the
Oh yeah.
General,
what the fuck they're doing?
Yeah, he literally said they don't know what the fuck they're doing about Israel. Like, oh wow.
Yeah.
I forgot Iran. Yeah, man. Like he's like.
No, but these are all these comments are designed because actually, when push comes to shove, he's not actually changing anything. The support for the Israelis remains steadfast from the Americans.
What would be very damaging, General?
Diplomatic support is there.
Bro, because realistically, if they stop communicating and supporting them, they're gonna look very, very weak.
Supporting
And then,
you're missing the main point here. I mean, he said, he told Netanyahu, I saved your sorry ass from going to jail. Every charges. I was the one who ensured that you were not in jail. So
but the case is still going on. So
no, does that make Trump an accomplice to the crime?
No.
Because
the case is still going on. Then he said the reason why people hate Israel is because of you.
No, that's true. But he said, I've kept your sorry ass out of
But he hasn't. He hasn't. The trial is also going on. This was a way for Trump to make himself seem like, listen, I got this shit under control. I'm the big bad. That's
exactly, because he's feeling the pressure.
But it's not legit.
He's feeling the pressure from his base.
Look, you guys taking things out of context. There's so many. I don't know if you worked in the business world, people get pissed off at each other. Yeah, people get pissed off at each other all the time.
But they don't let people see.
Hold on a second.
Hold on.
Hold on a second. Hold on. So it doesn't matter. No, they will. At the end, when they get mad at each other, there's employees and whatnot. They all see this show that happens at the corporate offices. When they don't like each other, whatever happens, they crash out or curse at each other, and then at the end, and then they make up like 2 days later. That's how it is.
Brother, respectfully, it's the greatest. It's one of the most powerful countries in the world. He's the first.
It doesn't matter, Kerry.
So why would this
He treats it like hold on, I'm not done. He treats this America like a nation. He doesn't treat it as like a country. Do you understand?
I think it's going to damage Netanyahu's reputation in Israel.
So you're saying, Amir, you're saying he's just talking like that because he just talks like that, not because he's really trying to show his base control.
Kerry, let me give you a hypothetical. At the corporate level, if you get pissed off at a co-founder, or let's say you get pissed off at one of the top employees that makes a lot of money that you pay them, you might attack them, or you might yeah, you would. Now, instead of firing, you'll get mad and whatever, and it happens at the corporate world. It's a normal thing.
Yes.
But what it is in American culture, a lot of people don't take that seriously because money talks, bullshit walks. That's what it is.
In this case, the way I see it is the popular. Sorry, hold on a second. The popular perception in America right now is Trump is beholden to Israel. Okay, even some of his base who've turned. Say, oh my God, are we make Israel great again? That's what people are saying. He looks like an idiot, but when he starts to strong arm him, I'm not saying it wasn't a real fight. Strong arms him and lets it slip. He's trying to change the narrative. Like, look, again, his base is pretty dark. Look, I have it in control. See, I made them turn back right away. See that shit? So
he wants to show everyone his base that he's the one that's calling the shots.
But he's not. It's perception. It's all performative. It's all just a way to.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So
they're both basically in tandem, working with each other for these leaks to come out. Do you really think do we really think that if they had a shouting match like that, they would start leaking it? If it was actual true policy.
Or Netanyahu listen to Trump and turn back. If he was, it was this. So they apparently had a whole meeting over the weekend.
Okay, let me ask you guys this.
Complete bullshit.
Let me ask you.
He asked, brother. Let me just finish this point and then we can go. So it's complete bullshit that he asked the Israelis to turn back. He has aided and abetted a genocide in Gaza for months upon months, and then flattened half of Beirut. And now all of a sudden he wants the Israelis to turn back. Like we can't keep falling for this shit from these idiots.
I
just have to manipulate us.
I understand your perspective 100%, but what would we have to do for us to believe it? Just a question.
He's a liar. Can't believe anything comes out of his fucking mouth. You know when he's telling the truth, he's lying. He's on Truth Social. He calls platform Truth Social. Come on, man. Even when he's saying something that may be factual, he's still lying.
He's still
The fact is that he was accused of bribes, Netanyahu, and he deliberately created this conflict so he would not go to jail. And I think that's further reinforced the position that Netanyahu is guilty of cheating Israel as a prime minister and accepting bribes. That is what is the damaging part.
That could be one
Just
part.
think about it.
See his ass.
Just think about it.
I know that. Peter has this theory that's actually been proven every time that whenever there's a trial that's coming up, day coming up, he does something that these keep getting pushed back.
Yeah.
Like this is by design. But the other side of things is, if you guys consider this one, so Israel does not want there to be this sort of this disagreement, right, between Iran and the U.S. because one of the biggest sticking points is Israel wants Iran completely leveled in a way where they don't have that economic power, they don't have that military power, they really thought that the U.S. would go through and get rid of all their uranium plus 80% of their stockpile still there. So this is their one chance. Okay, so it's in their best interest to do whatever they can to stick their foot in. So let's just say this was legit, and he went in, Israel went in to Lebanon to create this, because again, one of the big sticking points for Iran is no aggressions in the region, especially Lebanon. Then when Trump may have actually gone really upset, truly, because what did Iran say as a response back? We may go ahead and go and get our Shiite groups mobilized again. So he brought Iraq, they brought up Lebanon, they brought up Yemen, and brought up that trade route. We may blockade that too, as a threat.
Yeah, but he stopped Israel from trying to march to Beirut or bomb the shit out of Lebanon. But they continue to wage war on Iran, and they hit those islands yesterday or day before. So are they allowed to have conflict with Iran while Israel is supposed to fall in place? What is this?
They did not stop bombing Lebanon.
They never did. Still bombing them. Currently, 3 hours ago.
Well, I'm just saying that U.S. continues to engage in conflict with Iran, but stopping it surrogate.
No, because they've said it's because now Iran said the deal is off right now. We're not negotiating. We're not doing anything. So now it's kind of like this is our opportunity now.
Neither is this war. Neither is this a ceasefire. What the hell is this?
There's thousands of times the ceasefire has been completely broken and thrown in the garbage. How many times by Israel? Thousands of times in their history. The ceasefire means that.
They said the U.S. said they even fired a missile at one of the ships trying to enter the Iranian port because there's an embargo in Iran and stuff like that.
Who
and Iran is in turn.
Israel or who fired the missile?
And Iran apparently fired at some tankers trying to pass through the straits without their permission. So it's all crazy out there.
But that's something that Iran said. If this doesn't stop, and they also, for the first time, also brought in, they said before aggression in the region, but this time actually said explicitly Gaza and Lebanon, right? So If they also said if this continues, this does not stop immediately. We are going to go ahead and close. So we are going to make it difficult. It's a response to aggression. There's so many ways to look at this whole thing, but it's hard to really believe. It sounds good. It feels good. Oh wow, he got cussed at, but I don't know. They're in cahoots.
I can't imagine how this is gonna end. Like I just can't imagine.
Well, did you guys hear what Trump said when they asked him about what if this second trade route gets closed? And they've said, the gas price, the barrel price may go up to $180. You know what Trump said? I don't really care. I don't care. The prices are tanking. He said, the prices will be tanking, pauses, in the distant future. Prices will come down in the distant future. Fuck that. This is fucking.
If someone like Trump can become president, now I'm slightly concerned because Black Rabbi.
Please don't start that shit again, Jeff.
No, because if Trump can become president, a fucking dumb idiot, then there's an easy chance for Black Rabbi.
No, but people hate Israel. It's the hatred is gone.
Against begging. I'm doubting my own.
That's what Brian is like.
Yeah, I'm doubting myself. I think he has a chance now. Because the bar has been really lowered to such an extent.
It's in hell.
That if you can have Trump, a complete nut job in power.
Yeah, but
General, we both been offered pretty prominent positions. We may have to infiltrate. We will have to infiltrate this. So.
Yeah, but guys, let's be realistic. Black Rabbi has no charisma whatsoever, and he has absolutely no allies in Clubhouse.
Trump has charisma.
He has a following. He has a base.
Iran, can you stop talking like that about the president-elect?
That PTR is for you guys in this conversation.
Which one?
Yeah, but to my point, there's no one on Clubhouse that likes Black Rabbi. Like, even the Zionists don't like him because he says things.
What does Clubhouse have to do with this presidential run?
It's a stepping stone. You can measure someone's charisma.
What, a sample size?
Sample size, yeah.
And how many people love Trump besides the ones that are Delulu? Like literally,
oh, he does have a huge following.
He lost following quite a bit. There's a change.
His base changed after the war, but he did have a huge loyal following.
But the following is mentally retarded, low IQ folks, right? So there's enough of those.
Don't say that about Edward. Don't say that.
No, not Edward. Edward's not part of it. He's exception to the rule. Okay, exception to the rule. There's a 1%, right, of every group. 1%. It's not apply to everybody. There's one, but he's not a MAGA. Okay, so let's not be rude to him. He had his own reasons to vote for him. I won't get into it. He's not here. But this is. I hate you say this, General. I thought this in the past. I didn't want to say it out loud, but you did.
Say again.
I thought it in the past. This exact thing you're saying.
Oh, what?
But I never wanted to say it out loud.
Yeah, but Amir brought it up earlier today, and twice in one day is too much for me.
Really?
No.
I wasn't here. Sorry.
No, like it can't happen. And Amir's like, yeah, I'll get famous because of it. He's talking about his YouTube channel, right, Amir?
Amir wants his own plug. That's why he's pushing for Black.
Oh yeah, can you imagine the amount of clout I'll receive just because of the videos?
I'll bet you he'll probably put you in a job in his administration.
Yeah.
Be part of the campaign.
Amir would be head of
General,
communications.
what's the position you were offered? I think it was offered Speaker of the House.
Amir would be the head of miscommunication.
I think I started out as a campaign manager.
Campaign or complaint manager?
Secretary of, defense minister.
Campaign manager or complaint manager?
A campaign.
So Ruth could be public relations with her spreadsheet.
She never put her. the offer. I have it in writing, so I'm just saying.
If on a more serious note, if he ever becomes a president, I'm going to contact Elon Musk and go to Mars.
I second that motion.
There's no way he's going to make it in the US, but he has better chances in Israel.
Oh, he'll make it.
Just think about it. Think about it.
Did you just say he'll make it? Don't do that, Ace.
In Israel, he could. They can take a nut job like Netanyahu, black rabbi. He definitely stands a chance.
I'm gonna have nightmares tonight. Thanks, guys.
We have a plan. We will infiltrate within. We would bring him down. That's the best way to bring people down. So don't worry.
You know what's crazy though? Is they say ChatGPT used to say America would end in 2030. So if he was to run, that would be just perfect.
Could you guys imagine? He's giving a speech. He's like, I was on Congress. He would deny everything. He always says that.
He would deny everything.
He's pretty dumb. I don't know if you.
Yeah, as you said, is he a Republican or Democrat?
Republican Trump through and through. Absolutely. He's a bad guy.
I think he's talking about Sharif.
Black rabbi.
Yeah, he's bad guy. He defends Trump. He denies the Epstein thing. You know what he does? Well, how about like R. Kelly? And she starts. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
He says R. Kelly. I've never.
Yeah, so he pivots and says, let's talk about
R. Kelly. Seriously.
He pivots. Let's talk about our community. He brings up what's his name from Bill Cosby, R. Kelly. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Step away from Epstein. Sapien might be the water boy for him.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I was listening to you guys when you guys were talking to him. I don't know why you guys try, bro. Like everything you guys talk to him about, he just rejects and.
Carrie,
Which one? Because they all seem to do it.
Don't tell me to shut up.
Shut up.
So everything they tell you, you just fucking reject or.
Yeah, but it's a waste of time talking to these idiots.
Fucking guy.
General, I find you very unpleasant, and I find you very rude.
Nobody
I find
asked
you
you.
very.
Compliment general. Yeah, so towards you, yeah, that's a compliment.
Very,
general.
I don't think you're a very.
You know that.
It's my ego when you're saying
He's been drinking.
I don't think
You
he's
hear
a
that,
very
Woody?
nice person.
So you know, general, this is like the most highest compliment, the highest regard
literally.
he just gave you. Mission accomplished, right?
Yeah. I don't like him.
You know when you call a lawyer rude, whatever you just said, bullshit, you just spouted. It's actually massaging our egos.
Oh,
You're like very like elitist. I don't know.
Yes,
You're just very elitist.
How many drinks have you had?
I mean, Ace is a lawyer, and I don't find her unpleasant like you. I don't know.
Oh man, now you just my ass. Oh my god, did you? No. You just disrespect me, Sapien?
I don't know.
Did you disrespect right now?
I feel like you have redeeming qualities.
Redeeming qualities? I don't want you to feel like redeeming qualities towards. So the way I interact with you, you shouldn't feel good about me. I need to do better. In general, you need to.
Ace, you're letting us down.
I know.
I don't dislike you. I don't.
Oh fuck.
I dislike
This
general.
is after how many?
So what do I have to do to make
Why
you
would I
like me?
want to be liked by a scumbag?
By a Zionist, exactly.
Okay, that's fine. I don't care.
Of course it's fine.
Whatever.
I'm not here to be liked by you.
Okay, that's fine.
You can piss off now.
Okay,
Take a leave.
whatever.
Whatever. Take a leave.
You're just rude.
You're excused, bitch.
You're rude. You're just a rude
well
person.
done. Well done for
Very
you.
rude. Very
Well
nasty.
You came to pick fights.
I'm not picking fights. I came in here.
You came in this
and
room
all of a sudden, Carrie started
Wait,
to
why are you
say
slurring your
bullshit
speech?
about me.
Did you have a drink?
And I'm responding.
He just came in and took over the stage.
Sapien, did you have a drink?
No, I haven't had anything to drink.
You just
I'm
felt
like,
weak?
no.
All I said is whenever they talk to you guys,
He took a Xanax or something. His
I didn't
speech
think
is
of that. I'm actually was just popping in. I'm like getting ready to go to bed. I
Pop
just
the
said,
pills.
let me, like, I've been watching
Exactly, morning.
YouTube videos.
That
I
Ambien.
just like wanted to pop in, and then Carrie just started with his bullshit. And then now
Because
it's
you
responding.
opened your
We
mouth
were
and
having
you
a
had a conversation. Exactly.
Carrie
Before you
literally, I just
interrupted.
popped in.
Anyway,
so
let-
this-
fucking throws it on me. Earlier, what you guys were talking about,
Let's
I
just
don't know
focus
why.
on the topic.
blame Carrie. Blame Carrie. Don't
Stop
blame me.
blaming Carrie. He's a celebrity among
That's why you're in the Matrix.
So see, did you see those links I sent you earlier? Did you see those links I sent you as
Yeah.
saving to investigate my claims as being
I
factual?
did look at the links, and I also screenshotted what the people that Fires told me to look up. And I looked
Okay,
up.
and how do you feel about this now?
I feel like Israel does some messed up things.
Some? Or a lot?
Listen, I think it's like the whole thing. This whole situation is very complicated, and it's
Yeah,
It's not complicated.
on both sides.
That's it, we're done. That's it. You learned nothing. You won. Be quiet. Stop
See,
that.
this is the thing.
Anyway,
Stop.
No, literally, it's
Zero empathy.
This is what I
There we
was.
go.
This is what I was talking
What?
about, Sapien, when I said it doesn't go anywhere with you.
Do you know what he sounds like? He
Swallow
sounds like when he
everything
came
that
to
you said.
no. But so when it came to the Holocaust, it's like saying, well, the Nazis and then the people Holocaust, the Jews, they both played a part, both sides.
Yeah, it's a
That's
complicated
what it sounds like.
issue.
It's very complicated.
If you want me to
Yeah,
like,
okay.
if you want me to like think that Israel is like the Nazis, that's never gonna happen.
That's the problem.
Like,
They're worse.
I think
They're
that's
Worse than Nazis,
weird.
We
worse.
don't need you to tell us that.
General-
Holocaust survivors are saying that. We don't need you to tell
Not
us.
all of them. There's a few of them are. A few of them are, but not all
All
of
of
them.
them. There's not many of them.
What about that?
They're
What about that
all-
professor? What about that professor that they fired? That teaches like something Finkler or something.
Finkelstein is a frick. I can't stand him.
Of course you
I
can't
don't
stand
like
because
him
he
at
speaks the
all.
truth.
He is like he's
He's
such
a
the biggest
well-renowned,
grifter and
esteemed
like
professor in his field.
He's the grifter.
he's a
Bro,
He's an
grifter
educated professor.
and he's just like I don't know. I don't like him. I just don't.
Of course you don't like
I
people
think
that
you're
are
off,
educated.
bro.
I don't know.
Anyway, back to Black Rabbi and his campaign. Morning, why are you so against Sharif becoming president election?
is because this is
You should be excited that he's going to be president.
I'm mortified by Mordecai. The problem I have is that there's a space in this world where people take advantage of systems built for less impoverished. People who are perfectly capable of working, they have education, they have maybe well-to-do family that can afford to help them like go to college, those type of things, that like could afford a monthly payment for education, and then they sit and they collect welfare to learn about religion. And I'm not, I want to say this very delicately because I'm not against people learning about religion, right? But if you're going to be on welfare and exercise your right to not work, to educate yourself, then you should not be a strain on the system for people like single mothers or maybe someone who has a disability that can't work, that those funding is getting cut, but somehow there's still individuals who are perfectly able of working. Well, they're perfectly able of working and they don't because they, I don't know. It's very problematic. So that's number one. Number two is that he placates the gaslight of I help Palestinians, knowing damn well he doesn't help Palestinians. And he has the audacity to go to Gaza or post that dinner that they were having in Gaza and how proud he is with all of these upper echelon Israeli government and people that he allegedly rubs elbows with that could easily go out to the front line and hand a fucking sack of flour to starving children that maybe their brother or their nephew or their cousin has died from famine. So it's people like that that terrify me because they have this mirage of morality and of a moral compass that doesn't fucking exist. And they're dangerous because they spew this propaganda and this narrative that what Israel's doing is okay. And people like Homo sapien here, they sign up for it and then they minimize the real situation as well. So someone who can't come in this room or in any room and say that what happened in Gaza is a genocide is someone who's disillusioned to the system of what is actually happening in Palestine, in the state of Israel. And if it can happen there, it can happen anywhere, especially here in the U.S. So I have a problem with those type of people because servant leadership is how any democracy should be ran. And unfortunately, someone like that is capable of being put on the ballot and potentially becoming a candidate that people could actually freaking vote for. And that terrifies me. So it's a mockery to our government in America, and we're already in a place that I haven't subscribed for a long time to what my government's doing. So, long answer, that's why I don't want that specific person being able to run for president. But that's part of democracy, right? That's part of everyone having access. It's just who has access and who actually gets elected is terrifying.
1,000%.
I find you to be self-righteous and morally arrogant.
Do you want to come up, you little bitch?
I don't really care what you think about me because people like you judge people like me, and
Like,
I'm not
you
judging
scare
you.
me. People like you scare me. I feel like if you were in power, you would like put people in camps that disagree.
Most weak men are intimidated by strong women, so I'm not surprised.
Like, it's giving Stalin.
Huh?
Why are faggots so misogynistic?
He just throws around words that he thinks are cool. It's fine.
It's just like that's the thing about these far left, like anti-Western.
I'm not a left.
Yeah.
Get to know your person that you're aiming at. I'm not a leftist.
It's just like,
means.
like you're
I like
so
my gun.
enlightened.
I like
you're
to go
so
shooting.
morally superior to everybody. Anyone that doesn't think like me is a horrible person.
That sounds like the right.
Feeling insecure.
That sounds like the right. That sounds like us.
Your opinions
That sounds like Trump.
on this genocide or what make you a horrible person.
When
I
I say
judge you to know
if
that.
I use buzzwords,
You've
you
outed
disagree
yourself,
with me, you're a horrible person. Yeah. You disagree with me, so you're a horrible person, and I condemn you.
Sapien, if someone denied the Holocaust, would they be a horrible person, or would that be an opinion?
Oh my God! What?
Oh my
it's just like, you guys in this Holocaust
Don't answer the question.
are just weird. I told you it's still being up for debate. We'll see.
Don't hesitate.
I'll tell you what I think when the ICC makes.
We're not talking about genocide.
We
brought up the Holocaust.
Listen, I'm not.
So are you listening?
He asked me.
What are you asking? Oh, his two little.
I'll let you know what I think when the ICC.
No, the question he asked, General, do ask again, please.
Not really. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, sure. This guy's fucking the fuck. We have a bitch in a chat room.
Yeah, he's the candidate for America? Because from the outside looking in, you kind of what your thoughts are.
Hey, how are y'all doing? What's good, Ace? What's good, General? Morning.
Peace, Rev.
Shyla, do you think? Hey, what's up with you? Do you think Bhagat Singh was a freedom fighter, Shyla? No. Shyla, was Bhagat Singh a freedom fighter?
You asking me? Who are you asking?
No, in the audience. You see it in the chat. She's a Islamophobic And if you read her room, she goes to I think all the rooms relate to India.
Oh, really?
Oh, she's a sunky. Oh my gosh. So she's kissing Israel's ass, licking it while they were stomping on the head. Oh my
You
god.
want to come up, Shaila? Let's have the conversation.
Maybe she should come up and have a conversation.
She's a coward. Come on, Shyla. Don't be scared. Don't be a coward like your ancestors.
Don't be shy, Shyla.
Y'all are very unwelcoming and very intolerant. Dissenting.
Sapien, the big question for you. Big question. You justified 500 villages that were destroyed, right?
I didn't justify anything. Y'all purposely.
You said you understand their struggle.
I understood their logic.
So why don't you understand some of the October logic?
I told you, I logically understand why Hamas wanted to attack Israel.
It's not the Hamas, man.
Oh, the Palestinians, whatever. I don't know, whatever you want to call it.
You don't agree with them? Okay, do you agree with their method? The Jews that did what they did, destroyed 500 villages, they massacred. Not only that, they even raped little girls, according to Centura, and a whole bunch of other things.
No.
Okay, so they were wrong back then. They could have fixed it. They had a chance in 48, 49, 50. They didn't fix it. That 2 years before.
Fine. If you want to have the Palestinians.
Why don't you understand their pain?
I understand their pain, but
it's like Native American pain, bro.
It's not. I would tell the same thing to a Native American that's trying to overtake the United States government to get all their
territory. It's not overtaken.
It's just not.
It's not overtaken. They want the rights. I told you they want self-determination.
You want?
Why don't they have the right? You have a right in America. You have self-determination right, according to the Constitution. These people have been oppressed and suppressed for over 70 years. No self-determination. They don't want to give these are stateless people. Don't have the right.
They should have their state. They should have one state.
But these people don't want to give them. This fucking bitch, stupid, disgusting Israel, a fucking Jew land, they do not want to give them rights.
Yeah, this current administration, you're absolutely right.
It's not the current administration. It's not. No, I want you to go look into Golda Meir and other people. They all were against the state of Palestine.
But even you even said, and many Palestinians have said that even if they don't even want their own. They don't want a two-state solution. They want it all. They want it all.
Okay, you start off with two-state, and then go from there. These fuckers don't even want to give them full proper two-state, including with the right of return of some people. Don't want to do it
because they know you're never going to be satisfied, and that's just a launching point to take
God.
over the rest of the land.
I believed in two-state. I thought maybe it's going to happen, but it looks like the two-state ain't happening.
So if you think a two-state's not going to happen, what makes you think there's going to be a one-state, and they're going to just allow everyone to have free, equal rights, and the Jews are going to lose their majority? Like what?
They don't have a choice. It's a matter of time. You know what I'm saying? They're going to keep fighting. At one point, they're going to have to, it's going to happen by force.
How?
Okay. How did Nelson Mandela get the freedom?
International pressure.
No,
not only.
What international pressure? The Western
world. The whole bunch of terrorist attacks. In today's world, Nelson Mandela was literally a terrorist in America until 2008.
Right.
Up till 2008.
Right.
And then America removed the terrorist title off his head. Okay? IRA. And people that live in the UK, they look at IRA people as terrorists because there was a lot of attacks that the IRA did against the British. They wanted the freedom. And until they got the freedom, now IRA is no longer terrorist. Okay, that's okay.
I don't like.
And look at the Native Americans, right? They resisted against the fucking white Europeans as well. They got butchered and slaughtered. Like so many died, so many got killed. But see, they got whatever.
They got reservations. Woo!
They got the reservations, but even right now they're still suffering. Their communities aren't doing that good. Right, and even the black folks that want some reparations.
Should the Native Americans?
Reservations are fucking gutter, man. Like
yeah, it is.
So what should the Native Americans do? Should they start resisting the United States government?
They've been resisting. They have cases in the court of law, and they got
violently.
Some of the. Oh my God, some of the reservations being allowed to run casinos without restrictions. Okay, I usually give this one example. This example would not fit with all the Native Americans, but some of the tribes, I'm not gonna lie, they're rich. Some of the tribes, not all of them. So the lady that used to come to my store, right, when I had a store in Los Angeles, she would receive an $800 check every month because she was part of that tribe.
Does it make her rich? $800? Does it make her rich?
No, I know it doesn't make her rich, but she had a paid-off house in Los Angeles. She wasn't living on a reservation.
Oh, she left the reservation.
Yeah, she left the reservation. She was married to the guy. She had grandkids, all that. She used to come to my store.
Yeah, but she had to leave the reservation to be able to accomplish all that.
She didn't. Bro. Some people leave, Ace.
I know they do.
They leave.
They do, of course they do.
In Canada, when I was working as a cashier, okay, a long time ago. This was in Kitchener. Okay, Kitchener, Waterloo area. I worked there as a cashier. My brother was a manager. He hired, it was a store just like the size of, Dollarama over there, same size. So he was a manager. He would hire, schedule their hours or whatever. So he hired me. He got me a job, and he hired this one chick. She was from India. She's from what is it called? Inuit people or something. What are they called?
Inuit, yes.
Yeah, Inuit. Yeah, and she was from that tribe. And she was living amongst the regular people. She wasn't living on the,
But do you know why people stay on the reservations? To be close to the tribes or people.
Yeah, it's their land. It's their land. Just like the Palestinians, it's their land. They want us to live over there. They don't want to leave.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
Amir,
but some people they leave.
The thing is, I think you're giving the Palestinians very bad advice.
Okay, whatever advice am I giving?
Keep fighting. Keep trying. You'll eventually get it. Just keep going.
Okay, all the freedom fighters,
that.
they kept on fighting.
Mentality again.
You're leading them to the wood chipper.
Wait, hold on. So do you know? So I don't think he knows anything about South Africa. So after this crazy what is it called again? Where there was a massacre that happened where the police killed 69 black South Africans. Okay, this is where he co-founded, I believe. So he founded this group. They used guerrilla warfare. Okay, in the 70s, 80s. Do you know what ended up happening? The government couldn't handle it. It said, as a negotiation, disband your guerrilla group here. We will end apartheid. That is how apartheid ended. Diplomacy went out the fucking door. He had to utilize guerrilla warfare. So yeah, it ended up working, just so you know.
I think I need to be in charge of the PA, and this will all get sorted out.
Nobody likes the PA, bro.
See, you can't even take care of yourself.
I will get the situation taken care of. Everything will be fine.
And he's going to care about the world.
I literally could fix all the problems in the world.
Yeah, fix your own problems. You drunk.
I could fix it all.
Yeah, okay. Survive the winter first.
Just get sober. That's the first problem.
I'm not even drinking or doing anything. I'm literally just sitting here.
Slurring your words anyway.
Because I'm tired and I was about to go to bed. And I was popping into the room, and then that Carrie's dude brought up my name.
Okay.
And then that's how I feel like, and I'm attacked. I'm being attacked.
He's not talking to you.
And I have to defend myself.
Came in this room to
being attacked.
Intolerant people.
He just wants attention. He's an attention whore.
Oh wait a minute, Sapien, why'd you come back to that? You were gone for a while. What happened?
I was watching videos on YouTube.
You were gone. No, not today. You were gone for
the world got real, Ace. He needed more attention.
Well, yeah, that's what it was. You were lacking attention. You were gone for ages.
Yeah, because to be honest with you, the shit gets kind of redundant.
You are redundant. That's a problem.
It's kind of just like the same thing over.
Then why are you here over and over and over again?
I don't know, because I've gone, now I'm back. I might disappear again. You never know.
But you keep coming to this room over and over again. This is the only room you actually come to.
How do you know what rooms I come into?
You can tell. You can tell. So you.
Are you stalking me?
No, you dumb bitch. It's called the top of up. There's a feature. You think I care when you stalk you? It pops up.
You clearly, you have to look. You have to click on.
No, it pops up. If I'm looking for people I do want to conversate with, I scroll through that top, right? It's not you though. Anyways, moving on. You talk a lot of shit about the people in here, but you're obsessed. You're in love. This is like a really. This is bad for you.
Factually to a black rabbi.
Y'all
Is that your real crush? Or is it Amir?
Y'all are just really, really strange. I like Amir's rooms because even though it's biased, he does allow, like he says, limited freedom of speech. And he does have dissenting views, even though the people that come up here that have dissenting views get shoved. But yeah, that's why I come into this room, because there's actually some sort of debate usually. But then when you get like
people with Zionist rooms.
Can we resist this fucking freedom of speech bullshit and remove him?
We literally, like, the thing about the Zionist rooms is that
they don't allow
the pro-Palestinians don't really go in there, and so there's no debate.
But we go in there, we're just usually kicked out because they are biased and they refuse to hear any other point of view than their own.
I find that a lot of pro-Palestinians like to try.
Listen, Sapien. I always wake up at a time.
Oh my God!
I do have a question for you though. Listen, real quick. Like, how does it feel that you, as a straight man, you haven't had any attention in your life, but also as a gay man, you don't really get any attention? Like, how does it feel? How does it make you feel?
That question doesn't make any sense.
It makes perfect sense, actually. You can't just
like you were straight. Listen. You were straight. It didn't work out for you. You decided to become gay, and it's still not working out for you.
I never decided to become gay. I was never straight. I've always been gay. I hate to break it to you.
That's why you're miserable.
You're weird.
You're gonna live the rest of your life miserable.
You're very, like, not a nice person.
If you're gay, then you should call yourself Homo sapien. If you're gay, then you should call yourself Homo sapien.
Maybe I will. I don't know. Like, it's just weird. I don't know.
Well, that's a human being, or Homo sapien. I didn't mean anything.
No, the technical term is
sapien because that's his intention.
Ghosts in general are just not nice people. Everyone else
Who asked for your fucking opinion?
Even you, Ace, I think you're a nice person.
Why do you think that I'm an asshole to you?
Oh my God!
But I'm a good judge of character. Ghosts in general, they're not.
Sapien, what do you think about me? What about
I actually like you.
Oh God, guys.
I actually like you.
Sanjeev, you and I are not doing a good job.
Sapien,
people actually care about that.
Sanjeev, I'm Punjabi, Oran needs to come.
I don't like. Morning. I don't like.
I really don't care.
I don't like you. General, don't like you. Everyone else is okay. Even you, Carrie. You haven't rubbed me wrong totally.
Who asked you? You didn't rub me wrong totally.
Carrie.
Fucking Homo sapien popularity contest, right?
I don't know. But anyway,
Sapien, you remember when you first came into the room, you said something about Christianity? Do you remember that?
No.
And you said, "Oh yeah, I could say the joke because I'm Christian." Do you remember that?
I'm not even What?
I think you made a joke like that.
I don't remember.
Anyway,
I have to go to bed. Ghost, general, morning. Be better people. Good night.
Sapien, have nightmares. Bye bye.
Stop breathing, bitch. Stop breathing.
Do you know what Emo said he's going to bed?
I'm like, I fucked up.
No. You know what he said? He's going to bed. You call it Emos? I swear it's the blood of my mouth. And make sure you keep sleeping.
Why was that dude upset?
He's a sensitive soul. He's a sensitive liberalist.
Was he a Zionist?
Yeah, he's a big Zionist.
But
he's an apologist,
actually. Like he is on the line of certain moral compass, but he's really not. He wants to be, but then he would have to go all in. Because you can't have both, right? You can't be a Zionist and admit that it's a genocide.
That's interesting.
Ghost, did he wake you up? It seemed like he did.
No, it's actually, no, I usually wake up.
The other scumbag, the other scumbag, Maxi Pad, he woke me bullshit with Dean.
Oh, that faggot is also
Yesterday, Amir had to mute you because you were talking in your sleep. General, you're off. You're off.
Oh dear.
But you're okay.
Was it like the popcorn and the dog biscuit with the Mary Poppins?
I don't know. He was bubbly. Bubbly.
Most people in their sleep say the most random, weird things that don't make any sense.
I think someone said, make sure you mute him. Oh, and so I think it's Edward. He goes, we don't want the secrets this general.
Bro, apparently yesterday Iran attacked Bahrain and Kuwait and like they landed.
Yeah, I heard that.
Did you see that?
That they got the hit.
Yeah.
Because I saw the videos. That's why I said don't believe what the Americans said, because the Americans are denying it. And I've seen a few videos.
Yesterday I read that the Americans said that they intercepted all of them.
All of them. And then I've seen videos from Kuwait and Bahrain and Manama that the hits they're hitting the ground.
Yeah.
So I don't believe the Americans.
Okay, so it says U.S. strikes Iraq facility in response. This is a ceasefire, guys. This is a ceasefire.
Yeah, but you know the funny thing is the Americans in response. It's the Americans that started attacking the Iranians first.
Exactly.
Even during this current thing where the Iranians responded, the Americans attacked first. But they always say self-defense.
The first attack was, I forgot what it was after the ceasefire. Something about, I think there's some Iranian missiles. He called it a love tap. Trump called it a love tap.
They attacked an island after the ceasefire.
Oh, shit.
They said that they thought that the Iranians are going to attack or something like that.
Preemptive?
Actually, no. It actually started with ships. You know, they started like seizing and attacking ships, and then it turned into island, the one near the Strait.
Do they have a casualty count?
Who?
The areas that were hit.
No.
Ghost, I'm aware of this scumbag that was in here. He said that you and I were both rude people.
Oh,
Actually, he offended.
Oh my god.
I forgot about that ghost.
I love how they put the three of us.
But I feel left out. Like, this is not okay.
I'm not mean. I just say uncomfortable truths.
I thought you heard me. I'm an asshole to him. I don't get this.
You need to drop your game. You're clearly failing.
Like, what else do I need to do?
You need to be more like us.
I'm an asshole to him. You guys don't hear me? The shit that was just such.
You need to be 10 times of an asshole to him.
That would be worse than you guys for ever hate me.
Because you have a green bean.
I have a what?
You have a green bean.
All you need to do is throw him down. When he comes up, throw him down.
I've muted him 4 times. Maybe, yeah, that's good.
He thinks it's biased. You should just show him how biased it really is.
Truly. But you said you liked Kari. Who else did you say you liked? Carrie? Who else did you say you liked in here?
Everybody but myself, Ghost in general. The MGG.
That's the elite trifecta, you guys are. He called you an elitist. So he called you an elitist general. That's a diss.
I don't understand why people think that by saying all this shit is going to insult me or affect me somehow.
Or
He's a fucking
also
nobody.
a lefty. Like, how is that even? Yeah. You know what the irony is? He's told us before. His parents have like a bunch of rental properties, and he's living in a place that he doesn't pay for anything.
Oh, those are dangerous people that don't have to.
And he's like, elitist. Shut the fuck up. Why is Charlotte still here? You're yapping a lot of shit in here, so come up stage.
Who the hell is Charlotte?
Fucking Zyle Sucky.
What's the name?
Shyla.
Shayla or Shayla, something like that.
I don't see that. Where is it?
We have to go.
Oh,
It's got a pink ticket at the bottom.
Come, Shayla, let me tell you good morning and, wish you a good day before I get up.
Yeah, come and experience some Palestinian hospitality. Come up, Shaila. Don't be shy.
Come up, give me the energy to start my day. Come up. Motivate me.
This
Come up.
bitch road.
Come up.
Oh,
Come up.
God.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? How are you still alive? Like, how stupid are you? Where's she from? Like,
She's from India, according to me. He kind of.
Is she in India?
I don't know. She's a Sunny, that's for sure. All the rules that she follows, she probably always said.
No, I think we need to check out. There's a checklist. If someone's from India and like a Zionist, we have a different checklist that we need to go off.
The worst.
So we need to establish that.
What?
No, honestly, I'm serious.
Indians are
When you're a
the
Zionist
worst.
and you're from India, you really are coping with your life.
So basically, bootleg and then get kicked by the same boot and still say,
Exactly.
yes, sir.
Where is that lady from India? She's not coming up?
Nope.
She's too shy, Sanju.
Uncle, Kihale.
बढ़िया है और हाल किस तरह होने
Whoa, you
Was that
really
good?
learned. Damn, you're really.
Yeah. I was like, wallah, my close friends in Canada are Punjabis, like, actually.
But you learned it even with the right tonality. It's crazy.
Yeah, of course.
The right accent, I must say.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Shaila, to be honest with you, you're boring, dude. Like, I don't like your comments. They're boring. They're not exciting.
So, Jim, is there still a shortage with cylinders? Is there still issues in India with oil, propane? Sanjeev, are you there?
Yeah, tell me.
Are there still shortages and issues in India with propane and all that, the gas, oil? Are they still telling people to sort of ration?
No, I mean, maybe in the hinterland, perhaps there is some shortage being felt, but I guess it's available now. But the prices have increased, and inflation is a serious worry.
That's all.
And to add insult to injury, it's the monsoon season is going to be below par. So that's going to affect the harvest, and that again leads to food inflation, which actually most Indians are concerned about. And so, yeah, it's has the makings of a perfect storm. The Middle East crisis coupled with the monsoon, bad monsoon. Yeah, so
That's terrible. But Sanjeev, India had, Modi had he could have averted all of this because of the relationship India has with Russia. Easily, but had to go and ask for Ambassador Trump's approval.
That's the whole problem.
Pathetic.
That is where I fail to understand why he is so subservient to Trump. It defeats me. I mean, he can't tell a sovereign nation what to do. He can't be bullying us all the time.
Oh, it's Modi asking him.
Yeah, he's just getting bullied. I mean, stop buying. Yes, sir. Start buying. All right, sir. What kind of a country are we? Have we become a vassal state? We don't have a backbone of our own. Who the hell is Trump to tell how 1.4 billion people should lead their lives here. I would like if Shaila would like to come up and.
No, Shiloh was shown where she belongs. Pretty much in a dirty dumpster, so she's been kicked out by me.
Oh.
I can't stand these horrible comments that she's making about people. Like, fuck her. She's been blocked.
Terrible. Not exactly the best ambassador for India here.
No, Sanjeev, I think that's you. I think you do a great job.
Fayaz says too. Fayaz.
Yeah, Fayaz.
Wow.
No, because you bring a different angle. Sure. You know, generally, not the Indians that we've had in here have been very problematic. I mean, problematic is an understatement. To
bro, the Punjabis are not like these Sangis, whatever you want to call them, the other ones.
No, but honestly, Sanjeev has been a great thing to come to this room, to be fair. It's a different perspective.
He's Punjabi, I believe, right?
Yeah, absolutely. To the core. No, I like this room. It's kind of a good discussion. Amir conducts a fairly good room.
I wouldn't compliment Amir too much. It gets to his head, Sanjeev.
I mean,
he's an Android user.
You have to give the devil his due. Yeah. So yeah, it's nice.
And like there's some insecurities here.
No.
Amir heard the Android, he keep running.
Seems like general, it's everything okay with you? Are you okay?
Alhamdulillah. How are you? How's your Android device doing?
I'm doing good. I'm using my beautiful Android device to, list products on my, e-commerce.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Anyways, I think I'm gonna have to end the room as well because I gotta hit the bed.
All right. See you guys tomorrow then on the other side.
Sure.
Yeah.
No problem.
Good night. Have a good sleep.
Good night,
Bye
bye. Take care. Bye bye. Have a good night. What's up, Dr. Salma, everybody, Cherry, and everybody in the audience? If you guys want to come up for a little bit, but yeah, I'm gonna hit the bed. Assalamu alaikum, and have a good one, guys. Good luck. We're gonna please. You can travel the Zionist scumbags, so just don't trouble your parents, don't trouble your siblings until tomorrow. Then you can trouble them. All right? Take care. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Doesn't know for sure. There is probability of the universe being there is nothing certain that the universe is big. This is his answer, I guess.
Bruh. It's okay, it's okay. Let it be.
What? Sorry? What packing?
Yeah, sorry, Neil, I'm back.
You're back. So, great. So, now, Mehdi, can you summarize what I said, or?
Yeah, he's talking of assumptions and hypotheses.
Bro, your accent is funny, bro.
Yeah, so he started off with an assumption and a hypothesis. That's going to be the baseline if you start to establish something is true. Hypothesis, it's a hunch. And that itself is going to go into scrutiny. So I'm asking you,
What did I say about a hypothesis? What kind of hypothesis?
The null hypothesis.
Yeah, no. Null hypothesis, yes, but what kind of hypothesis did I say were extremely successful or?
I must have missed that particular portion.
Mehdi, we gotta do this all day long. Like, he didn't say much. He said it's impossible.
Okay,
like the translation of what he said, I guess, as far as I understand, there is a probability of the universe being real. We work on that hypothesis or whatever assumption that
he doesn't know the universe is real.
Yeah, exactly.
To be the case.
All right,
And if we get a little scientific data from you, that's okay too. We're not Well, you can't prove the universe exists.
I didn't say all of that. I didn't say any of that. I said that this is how we start. And what I specifically said that there is some technique that has been extremely successful in figuring out the mysteries around us, and that is shortly
using an instrument.
Method.
An instrument.
Yes.
Bro, let's change the protocol, bro.
In a and if you expand on that scientific method, it means coming up with testable, predictable hypothesis or falsifiable hypothesis that based on observation.
Based on observation. So whatever you observe from the dark, whatever you want to call it, dark space, dark, matter, dark energy, whatever you want to call it. But what we assume that to be true, and that it does exist, but we really have no test on it. We can't really see it. Oh, it is kind of. Yeah, bring that to Earth. But you're breaking up. Shaitan has got you. Say it again.
I know that guy is named.
Shaitan is getting you again. You keep breaking.
What I was saying was that I know.
Go ahead, start again.
I thought that.
Yeah, it keeps getting them. You stop moving around. Do you have to walk around when you talk to us? You can't stay in one fucking spot.
Stand in one place, little boy.
Put an antenna on your fucking head.
He's in Europe.
Bro, check your back channel, bro. Can you hear me?
Tago, what you're asking me, bro?
Who are you asking to check back channel?
Check your back channel, bro.
You're asking me?
Yeah.
Or Nargis?
You.
Yes, I saw a lecture by Chiki and Mehdi. Yeah, Mehdi, please open
Try to ask him the question again. Probably he didn't understand.
Oh, Mahdi wants to open a room. He wants to leave us. He doesn't like being mods with us. That's the thing. Like the Salafis, Marcus.
I think
they don't like being in rooms.
He's not a Salafi.
Yeah, but he cares about what they think. Like he wants to be in with them.
He hates them.
No, he wants to be friends with them. He's gonna continue to diss us.
They takfir him all the time. What are you saying?
He wants to takfir us. They want that in common that they don't like us. Come on, man.
They don't. They like us because they hate us. I hate myself for loving you.
Islam is so true that we are the enemy of Islam. Can you believe that?
No one said that. Here,
Wait, I can't believe
come on,
it.
baby, Galaxy, baby, come on.
I can't believe it.
According to Mehdi.
How did he leave?
See, he left. I told you, he wants to start his own room.
He just wants to hang out with Salafis. Maybe you're right.
I told you. I told you.
Muhammad?
Yeah,
No,
they
his
left.
boyfriend. Dilokpan is his boyfriend, obviously.
Oh, probably, yeah.
They want to start another room because they don't like being around us as much. They want to be in control because then they're always right. You know what I'm saying? If he's in his room, he can overtalk.
But I'll tell you what, like, Dilokpan is constantly like cross-questioning Mahdi. And half the time, like, we don't know what Dilokpan is saying.
He's doing a better job than Rob. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Because Rob sucked at it.
Oh my God, they're
but Dilokpan's not fair. Like, he never entertains like quantum questions like the ones Muhammad asked him.
Yeah. Neopal.
He never entertains Muhammad's questions.
Sometimes.
No, he doesn't. He does not entertain quantum.
I confirm it. He's an idiot. I confirm it. He's an idiot.
Yeah, I think the guy
multiple time conversation. I try to follow his argument. Yeah, absolutely.
The Viagra is getting to his head. I think the Viagra is.
He doesn't take Viagra. How do you know he takes Viagra?
He does. You can tell. I can just hear it in his voice.
Pills blue. If he has blue here,
yeah. It's another thing.
Weird. I have never heard a Viagra in his voice.
You've never heard of Viagra because you don't eat.
How the fuck do you hear Viagra through someone's speech?
Because you have to be a man. You have to be a man. You just don't get it. Sorry.
Okay, fine.
If you actually look, Neil is pretty handsome without the beard, you know? You should take it off.
That's not his picture.
Yes, it is.
That's not his true picture. That's fucking some kind of Neanderthal.
It's like some proto-human.
It's a proto-human. Actually, he might have asked the question, like, make me look like, Jesus.
See, look. They left. They have to open up their own room. They have to be.
What happened with Regal? I heard Regal crashed out.
Dude, Regal fucking crashed out. So I swear on God. Were you there? Galaxy Regal was crashing out.
I'm not sure.
So, were you there, Galaxy?
I'm not too sure. Maybe I was. I don't remember who.
If you don't remember, then you don't remember what the fuck Regal was saying. It was horrendous.
Oh no, I was here, but I wasn't paying attention.
He was calling out for like anally raping poor Amin. Number one. The guy's fucking drunk. He walks in, starts to like throw a string of profanities on me. Cora catches the drunkenness. Of course, I don't know what the fuck is going on initially. Cora catches the drunkenness, calls it out, goes on to fucking death threat Soul and the rest of the people in the room, telling them how he's gonna serve their heads on platters and kill them. That's like a bloody demon. And that kind of like, dude,
why does he have to make white people like this? Why does he?
Embarrassing to us, the white community.
White people.
Yo, you know why he does it? Because he says sorry the next day, and we always.
You wanna play a game, guys?
Yeah, what?
You know, we all know the reason why they opened their own room. Because we abuse Nilapon, and Nilapon asked Mahdi to open his room to protect her. Let's go and abuse him softly.
I'm gonna put it down. I'm gonna lose my points. I'm gonna lose my fucking rank points.
Let's invade.
He's just gonna bot abuse you.
No, okay.
He's really mean to Muhammad every time I protect Muhammad because he just mod abuses.
No, okay, we know that he gonna mod abuse, but we gonna put the Mahdi in the situation. So we're gonna abuse him softly. Irritate him, not attack him.
Oh, you can go over there. Obviously, they didn't want to hang out with us. They were here.
We all
let me go take a look at Tom.
Oh my God, what's going on? Everyone's leaving now?
Everyone's leaving now because these fucking guys left
go,
because they want to talk about space.
Let's go, boss. Let's go. Don't give a fuck what they don't want to talk about. Let's just disturb his conversation. Let's go, boss.
Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Soul, get mod. So you gotta get mod. So they can let us back up. Let's go, Soul.